Greetings and welcome to my little corner of YouTube. My name is Lindsey Pogue and I am back with another post-apoc adventure for you. Skies of Fire is pretty epic. I have been writing this book for the past few years. It finally came out. It's more of a pet project, a fun project on the side. I was working on it in between other projects. It finally came out in 2024. Now the audiobook is finally ready for you in 2025. And here we are. This story, Skies of Fire, is very much, kind of has a little bit of everything. It's Yellowstone vibes with that family angst, with the romance meets The Day After Tomorrow with a weather-ravaged world, that gritty survival aspect, the questionable circumstances, and that heart-pounding, gut-wrenching feeling of what if and what next and what now. You know, like, what's really, like, could we really take any more? Yes. I put my characters through the ringer, all for their happily ever after, and I can't wait for you to meet Knox and Ava, and Harper, and Tony, and everybody else along the way. So, without further ado, I will say a couple things. First, this is a very long book, so I broke it into two parts. This is part one of 2 parts of the audiobook. If you enjoy my audiobooks, my stories, please be sure to like and subscribe. And also feel free to peruse my author bookshop at lindseypoguebooks.com, where I have an ebook, paperback, other forever copies of audiobooks, and other exclusive products that I don't sell anywhere else, not on Amazon, not anywhere, okay? So if you're interested, you can go peruse around. You can check me and my husband out on our podcast, Grumpily Ever After, which is also here on YouTube. Oh, before I forget, thank you to everybody who has contributed a super thanks to all my audiobooks over the past couple years. Every dollar that you give me goes to the production of my next audiobook. You helped create this audiobook, so thank you so much. I hope you enjoy it. And let's give the narrators a round of applause, because Be Still My Heart, I didn't know I could love Knox any more than I already did until I heard him come to life. And I hope you enjoy the story and Ava and Knox's adventure as much as I enjoyed writing it for you. I'll see you on the other side.
Skies of Fire, an installment in the surviving Earth Chronicles, by Lindsey Pogue, narrated by Natalia Castellanos and Justin Price.
Author's Note. Greetings, listeners. Before you embark on this heart-pounding post-apocalyptic adventure, please note that this novel is a work of fiction. The surviving Earth world is based on an array of scientific hypotheses and theories, which makes the setting and world building simply that, hypothetical. While I have thoroughly researched many elements in this story to keep it relatable, I've also taken creative liberties. Additionally, it's worth mentioning that Ava's character is not based on me, but her medical history and journey mirror my own and have only been slightly altered for the purpose of the story. While I understand that certain aspects may seem unlikely to some, Ava's mental health and medical diagnoses are inspired by real-life experiences. And finally, a very special and heartfelt thank you to a longtime friend of mine and sensitivity reader, Daniela Calderon, for ensuring I've done Ava's character justice. This story has been a long time coming, and I hope you enjoy this incredible adventure as Knox and Ava fight to survive the shifting Earth in Skies of Fire. Visit www.lindseypoguebooks.com for an updated reading lists and series trigger warnings. 1. Ava. Call Dr. Jaminson's office. Call hospice. Check bank balance. Pick up prescriptions. Grocery shopping. I run through my mental checklist of to-dos before my second shift, but it's suddenly forgotten the moment I see Lars through the diner window. He has new tattoos, apparently. They creep up his neck and disappear into the fringe of his greasy black hair, and he wears his holy Hill Country Militia t-shirt like it's a badge of honor. I don't know if the plastic cup in my hand is actually dry before I set it aside and pick up the next one. Idly, I wipe it down, too fixated on whether Lars plans to enter the diner with his band of thugs trailing behind him. They're a ragtag crew of cretins, and having gone to school with most of them, I know they only look terrifying. Lars, on the other hand, has always set my teeth on edge. Leroy, a daily morning patron, clears his throat a few stools down, but I barely notice, too transfixed by the scene out the window. The tension leaves my shoulders as the guys pass the diner, headed for Lars' old Dodge across the street. Good. It's too early in the day to deal with their hostility. Smoke billows from Lars' mouth as he opens the driver's side door, takes a final drag from his cigarette, and flicks it toward a passing car. His eyes narrow on the diner window, though, and I hold my breath. He sees me. The devilish upturn of his mouth tells me as much, but after a few heartbeats, he looks away. I exhale, only to grab the countertop as a familiar floor-shaking rumble fills the diner. The lights start swinging above the tables, rattling as the entire building trembles. But it's not a tremor this time. It's a low-flying osprey, the first flight of many that will pass over us today. As always, my eyes shift to the crack creeping farther up the wall. It grows bigger with every earthquake and thundering aircraft. "Excuse me." I glance at a patron in the nearest booth, peering at me over the brim of his glasses. "Can I get the check, please?" There's a tinge of irritation, like this isn't the first time he's tried to get my attention, but he says it kindly all the same. "Of course." Wiping the sweat from my brow, I flash him an apologetic smile and hurry over. "Sorry about that." He nods as I slip his ticket onto the table and collect his syrup-covered plate and empty juice glass. "Let me know if you need change." The patron opens his wallet, and I head for the kitchen to discard the dirty dishes. Like most morning shifts at Bev's, I'm on autopilot. Today, however, I'm foggier than usual, probably because I barely slept last night looking after Mavie, and I didn't sleep a lick the night before that, wondering if Mitch and that temper of his might turn up again outside my house. It was only a matter of time before he went on another bender and trekked all the way to the trailer park to unleash his verbal wrath on me for all the neighbors to hear. I set the dirty plate and glass in the tub inside the kitchen for Felix to add to his dish duty. He doesn't even notice as he drums his index fingers against the lip of the sink, rocking out to whatever noise blares in his earbuds. "Working hard per usual," I mutter. Pulling my vibrating phone from my back pocket, I pray it's not hospice calling with an emergency, but I am only slightly relieved when I see an emergency alert. Use caution on roads due to increased seismic activity. Stay indoors if possible. Yeah, right. It's only one of a dozen alerts I'll receive today, and I ignore it like I do every day. Do they really think people have the luxury of staying home and hunkering down for eternity? If I listened to every alert, I'd have been indoors since I was 5, never seeing the sun. Exhaling the heaviness I can't seem to shake these days, I escape the kitchen's heat. I could remind Bev that there must be labor laws about making us work in what will undoubtedly become sweltering conditions by noon, but I know she doesn't keep the air off because she's cheap. All we need is another rolling blackout. The entire diner would have to shut down, and neither of us can afford that. She has 3 kids to put through school, and I have Mavie to worry about. Resolved to deal with the heat, like most summer days, I tighten my ponytail higher atop my head to give my neck a breather. The door dings as I step back behind the counter. A woman shuffles inside and peers around the diner. She's one of a few homeless regulars. Bev spots her immediately and slips a patron's ticket onto his table with a thank you before addressing the woman. Her greasy blonde waves are pulled back, accentuating her gaunt face. I remember her, back when her cheeks were fuller and her jeans didn't hang off her body the way they do now. I know the shameful burn of hunger, how it erodes the pit of your stomach, and I empathize with the woman as much as I applaud her courage coming in here. Especially when half the jobs in Texas have withered away, just like spring has. I continue wiping down the counter from the morning rush, The butter packets are already melting in their dishes. It's only a matter of time until they resemble Bev's potato soup, so I stick them in the small refrigerator beneath the counter.
It's not just the coastal cities that should be concerned, though,
a man says on the television. I glance at Tom, another regular sitting in the middle booth, where he sips his third cup of coffee for the morning. He sets the remote down on the edge of the table, his eyes fixed on the screen.
The increased seismic activity throughout the entire country is a glaring indicator that the time has finally come.
The interviewee continues matter-of-factly. He's yet another scientist, sitting across from Marianne Clemens. She's been the biggest name in the news world this side of the Mississippi, at least as long as I've been alive, and, well, she looks it. But lately, Marianne has become the face of every investigative report having anything to do with Gertie the asteroid and the surmounting effects she's had on Earth since her debut.
Which, to be fair,
Marianne counters, tilting her head expectantly,
many would say you've been claiming for years. In fact, while we've just marked Gertrude's 50-year anniversary, we've surpassed the nation's debt ceiling, not by billions, but by trillions of dollars because of decades of preparation.
I glance down at my crumb wiping and the coffee rings on the countertop.
Everything is theory until it happens, Miss Clemens. The best we can do is prepare for when it does.
When I look up again, the scientist in the tweed suit pushes his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Dr. Adriel Lightfoot, Southwest Environmental Research Specialist, flashes on the screen beneath him.
Scientists used to think something like Gertrude was improbable. They thought an asteroid would need to be much larger than 6 miles wide to do much damage to a moon over 350 times its size. They thought that if something did happen, life would cease to exist on Earth, or we'd fall into another ice age. Yet, here we are. The fact of the matter is, everything is an educated guess, because that's all we have.
Dr. Lightfoot pauses for effect.
People are so worried about accumulating debt, but if we aren't as prepared for what's coming as we can possibly be, we're dead. Debt seems a small price to pay, given the alternative. And as morbid as it may be, it won't matter how in debt we are if extinction is how this ends.
On cue, the lights in the news station flicker, and Dr. Lightfoot points to his glass of rippling water, his tanned features narrowing.
Each tremor, each quake, an unnatural surge of water, is a chain reaction. Life on this planet is precarious. There is a balance, and that balance has been shifting for years. As unpredictable as things are now, it will get far worse. The future is here, and it doesn't care about debt.
Marianne has the decency to look slightly more humbled as Dr. Lightfoot crosses his legs. He looks as if he's settling in for a story.
You seek more proof?
He continues.
It's in the numbers. In New York's scramble for sandbags during last year's unprecedented monsoon, and the parts of Florida buried in snow the past 3 winters, this week alone, entire communities along the Gulf of Mexico are being relocated. We've already had record flooding, so it's not some radical conspiracy. These things are happening. These things are not hypothetical. So do we continue to squabble over money, or do we continue to prepare for the inevitable? Because the one thing all scientists have been able to agree on since Gertie hit is that life on this planet is forever changed. And if people aren't prepared for it by this point, it's their own fault.
I roll my eyes, not because I don't believe Dr. Lightfoot and the many scientists who have come before him, but because not all of us have the time and money to pour into preparations. Not all of us can be preppers when we're simply trying to survive as it is.
Christ,
Leroy grumbles my shared sentiment from his stool.
Turn that shit off, would you?
He glowers at the television.
Just another moon maniac posing as a scientist.
The wrinkles around Leroy's tired brown eyes deepen, and he rubs his stubbled chin. Unlike him, I don't remember life before Gertie hit the moon, so the Moonies preppers and doomsday scientists are all I've ever known. The shift of the moon's orbit after the impact has been the topic of conversation and most headlines since I could read. Yes, the shift will eventually send humanity back into the caveman days, but the longer it takes, the less imminent it feels. Here we all are, years later, still scrimping to survive. It's easy for climatologists to tell us to prepare for the end of the world that will happen one day, but actually doing it when every day is already a struggle is another matter entirely. It's all most of us can do to make ends meet and get through the week with a semblance of sanity still intact. I eye Leroy's folded newspaper on the counter. Sutton County militias at an all-time high, then give him a sidelong look, sure he's part of one, because everyone is. Not only is this Texas, but everything here is falling to shit, more than most states, because of the influx of seismic activity over the years. Tourism is non-existent, and the people who can afford to leave have already fled. Those remaining are too stubborn to leave, no matter the cost, or are waiting for it to get worse before uprooting everything they've ever known. I'm neither, just someone stuck in this hellhole.
More scare tactics,
Leroy grumbles.
More hypocritical bullshit.
I don't typically agree with the grumpy old man about much of anything. He's constantly muttering and cursing at the world, but I find my attitude is oddly similar this morning, which means the world really is ending. I pull out my notepad and clear my throat. Breakfast? He meets my gaze, something he rarely does because his best friend is Mitch Bennett. And it's no secret Mitch wants me to crawl back into whatever hovel he thinks I came out of.
You know,
Leroy starts, ignoring the notepad in my hand.
When this shit happened back in 73, it took years for the chaos to die down.
He gulps the last of his coffee and runs his bottom teeth over his graying mustache.
People hoarding food and water, abandoning their jobs and disrupting supply and demand. The economy still hasn't recovered. And don't get me started on those sons of bitches looting my gun shop. It's not like we're in for the zombie apocalypse. All this talk is doing is stirring shit up again. And all those prep facilities, evacuation centers, and water treatment plants the government is pumping money into, where are they at? 'Cause they ain't here.
I don't know what it's like in big cities, but here, in Texas, towns are bled dry by the military, and our roads are nearly too pitted to drive on from years of neglect. So again, it's hard to argue with the old coot. I rest my hip against the counter. So, no breakfast today, then? Leroy is about to respond when the door dings again. Dread fills me the instant I look up. Fuck. I rasp as Mitch Bennett steps inside. The ease of the diner siphons away, and my stomach roils. Mitch rarely comes to the cafe, so why today, of all days, when I'm already an exhausted mess, is he here? He glances around as I refill Leroy's coffee mug. I don't want to be standing here when he sits down. Shoving the coffee on the warmer, I turn back to Leroy. He scratches his jaw, perusing the daily specials written on the wall.
Get me a fried egg sandwich on wheat.
I'm about to turn away as Mitch approaches.
Oh!
Leroy growls.
And bring me some of that tapatio I know Bev has back there somewhere. None of that Cholula shit.
I busy myself scribbling Leroy's order down as I scan the room for Bev, praying she notices Mitch so she can deal with him while I take an extended break. But she's still in the back, getting food for the homeless woman, completely unaware of our newest patron. Panic, hot and loathsome, flushes through me as I brace myself. 2 nights ago, when I saw Mitch, he was in a drunken rage outside my trailer, cursing my existence and waking Mavie from her medically induced sleep. And that will continue to be my reality until I can finally get away from this town, because the cops won't do anything other than drive him home when he gets like that. The Bennett family is untouchable. They are a legacy in Sonora. And Mitch isn't only the patriarch. His reputation as the biggest asshole in the state of Texas precedes him. And those two things combined give him a free pass for just about everything. Turning my back to the counter, I clip Leroy's order to the carousel. I gather what little politeness I can muster, inhale a deep breath, grip my pen until it's biting into my hand, and turn around to face Mitch as he pulls out a stool beside Leroy. Mitch's dark eyes meet mine before he shakes his friend's hand. He's in Wranglers and his typical Bennett family ranch t-shirt, not a single wrinkle or sweat stain, though I'm sure he's been up for hours. For a man in his 60s, he's terrifying. Tall, with salt and pepper hair that pokes out from beneath his hat, broad shoulders, and the same menacing glare his son Knox inherited. But I don't show my fear. I refuse to. I don't even blink. Instead, I stare right back at him, pen poised on my ticket pad. Mitch removes his Stetson, setting it on the counter beside him, and his cloying aftershave wafts toward me. His gaze, dark as coal, shifts to me again, hard and unrelenting. Generally, I have no problem throwing shade back at people who disrespect me, who try to intimidate and bully me. But Mitch is different. He has been the exception to every hard and fast rule I've adopted over the years in order to look out for myself, give no shits, and never be someone else's punching bag. But deep down, part of me can't blame him for hating me. His reason for being angry at the world is valid, and though I know it's not my fault, I'm tied to his past whether I want to be or not. He taps his blunt finger on the countertop, silently commanding a cup of coffee. Glad he's refraining from further unpleasantries, I tuck my notepad into my apron and flip a clean mug up from the stack to set on the counter. With surprisingly steady hands, I fill his mug to the brim.
Where's that boy of yours?
Leroy asks, but I don't wait to hear what they say next as I set the coffee back on the warmer and push the kitchen door open, disappearing into the back. My hands are clammy, and I can feel sweat thickening on my brow. I'm taking 10, I call over my shoulder, though Felix is too busy air drumming, and the cooks probably can't hear me over the ventilation fans and sizzling griddle. Grabbing my messenger bag from the hook near Bev's office, I hurry out the back door and into the sunny morning. It's barely 8 a.m., but the dry heat is already suffocating. A gust of hot wind swirls around me, tugging at my ponytail as a plastic bag flies out of the dumpster and plasters itself against my leg. Only half aware, I peel it off, my pulse pounding far too quickly for comfort as my feet begin to tingle. No, not now, I groan. Mitch always makes me uncomfortable, but this is different. Hurrying to the rickety picnic bench by an ash tree, I frantically search my bag for my meds. When I hear the pills rattling around, I allow myself a bit of relief. Popping one into my mouth, I pull the water bottle from my bag, take a gulp, and then another, washing the pill down. It's already too late, I know that, but maybe I won't be a complete zombie when it's over, so I can make my afternoon shift at the farm store. As my entire body prickles with unease and sweat breaks over my skin, I fumble to untie my apron, pull it over my head, and ball it up to use as a pillow. Leaning my head down, I wait for the chills to spread and the world to fade to black.
2. Knox. Standing in the kitchen, I down an ice-cold glass of tea. It's uncharacteristically warm, but the seasons have become more erratic over the years, so I shouldn't be surprised. And after the morning I've had, dealing with a sick steer, I can only imagine how the rest of the day'll go. Setting my glass on the granite countertop, I wipe the sweat from my brow and glance around the immaculate industrial kitchen we rarely cook in, then into the living room, decorated in earth tones and plush seats that are never used around the giant stone hearth. A house once filled with laughter and bodies is empty now, and has been for years. Predictably, my gaze lands on the only family photo displayed on the mantel. My eyes shift over my mother, too painful to linger on, then my father, before resting on Kellen, standing beside a younger version of me. Kellen's dark hair and strong features make him the spitting image of our father, despite how much they resent the resemblance. Any similarity stops there, though. In fact, it doesn't only stop, it screeches to a halt that can be heard 4 counties over. A college-educated, big-city businessman, Kellen couldn't get away from the ranch fast enough after Mom died, and couldn't have gotten farther away from me. My gaze shifts to the framed image of our mother beside it. Her glittering green eyes look directly at me. She's crouched with the first calf she ever delivered cradled against her, smiling up at the camera. Her cowboy hat shades part of her face, and her smile fills my chest with an all-too-familiar ache. The sound of Dad's dually rumbles up the gravel road, and I pour what's left of the iced tea into my thermos to take with me, grab an apple from the fruit basket, and settle my Stetson back on my head. Biting off a hunk of crispy fruit, I exit the screen door. The faint scent of sulfur fills my nose, more potent than I'd noticed before, and Lucy, my Australian shepherd, leaps to her feet. Her mismatched eyes are wide and excited as she follows me toward the stable. "I thought you were branding today," my father grumbles as he climbs out of the truck. He glowers at me as he slams the door. Lucy lowers her head and keeps her distance as she trots past him. "I was." I don't bother to slow down as I head for the stables, but some of the steers are missing. "What?" His shoulders stiffen. "What do you mean they're missing? I'm supposed to deliver 7 of them tonight." "Yeah, I know. Tony and I will ride to the northern pasture to wrangle them in." I bite off another hunk of apple, hoping my father will get the hint I'm not in the mood to talk. But he doesn't. Or rather, he doesn't care. "Stop and look at me when I talk to you, boy." Clenching my jaw, I turn to face him. Lucy stops a few paces away, watching protectively over me. I don't bother reminding my father I'm nearly 30 as I stare at him, bored and impatient. He strides closer with that look in his eyes, the one I was afraid of when I was younger, when I was scrawnier, less imposing, and softer. The look that told me to brace myself for what comes next. But I don't cower around him, not anymore. I stopped being afraid of Mitch Bennett when I was 20 and threatened him within an inch of his life. I haven't been his punching bag since. "If you forgot to clear out that old barbed wire you tore up last week," he warns, "and those steers are injured." "The old fencing is gone," I bite back. "They aren't injured. Some of the steers got separated from the herd in the night is all. Probably coyotes. I'll bring them in." "You better pray," he says so low I barely hear him. "Oh, what?" I taunt him, because my ego and impatience won't allow me to ignore his prodding, it would seem. I step closer and look down at him. He's only an inch or 2 shorter than me, but it's enough that I can loom over him if I try to. A reminder that I am no longer a trembling little boy. He made sure of that. "I said I'll take care of it, and I will. Not for you, but for the client." I can guess who put my father in such a foul mood this morning. Resentment is all he's known for so long. He places himself in Ava's path so that he has a reason to be angry on a daily basis. But I don't have time for his shit right now. Horses stomp out of the stable as Tony leads them into the sunshine, saddled and anxious to go. "Ready, boss?" he calls. My father's laser glare finally releases its hold on me. Taking another bite from my apple, I glance in Tony's direction and give him a terse nod. "Anything else?" I ask my father, crunching the apple between my teeth to irritate him. His hard, dark eyes narrow ever so slightly. "Get those steers ready for transport. I want them loaded by noon. I have a long drive ahead of me." And with that, My dad turns and marches toward the house, flings the screen door open and disappears inside. Already anxious about the missing steers, I crack my neck, exhale deeply, and stride over to Tony with Lucy at my side. Tony glances between me and the house. He's a tub of fun, as usual. I don't bother replying and hand the thermos up to Tony, sitting in Poppy's saddle. My mother's old bay mare sniffs Lucy before the apple catches her attention. I rub her face as I take 2 final bites, then toss the core into the pig pen. Next time, I promise her. The last thing I need is my mother's horse choking on an apple core with a bit in her mouth. You know, Tony starts, hesitant. This whole thing with him and Ava is getting... Don't. I glare at him as everything inside me, already coiled with tension, tightens. Tony might be happy-go-lucky most of the time, the honey to my vinegar in our friendship, but now is not the time to lecture me on Ava or my father. Tony holds up one hand in defense. I know it's a touchy subject, but at some point, you and your dad need to... Shut it, Tony. Stick to livestock, would you? And stop calling me boss. You make me sound old. I run my hand over Lucy's head. I know I'm being an asshole. That's all I seem to be anymore. But I can't help it. I don't want to think about Ava. Her name alone brings out the worst in my father, and whether I agree with his hatred or not, her family has been the cause of too many long, shitty nights in the Bennett house. I just want to focus on the steers and getting them back to the barn safely. Fine. Consider my lips sealed, Tony mutters. But just because your dad's a dick doesn't mean you have to be one too, boss. Tony stares at me as I climb onto Rooster's back. I glance at him, and it's all I can do not to roll my eyes. Noted. Now can we get on with it? Rooster's sorrel body expands as he inhales, and I settle into his saddle and take the reins. Tony dips his head and flicks the brim of his hat. After you. With a click, I grab hold of my hat, and our horses step into a trot before we gallop away from the ranch toward the outer pastures. Lucy lopes beside us, her tongue hanging from her mouth and her gray and white coat catching the sunlight. What I wouldn't give to feel as free as she is right now. So what are you thinking? Tony calls over the beat of horse hoofs. We heading to the pond? Like me, he's apprehensive. I can hear it in his voice. Yeah, I call back. The ash grove just beyond it. I know every inch of the 200 acres the Bennetts have owned for 4 generations, and I have a feeling the steers have taken refuge in the shade out of the increasing morning heat. The smell of sulfur thickens as we ride farther out, and my unease multiplies as it becomes harder to ignore. I focus on the arid breeze and the pasture stretched out before us. The terrain is primarily flat, with prickly pear and desert scrub dotting the landscape. The ground is dry, and the horses stir up dust as their strides devour the distance between the farm and the pond over the ridge. Coyotes don't usually cause too many issues, but it's not unheard of, and I ready myself for what we may find on the other side. As the pond comes into view, Tony and I slow the horses, not wanting to spook the cattle. Lucy slows, staying close and awaiting my command, but I don't see any stragglers around the pond. Well, Tony utters, readjusting his hat on his head, they gotta be in that thicket over there. We trot closer, around the rocky lip of the natural pond that has watered our livestock for over a century. Rooster knows where we're headed, and I drop my hand to the saddle horn and let him take the lead. The horses slow as we reach the trees, and it's all I can do not to gag at the pungent scent of sulfur. Even Lucy's eyes squint against the aroma, and my unease solidifies to dread. Jesus, Tony groans, raising his arm to cover his nose. That is strong. He nudges Poppy into the ash grove, and Rooster, Lucy, and I follow. The instant a few of the missing steers come into view, the tension in my shoulders eases, but my relief is short-lived. Luce, I warn, calling her away from the cattle. Knox? We watch as a steer wanders in confused circles, lowing anxiously. Clenching the reins tighter, I spot another with his head pressed against the trunk of one of the ash trees. Boss! What? My attention snaps in Tony's direction. It takes my brain a second to register 5 more steers lying down near the water's edge. Some of them look as if they aren't even breathing. I stare at the pond. The sulfur in the air is suddenly villainous. It looks like polio, Tony murmurs, slowly putting the pieces together. But I already have. My jaw aches so tight I think it might break as I look from the dead steers to the ones soon to follow. From sulfur poisoning? He looks dumbfounded. They were fine yesterday. I don't waste my time wondering how or why. Instead, I focus on what I must do. Muttering, God damn it, I turn for the rope strapped to my saddle with my shotgun. This is the part I hate about ranching, the part where nature is cruel, and I have to take matters into my own hands. Let's rope this one. I eye a male that looks borderline too ill to save, but our livelihood is these steers. I have to try to save it. Tony nods, equally uneasy about what we must do, and unclips his lasso. Gloves already on, we each toss our rope over one of the steer's horns and lead it away from the herd. Head hung low, Lucy brings up the rear. She nips and yips, ensuring the rest stay in line. The steer tugs against us, but there is little muster in it, and once we're clear of the woods, Tony takes over. Keep 'em moving, I call. I'll catch up. He nods again, if a bit reluctantly, and I dismount as Tony and Poppy lead what's left of the herd up the hill, away from the pond. When they are ways off, I walk Rooster to one of the trees and wrap his reins around a low-hanging branch. Even he seems to feel the strangeness in the air. But while he hangs back, Lucy follows protectively at my side. Stay, I tell her. She watches me, her tongue hanging from her mouth, and doggy eyebrows lifting as I unstrap the shotgun. I stare at her, shaking my head, because I wish I didn't have to do this. Turning on my heel, I head back for the thicket and into the trees. Each step is a crunch in the quiet and the ringing of a death procession. With a final glance to ensure Rooster and Lucy are far enough away, I lift my shotgun, aim at my target, and pull the trigger.
3. Ava. I'm sweating by the time I pull into the back lot of the farm supply store. The heat is killing me today, and getting a popped tire didn't help in the slightest. My bike screeches to a stop in the delivery bay, and I hop off, removing my suffocating helmet. I'm already late for my shift, but Scott should be grateful I made it here at all after the day I've been having. Hanging my helmet on my handlebar, I grab my empty water bottle and head inside. Shit. I stop mid-step. I forgot to call the house to check in. I always call after Mavy's noon nap to make sure she doesn't need anything. Swinging my messenger bag around, I hunt for my phone. When my screen lights up, another emergency alert is waiting to be read, but I swipe it away. I have a missed call too, but it isn't from Mavy or hospice. Julio's name fades from my screen as I debate whether to listen now or when I get off work, but I call my voicemail before I can talk myself out of it.
Ava?
His hesitant voice is gruff.
It's been a while, and I wanted to make sure you are okay, and see how Mavy's doing. I know you don't plan on coming this way, but with the direction things are headed, I hope you reconsider.
He pauses.
I worry about you, kid. I know you're busy and you don't want my help, but...
Julio sighs, and after another pause, he continues.
I'm here. You always have a place with me if you need it. And I want to help if you'll let me.
Then my uncle hangs up the phone. Damn, I hadn't expected the ever-present knot in my stomach to worsen upon hearing his voice. Then again, there's a reason we don't talk much. Forgetting about Mavie, I shove the phone into my pocket and pull open the back entrance to the store. The air-conditioned interior is blissful as I hurry into the stockroom, through the swinging door, and onto the shop floor. The warehouse is large, but having worked here for 3 years, I know it like the back of my hand. "Ava, you're late," Scott calls from the corner of the store. I hurry to the checkout counter, fighting the cloud of exhaustion that's lingered since my episode this morning. "I know, sorry, I got a flat." I flash a smile at the customer standing at the counter, waiting to be helped, while Scott assists someone else. I cram my stuff between the trash can and a box of extra bags at my feet and straighten. The rubber pad beneath my boots alleviates some of the pressure on my tired feet, and I sigh. "Sorry to keep you waiting."
Things happen.
The older man says. The wrinkles around his eyes crinkle with a kind smile.
I hope you got it all sorted.
I huff a laugh. "Luckily, I always carry a spare tube. Learned that lesson years ago." He chuckles, exposing coffee-stained teeth, and tosses a pack of jerky on top of a pair of leather work gloves, a package of bungee cords, and the batteries he's already set on the counter.
I'm also picking up 3 50-pound bags of chicken feed,
he adds. "You got it." My fingers clack the button swiftly. "Did you need help loading the chicken feed?" The man shakes his head.
I can manage.
"All right then. Your total is $143.76, please." The man already has his wallet open, and while he inserts his credit card, I bag up his odds and ends for him. Like most of the ranchers around here, his hands are tanned and calloused, his nail bed's dirty, and he smells like a mixture of earth and sweat with a subtle hint of aftershave.
I've heard a dozen stories about goats getting polio in my time,
Scott says to the customer in the back.
Not steers, though.
As the receipt prints for the man in front of me, I strain to listen.
I thought it was rabies at first,
A familiar, light-hearted voice replies.
but the boss knew right away what it was.
Tony always comes in to buy supplies for the Bennett's ranch, so it's no surprise that he's here. I've known Tony most of my life. He and Knox were older than me in school, but always on the periphery, and we used to have Sunday school together at church. After seeing Mitch earlier, though, thinking about any of them makes my pulse quicken.
Knox had to put 4 of them down this morning.
Tony grunts like he's heaving something onto one of the loading carts. His words are shocking. I've heard of polio in hoofed livestock, a brain-altering disease that makes them act a bit loopy from lack of vitamins in their bodies, or some such thing. But it's curable if you catch it early enough. I smile at the customer in front of me. "Here's your receipt." I offer it, waiting patiently as he takes his bag. "Thank you for coming in. You can grab your chicken feed on the way out." The older man dips his head, all southern and polite.
Have a good day,
he says, then walks out the door. I allow myself another sigh as I catch my breath from rushing to get here, settling into my 6-hour shift. I pull my apron out from the cupboard below the dewormers and spermicides on the wall behind me and slip it over my head. While this apron might not be covered in dried ketchup and jam, it's just as dirty, with bits of straw and smeared grease all over it. I welcome it, though. I'm not sure why I love the smell of the farm store, but something about it is comforting. The aroma of leather and wood and grease all mixed together. Tying my apron behind my back, I eye a bag of Southwest-flavored pretzels hanging on the rack beside me and decide that will have to be my dinner since I didn't have time to pack anything. I ate a few bites at the diner anyway.
Thiamine injections are behind the counter. Ava will grab what we have in stock and ring you up,
Scott says from the back.
We'll get this loaded for you.
The loading bay doors swish open and the sound of the squeaking cartwheels disappear outside. Anticipating Tony, I turn around and scan the vitamin supplements on the wall for thiamine. 2 brands, 2 different prices, and 3 quantities of each. Unsure which one Tony will prefer, I grab both. As his cowboy boots clump on the cement floor, I turn around. I'm not met with Tony's kind and smiling brown eyes, but Knox's hard hazel ones, fixed directly on me. "You've got to be kidding me." The words escape my lips before I can stop them, and I clamp my mouth shut, praying nothing else mortifying comes out of it. Knox's eyebrow lifts slightly as he stops at the counter. The scent of sunshine and leather rushes off him, and a hint of something enticing and crisp, like his deodorant, maybe? I swallow and silently chide myself because it doesn't matter in the slightest what his deodorant smells like. Knox's expression, on the other hand, does matter, and that tightly set jaw of his and broad, squared shoulders say he's none too happy to see me either. Thiamine, I prompt, pushing the 2 brands toward him. I'm not sure which one you want. All of them, he says without bothering to look at the boxes. He tosses a pen of crazy glue from the rack next to him onto the pile. Both kinds? He looks at me in answer. He's just as unnerving and maddening as his father. And yet, I find I can't detest him quite as much, even if he's trying to eviscerate me with his stare. I can't hate Knox because I know what it's like to lose a mother, and somehow I'm the lucky one because I don't have reminders of her death every time I see him. The scanner beeps over each box as I move through them, and Knox pulls out his wallet. They're loading 2 rolls of barbed wire, 12.5 gauge, plus 200-gallon troughs. I nod and enter the item numbers into the register. Working at one of the few farm supply stores that serve this area, we sell to everyone in a 2-county radius, and I know most SKU codes better than my phone number. Anything else? Knox shakes his head, and I can feel his eyes on me as I total his purchase out, pretending not to notice. It comes to $531.92, I tell him. Opening a bag for the meds, I set them carefully inside and add the tube of crazy glue. I'm sorry to hear about your cattle, I say honestly, surprising myself. Not because I don't care, but because I've never been one for small talk. Knox must be surprised too, because his brow twitches ever so slightly as our eyes meet. His jaw clenches under his 5 o'clock shadow, more golden than brown in the sunlight, and as expected, Knox Bennett says nothing else as I drop his receipt into the bag. He slides his wallet into the back pocket of his Wranglers, and leveling a final hard look at me, he curtly dips his head because it's the polite thing to do, grabs his purchase, and strides out of the store, leaving me in a tightly wound mess in his wake. Once Knox is outside the sliding door, his shoulders deflate a little, if I'm not mistaken, and he removes his Stetson. His short hair is slightly matted from his hat, and he makes his way toward his truck. Tony hollers something, and when I hear the tailgate slam shut, I hurry to the window. I tell myself it's to see Tony and perhaps give him a wave if he happens to look in my direction. But that's a bald-faced lie, because my eyes don't leave Knox as he hands Tony the med bag and opens the driver's side door of the F-250. Knox sets his hat inside and turns to Scott. Whatever Knox says is too low to hear, but it doesn't matter anyway. I wouldn't have heard him. Not when all I can think is I've known Knox my entire life, and he's hated me for a better part of it. He shakes Scott's hand, and not for the first time, I appreciate what hard work on the ranch has done to Knox's arms. I lie to myself again, as if I might actually believe that checking him out is totally natural due to the lack of men in this town who are my age and still have their teeth. But there's always been something about Knox that's drawn me to him, even if I wish there wasn't. A faraway memory niggles up from beneath the persistent darkness, and I think of him at church again, when we were little. He always wore his dark jeans, t-shirt, and shit stompers, just like he is now. Only back then, he smiled, and he talked to me. More than that, he and Tony stood up for me when they saw Lars bullying me. Now, Knox doesn't talk to me at all, and I'm not sure what's worse, his silence and the unfading animosity in his eyes, or the wistful hope that if he'd simply tell me off and get it out in the open, I would feel 1,000 times better. Holding my breath and waiting around for him to detonate is torturous. As his truck rumbles to life, Scott heads back inside. The automatic doors open for him, and he looks at me, startled to find me standing by the window. "How did his cattle get polio?" I ask, watching the truck pull out of the lot onto the main road. "Sulfur poisoning from that pond of theirs. He's already lost a dozen of them." I frown. "That's scary." And it is, especially knowing there are over 200 now active volcanoes throughout Texas. Large or small makes no difference. They cause the ground to shake, and now they could be poisoning the water. Scott grabs a discarded clipboard on the other side of the counter. He's all hard edges and seriousness to look at, but Scott's a softie with one of the biggest hearts I've ever met. A brown curl falls into his face as he flips a page over with a huff.
Here.
Scott shoves the clipboard at me, and his cheeks lift in a facetious, dimpled smile bearing slightly crooked teeth.
Time for inventory.
I groan. That's what I've been doing all week. Where's Martin?
He's in New Orleans.
What? Counting inventory might be easy, but everything eventually blurs together. I actually miss manual labor at this point.
Martin's parents retired there last year,
Scott explains.
Now that everyone is being relocated along the Gulf Coast, he has to move them back here.
That's rough. I know his father hasn't been doing well either. An unsettling thought strikes me. Hey, Scott. He lifts one of the boxes stacked beside the counter and sets it on top.
You follow all of this Mooney stuff more than I do.
He huffs a laugh.
Mooney stuff?
You know, preparedness and survival stuff. Being ex-military, it runs in his blood. Scott's eyes meet mine, and I consider how much I don't want to know the answer to my question. Should we be worried about this relocation? I mean, we're not that far from the coast. It's only a few hours away. We'd be safe from a tsunami, right? I think about bedridden Mavie, of how screwed I'd be if we had to leave with no money and only one option of where we might be able to go. Not to mention how we'd even get there.
It's something I've thought about,
Scott admits, and he starts tagging each individual pack of vegetable seeds.
But then I remind myself it's the volcanoes we need to be worried about. If they ever do more than grumble, we're not only screwed, we're dead.
Though Scott says it lightly, it's the truth, and his amusement quickly fades when he notices my expression.
If anything ever happens, I'll help you and Mavie as much as I can, Ava,
he promises, his brown eyes softening with reassurance. It's then I realize Scott, nearly 20 years older than me, might be the closest thing I have to a friend in this place, and I flash him a watery but grateful smile. Though he hasn't opened up much about his personal life over the years, I know his wife left him when he got out of the army, and this store has been his life ever since.
All you need to worry about, he continues, is how many nuts and bolts I have in hardware.
He winks at me. Yeah, I groan for effect. I'm going.
Thank you, Ava,
he sing-songs.
Yeah,
I repeat playfully. You can pay me back by giving me Tuesday off.
And why would I do that?
His voice carries down the aisle.
Because I have a doctor's appointment in San Antonio, and with the way the bus runs, it will take me all day to get there and back.
Fine, he says.
But you better bring me another jar of your pickled okra. A fresh batch, nothing you have shoved in the back of your fridge like last time.
I smile to myself.
Deal. I'll even...
A rumble so low and deep it's disorienting emanates around me, and the earth begins to shake under my feet. It's not a helicopter this time. The shelves creak, glass shatters, metal clanks against metal, and the windows rattle in a cacophony so deafening I have to clamp my hands over my ears as I run for the door. Shelves cave in. Chains jangle against each other. Supplies tumble from the walls, and one of the halogen lights suspended overhead snaps loose, swinging back and forth. When the rumbling ebbs and the shaking ceases, the squeaking, swinging lights are all that fill the sudden quiet. Scott and I stare at one another, eyes wide and chests heaving.
Are you all right?
He rasps. I nod, raking my fingers through my hair, swallowing thickly. Yes. That's the third time this week.
Only bigger,
Scott adds, and the look in his eyes is one of dread, because we both know that's not likely the last or biggest either. With a curse, Scott peers around his store, now in complete shambles. He's known for years it might only be a matter of time before Mother Earth decides to wreak havoc on our little sleepy town we all have. But after all this time, it's starting to feel more real than ever.
Come on,
I say, bending down to pick up the cans of cat food that have fallen around my feet. I'm well aware it's better to keep myself busy and my mind from spinning. Until now, skepticism about what the future holds has been relatively easy, but it's getting harder to ignore. The increased earthquakes, the water at the Bennett's ranch. What's next? I hastily stack can after can as panic nudges the edge of my mind, all the things I'm not prepared for taking shape.
Ava.
What about Mavie? I can't move her. She's too sick. Julio's call earlier resurfaces.
Ava.
Scott says more firmly, and I stop, my arms full of Purina 1, and look at him.
Go home,
he says gently, peering down at me crouched on the floor.
But your store, it will all be here tomorrow. You should go check on Mavie.
My eyes widen.
Mavie.
I nod. Yes, of course. I should go check on Mavie. Rising to my feet, I run my sweaty hands down my apron. She's probably terrified.
Call me if you need anything,
he adds, and quickly, I untie my apron as I step over supplies strewn throughout the aisle. I'm already counting down the minutes in my mind that it will take me to ride home as I reach for my bag and phone under the counter. Scott takes my arm.
Ava.
I look at him, unaware he was even beside me.
Be careful, okay?
Suddenly, Scott doesn't look 42. He looks years older than that and beyond exhausted, as if he's already lived through whatever comes next. He squeezes my arm like he might never see me again, and another wave of dread washes over me. You too, I whisper. I'll check in when I can. Scott nods half-heartedly, and without another moment's pause, I run for the back, heading for my bike, and pray Mavie is okay.
4. Knox. Tony has been gone for hours, and the sun sets as I stretch the last of the barbed wire around the final post in the west paddock. The last thing I need is any of the sick cattle endangering those who haven't shown signs of disease yet. I crank the wire stretcher 2 more times, feeling the burn in my arms after 100 yards of installation. I'm accustomed to hard work. It's all we do around this place. But the day seems to have crawled by, and now that all I can do today is done, exhaustion settles over me. My t-shirt is drenched with sweat, my hair is matted to my head beneath my work hat, and a cool shower and ice-cold beer in my hand has never sounded sweeter. When I'm finished wrapping the final piece of wire, I rise to my feet, sighing as I tip my hat back and wipe the sweat from my brow with the back of my arm. All it took was 300 feet of barb pricks through my gloves and scratches down my forearms, but I'm done, and I scrutinize the fence with tired eyes. It's not my best work, but the steers are safe from drinking the pond water that's been poisoning them for days. Running my teeth over my lip, I toss my pliers into the crate on the back of the ATV and roll what's left of the barbed wire spool around the spinner on the back. Finally finished, I pull my gloves off and glance at the 6 steers I gave injections to today as they mill around in the corner of the paddock. While a part of me thinks I should have seen the signs of sulfur poisoning sooner, I know there's only so much I could have done. And with the increased earthquakes, I have a feeling the sulfur levels in the groundwater worsened only recently, and fast if the 12 dead I already have are any indication. Removing my hat, I run my arm across my forehead and temple again and squint toward the house. The lights are on, which means my father has finished loading the 4 Angus steers we have left for San Antonio. I just pray they don't start showing signs of poisoning by the time they get to the client. He's already behind schedule as it is. My gaze shifts to the sick cattle again. 2 of them pace, acting confused, but they aren't getting worse, which is all I can ask for at this point. Each steer we lose is $1 to $3 grand we'll never recoup, depending on size and breed. And with the way the economy is going, we can't afford to bleed more money, or we'll lose this place entirely. I glance at the pump house by the barn. The well is filtered and separate from the pond, but the scent in the air is a constant reminder of how bad the sulfur has gotten, and I'm not sure how long the filtration system will be enough to keep our drinking water safe. One of the steers snorts in the pen, stirring my thoughts. If I had any energy left, and my muscles weren't heavy with fatigue, I would burn the dead cattle tonight to keep the scavengers away. I should burn them, but I'm spent. And with Tony down south to help his mother, whose house was damaged in this afternoon's quake, I'm all I've got. Chugging what's left of the water in my thermos, I make a mental note of a few final things to do before I can call it a day. I check the gate, keeping what's left of the herd separate from the sick, and I climb onto the ATV to head back toward the barn. I'm about to switch it on when my phone rings in my back pocket. Pulling my cell out, I glance at the screen. One missed call and a picture of Tony with a shit-eaten grin from over a decade ago flashes with his name. I answer with a frown, because if he's called me twice now, there's something wrong, or he'll be longer than he thought. Everything all right? I was about to ask you the same thing. His voice is reedy with apprehension. My frown deepens, and I glance toward the house. Why? He hesitates so long my skin crawls with unease. I'm not sure I can take more bad news tonight. Tony, haven't you seen the news? I glance around the ranch, cast in inky dusk. I just finished the fence. Why? What happened? When Tony doesn't answer, I can't turn the quad on fast enough. Tony, I bark. A tsunami hit the west coast. He finally answers, and I can barely hear him over the drone of the engine. What? I pull the phone away from my ear and stare at the missed call in the notification bar, clicking it to see who it's from. Not Tony. Kellen. My brother's name stares back at me, and my heart plummets. The near-constant sadness and anger filling me since my brother left is drowned out by relief. He called me, I rasp, putting the phone back to my ear. That means he's okay. I say the words aloud to reassure us both. Good. I was hoping you'd heard something from him. I gotta go. I scan the ranch through a new lens. I'll call you later. Do that. I'm serious. I will. Thanks. Ending the call, I shove my phone into my back pocket, turn the throttle, and haul ass down the dirt road. Even if Kellen is okay, he might as well be a world away in San Francisco, and nausea churns as I reach the house. The quad skids to a halt. I jump off and jog for the front door, flinging the screen open as I barrel inside, and I stop short. My father stands in front of the 70-inch flat screen with his coffee thermos gripped in his hands, staring at an aerial view of San Francisco. It's gone, and I gape at the submerged city in horror. 1,700-foot tsunami decimates the California coast. The ticker flashes at the bottom of the footage, and I read it over and over, trying to comprehend. Wait, I say, stepping closer. The footage timestamp says it was this afternoon. No. I pull up Kellen's missed call from lunchtime, and my eyes blur. He'd called me before the tsunami, which means... My mind numbs over as I stare at images of toppled high-rises, floating debris, and overturned ships in the city drowned in gray seawater. The news flashes images of Los Angeles next, in Seattle, and back to San Francisco. I tap my home screen to life. My mind spins 1,000,000 miles a minute as I press send, hold my breath, and begin to pace the living room, waiting for my brother to answer. It rings and rings, and all the while my father stands statue still in front of the television, wordless. There's no voicemail and no answer. Come on, I urge, and ending the call, I try again. I glance at the ham radio on the bookshelf. Kellen doesn't have one, and I'm not sure ours is powerful enough to reach California, even if he did, so I press call on my phone again. Don't bother. I pause mid-step, phone partially to my ear, and look at my father. What? His back is to me. No one can survive that. He says it with a shocking level of indifference. You don't know that? Don't be a damn fool. He points to the aerial shots of the coast. Kellen might not have been in the city. He might have been somewhere else. I grit out, trying to convince us both. But I'm too astonished to think much of anything as I realize my father even looks unaffected. Are you seriously going to pretend you don't care in the slightest that Kellen could be injured or dead? The words barely croak out of me as I step closer to him in his silence, so close he has no choice but to look at me. You can act like a cold-hearted son of a bitch all you want, but you're the one who is a fool. I point to the washed-up city. He is your son. Was, my father corrects with a bone-chilling sharpness. He chose to leave. You all but shunned him from this family, I shout. When my father looks at me, a smirk lifts the corner of his mouth, sending chills over my skin. Then why don't you ever speak to him? He jabs his finger into my chest. Fear, anger, and regret knot inside me with each of his words. Why the hell are you so pissed at him if it's all my fucking fault, huh? My father's eyes shimmer with emotion, but not the good kind. Why do you act like he abandoned you and never answer his calls? I hate the truth of my father's words. Because he did abandon me, I shout back, my chest heaving. It's the first time I've admitted out loud that my brother ran away and left me here, alone with our father, and enough grief to fill every room in this giant fucking house. That's what I thought, he mutters. Stop it, I demand, tired of Mitch Bennett's heartless bullshit. Stop acting like you don't care, like you're indifferent that your oldest son could be dead. He's not my son. Fist in the neck of my t-shirt, my father shoves me into the wall, his coffee-laced breath a sweltering punch in the face. He's not my son, he repeats, his gaze as wild as it shifts over me. Because he's gay. Say it at least. Say the words, I insist. But he doesn't say it. My father is scared, no matter what he says. I see it in his eyes. The fear of admitting to himself his regrets are insurmountable, and he's drowning in them. His fist tightens in my shirt as his body vibrates with rage and all the grief he's never been man enough to face. Hit me, old man, I dare him. Take all your self-loathing out on me like you used to. But remember, I hit harder than you do now. I can hear the protest of his teeth as he grinds them together, battling the urge to pound on me. With a final shove, my father steps away, his jaw sharp as glass and his chest heaving. Without another word, he stalks to the front door, grabs his Stetson and leather jacket, then he flings the screen door open and stomps out into the night. Really? I call after him. You're still going to San Antonio? But my father doesn't reply. At least keep your radio on, I shout. His dually roars to life, the trailer creaking as it jerks into motion, and only as he disappears down the drive do I allow myself to exhale. Tears burn the backs of my eyes as I lean against the wall, my shoulders slumped. I can't keep doing this. Every day it eats away at me, and I get further and further away from the person I want to be and the life I want to live. I'm tired of cleaning up my father's messes and running a ranch that is barely afloat. I don't know how long I stare at the muted television and the helicopter view of San Francisco submerged in murky water, but it's long enough that I feel the heaviness of it all piling up and weighing me down. Irrepressible rage and utter helplessness consume me as I realize how alone in this I actually am. My gaze darts to our family photo on the mantel. I think of life 10 years ago and life now. First Mom, then Kellen. Ava's face comes to mind. Those amber eyes have looked at me with anger, sadness, and regret. The face of someone whose family is responsible for what's become of mine. A woman who evokes so many conflicting emotions when in my presence that numbness is all I feel. And I'm so goddamn tired. In 2 long strides, I pick the frame up and throw it at the hearth. The glass shatters against the stone, and miraculously, I feel lighter. But my relief is momentary and quickly swallowed by despondency. I have no idea if my brother is alive or if I will ever see him again, and I've spent the last 10 years soaking. Lifting my phone to my ear, I press call again. It rings and rings before I hang up and try again. I don't know how many times I call Kellen, but at some point I realize he isn't going to answer. Probably never again. I walk to the bookshelf and turn the ham radio on, the volume all the way up, just in case he tries to reach me. Then I stop at the wet bar across the living room. I uncork the decanter and down a glass of whiskey. As I pour another, I tell myself that if Kellen is alive, he'll come home. He has to.
5. Ava. Mavy's shallow, rattling breaths fill the double-wide trailer, and as I lean against the doorframe of her cramped bedroom, I stew, knowing that in a matter of hours, she will be gone. Blair, her hospice nurse, checks her vitals, but it's only a formality. Mavy is dying, and if her steady decline in the past 12 hours is any indication, she won't last the night. It's all I can do to hold back the tears pricking my eyes since I walked in and saw that concerned look on Blair's face. Not concern for Mavy, but for me. We've been preparing for this for weeks. It started with 3 dreadful words. I have cancer. And it has been inching into our lives ever since. A heavy storm cloud that fills every room and weighs down every conversation. I thought my world had ended when I was told my mom died during a Mooney Riot robbery at the mini-mart she worked at. But knowing death is coming and watching it eat away at the one person you love most is torture. Seeing the woman who raised me when she didn't have to lie in bed like this is the most difficult thing I've ever had to stomach. And strangely, the most relieving. No more pain, no more fretting. No more holding our breaths, wondering if she'll never wake up again. Blair turns off Mavy's bedside table lamp, leaving her to sleep in the moonlight, filtering in from the window. She's about to close the drapes when I step inside. Leave them, please. I glance at Mavy. She looks thinner than I realized in the shadows of night. Perhaps it's because, in seeing her daily, I haven't noticed her gradual change in appearance. Or I simply didn't want to. She loves looking at the moon. Blair doesn't bother pointing out that Mavy won't be awake to see the moon tonight. She looks back down at her patient, brushes a gray strand of hair from her brow, and then Blair collects her things from the room. I don't know if hospice nurses are supposed to be so kind and attentive, to look at their patients with affection, or if it's because loving Mavy is so easy. Blair's features soften as she steps out of Mavy's room. I'll stay. No. I shake my head. I know you're short-staffed and you've got other house calls to make. Besides, I know what to do, and I'll call you if I really need to. I promise. We'll be okay. Blair lifts her hand and squeezes my shoulder, and the faint scent of her floral shampoo fills my nose. She doesn't feel any pain, Blair promises. Her eyes are red, and I know it's from the long day she's had, driving from town to check on her patients after the earthquake earlier today. Thank you, I whisper, grateful to see the furrow smoothed from Mavy's brow. Blair scans the house, the small bathroom behind me, and the living room, cluttered with clean laundry I haven't had time to fold. She stares at the discarded medical supplies and equipment no longer in use. Are you sure? I'm sure. I give her a quiet, pleading look because the last thing I want to do is stand here arguing about it. Blair concedes and glances at the old Formica island in the kitchen. I left a few brochures for you. I saw, I say before Blair can coerce me into another support group. But, I shake my head. I don't know how long I'll stay here once she's gone. And that's the truth. There will be nothing for me in Sonora anymore, nothing but painful memories. Blair shifts her medical bag from one hand to the other. "Will you go to your uncle's?" she asks, not as a nurse, but as a concerned friend. "I don't know," I admit. "I've considered a dozen places with better job opportunities, but with everywhere getting so unstable, I might not have a choice." Saying that out loud only makes my heart hurt more, and fear prickles the edge of numbness. I'll be in it all alone now. Blair's form blurs as tears burn the backs of my eyes again. As if she can sense it, Blair continues toward the door, giving me my space. "Get some rest, Ava," she says, her last order of the night. With that, she steps out of the house, leaving me in a suffocatingly quiet, dim-lit trailer with the only person in the world I have left dying right before my eyes. Wiping the tears from my cheeks, I walk into Mavy's room and pull the kitchen chair Blair had shoved in the corner closer to the hospice bed. "So," I breathe, sniffling as I sit down. I take Mavy's cool hand in mine and stare at it. It's frail, just like she is, and her skin is so thin, the veins in her hand bulge. "You would have a fit if you saw how long your fingernails are," I muse. And before I know what I'm doing, I walk into the bathroom, open the medicine cabinet, and grab Mavy's nail file and clippers. "Julio called me today," I tell her, heading back to her bedside. Mavy's shallow breaths are her only response. "I didn't answer. Well, he called while I was at the diner, but still, I haven't called him back." Gently, I lift her palm into mine, pull a tissue from the box on her bedside table, and flatten it beneath her hand before I start to clip. "You used to do this for me," I remember with a smile. "You wanted me to feel pretty on the days that were the roughest." Growing up without a mom made the whole girly thing difficult. I had Julio, but he was a farm worker. He was always dirty, we were always poor, and we never had nice things, let alone girly things. Tears fill my eyes until I can no longer see. "I know you'd want to feel pretty right now, too." Hastily, I wipe the moisture from my eyes with the back of my hand and focus on her nails. When I finish clipping, I file the edges to smooth them, and suddenly I'm grinning. "I'm going to paint them pink," I tell her. "Fussy flamingo, your favorite." It's the color she always wanted to paint mine, even if I can't stand a single shade of pink. Of course, Mavy never painted her fingernails at all, and that makes me smile even more. Gruff as she was, though, Mavy always seemed to know when I needed her. She had a way of appearing in my life, like an angel, even if I'm not sure I've ever believed in them. Whatever Mavy's reasons, she always kept to herself, save for when it came to an orphaned little girl. I think it's because she lost someone very dear to her before I met her, and she couldn't bear to form more relationships than she had to for fear of what might happen. For some reason, however, she took a shine to me, or rather, she pitied me, knowing I had lost my mother and lived with my drunk uncle in the trailer next door. When he was arrested after the accident, Mavy adopted me, didn't even think twice about it, and it's been the two of us ever since. Nostrils flaring, I blink tears away, blow the file dust from her hand, and analyze my work. The tips of her nails are square the way she likes, and the ends are flush with the tips of her fingers. "It's nice to see they are still clean," I tell her. And rising to my feet, I head back into the bathroom to search the drawers for the horrible pink nail polish I know is in here somewhere. I try to be quiet as I rustle through the cupboards, even if I know it doesn't matter. Mavy is on enough morphine that she'd sleep through the end of the world without stirring. After the big earthquake today, there's an immense sense of comfort in that. "Aha!" I smile when I find the bottle, and wiping a rogue tear from my cheek, I walk back into her room. I resituate myself beside her hospice bed and can't help my grin. "Oh, to see your face," I tease her, but it takes all the elbow grease I have just to open the damn bottle that's been dried shut for years. When I finally break the seal and pull the brush out, it's thick and goopy with old paint. It makes no difference, though, and I start with her pinky finger first. "I don't think I can go to Julio's," I confess, my thoughts drifting back to my uncle. I know it's the easiest thing to do, at least until I get my life on track, but I don't know if I can handle dealing with the past on top of everything else. Not yet, at least. I'm not sure there's ever a good time to reunite with the man who single-handedly ruined your life anyway. Though I've never been great at coloring within the lines, let alone painting fingernails with any sort of finesse, I take my time, determined to make Mavy's nails look as good as I can. As I watch the paint strokes, my mind drifts to after. After Mavy is gone. After there is nothing left for me here. We knew it was coming, and even if I have little to no money saved, it's a lot easier to care for my own needs when I don't have to worry about Mavy's too. I'm 25. I'll figure it all out. Still, my chest squeezes, and I straighten, clearing my throat as if it will chase the emotions away. When I'm finished painting, I pull back and assess the damage I've done. Absolutely horrendous. I scoff at my lack of ability to do even this. I think we can safely cross a nail salon job off the potential career list. The moon rises higher in the sky, and the shadows move through Mavy's room. When her fingernails are the color of the wild freesias that grow by the front steps in the springtime, and I've cleaned up the paint on her cuticles as best I can, I cap the polish and set it on her bedside, suddenly exhausted. You won't be too sore with me if your toes don't match, will you? Mavy responds with another rattled exhale in her blissful sleep, and I study her profile. Strong features, Roman in a way that makes me wish I could see what she looked like in her youth, but she never had photographs. I didn't realize how strange that was until I went to summer camp, and the girls all had photos of their families, friends, and pets. That was the first and only year I ever went to camp. I wasn't the most popular kid in town. Having the same blood running through my veins as the man who killed one of the town's most beloved schoolteachers made me tainted to everyone but Mavy. Carefully, I take her palm in mine, avoiding Mavy's drying fingernails as best I can, and trace the protruding veins in her hand. I'm going to miss you, I confess. I thought about it a million times, but Mavy and I didn't talk about feelings, so I never actually said the words out loud to her. Kissing her hand, I let the tears fall because I know I can't stop them. I don't want to stop them, and a part of me wishes I could crawl up there with her, fall into a deep sleep, and never wake up again. It would be a kinder fate than whatever's left of this cruel place, where people are hateful because they can be, where you can't earn a decent wage or access the health care you need without running yourself into the ground to get it. Resting my forehead against Mavy's hand, I let the sound of her rattled breaths and my sobs fill the room until I can no longer keep my eyes open.
6. Knocks. Daylight pours through my bedroom window, practically blinding me as I peel my eyes open. I cringe and run my palms over my face. Today's going to be rough. I have a splitting headache and I haven't even gotten out of bed yet. Groaning, I sit up and glance around my room. My clothes are discarded on the floor. My hat is dangling from the chair in the corner, and a mostly empty bottle of Buffalo Trace sits on my nightstand. Great, I grumble, pressing my palms into my eyes. Thankful I had the wherewithal to keep my boxer briefs on so that Liz, our housekeeper, doesn't get an eyeful of something she can't unsee when she pops her head in to check on me. That she hasn't yet is surprising, especially since I'm usually up before dawn. But I'm too groggy to care. Rising to my feet, I scour the room for my phone. It's not on the charger or my side table, but a part of me can't think about it right now. I have to piss like there's no tomorrow, and I drag myself into the bathroom to take a leak. The last thing I remember is finishing what was in the decanter and searching the cupboards for another bottle. It's one of 3 things my father is never short of: a curled lip, coffee, and bourbon. Gripping the wall to hold myself upright, I rest my head on my bicep, groaning because peeing has never felt so euphoric. When I'm finished, I brush my teeth, feeling slightly less dead, and head into my room for a pair of sweats. I shut my drawer and pull them on before heading into the kitchen for a glass of water. "Liz," I call out. Aside from the low chatter on the radio, the house is far too quiet and empty. She's not singing in another room or walking heavily and hastily through the house as she cleans or does the laundry. Lucy pads up the porch and she nuzzles the screen door open, which apparently I never shut last night. "What trouble have you been getting into?" I rub her ears and face as she sidles up to me for morning affection, and I pause in the living room. I take in the disarray from yesterday, the broken frame and disheveled couch, the empty decanter on the coffee table. The television is still cycling through devastating images of what's happening around the world, and suddenly I recall the depressing reality of my life. Lucy leads me to her food bowl, which I fill before searching the house for my phone again. How many times did I call Kellen last night before giving up? And it's obvious Liz hasn't been here at all this morning, which makes me frown. Every day, like clockwork, she is here. Save for Tony, she's been the most consistent person in my life for the last 10 years. Instead of going down that rabbit hole again, I walk into the kitchen and pull a glass from the cupboard. Only I stop short and stare out the window toward the steer paddock. I should have fed the animals already. I should have checked on the cattle to see if they're getting any better or worse. Scowling, I fill the glass a quarter full before I pause again, this time bringing the glass to my nose for a sniff. It doesn't smell like sulfur yet, but I'd rather not test my luck. Dumping it out, I turn for the fridge and grab the Brita filter Liz always keeps filled to the brim. I chug the entire glass down, desperate for the cool water to slake my parched throat. It's perfection and rejuvenating, and I'm tempted to pour another glass, but I second-guess the decision. We need to take stock of our water situation before I start drinking all the filtered water we have. I shake my head. I can imagine my father's face when he returns from San Antonio to discover one more problem to wade through. Setting the glass on the quartz countertop, I turn for the television. Images of Yellowstone and the smoking volcano are downright terrifying, but I'm not surprised. People have been evacuated for miles surrounding the national park for over a year, and Moonies have been waiting for the damn thing to erupt for decades. The earthquakes, the tsunamis, the erratic and severe weather patterns, and the rumbling volcanoes breathe back to life. The warnings have been circulating my entire life. Still, it's unsettling because I never thought any of it actually would happen. At least not until I was old and gray, long after my father was buried in the earth. I imagined the end would come out of nowhere. I'd probably be sitting on the porch and abruptly consumed by one of the lava pits underneath me, opening up and swallowing me whole. I hadn't anticipated the earth's turmoil to show up now, and like this, that I would be 2 years shy of 30, that I would have the weight of the ranch on my shoulders, facing the possible death of my brother and what it would feel like. How full of regret I would be that I had blamed him for so many things. I never considered we might lose the ranch and cattle, and now our clean water supply. I never considered so many things, and suddenly it's all happening far too quickly, and despite the weight of it all bearing down on me, it's as if my mind is barely catching up. An urgency to inventory our supplies and batten down the hatches for the shitstorm I feel growing on the horizon grips hold of me. I walk to the couch to search for my phone. My Uncle Mason and Aunt Beth have been preparing for this for years. I always thought they were the crazy ones, Moonies of epic proportions, like many others who were alive when the asteroid hit. Only now it's them I want to speak with the most. They'll know what I should prioritize. They will help me sort through my bubble and panic. I'll have a plan in place when my father returns, and we can divide and conquer. More aerial views from around the country flash across the television, and hope rears its dangerous head as I wonder how many survivors have been found in San Francisco since last night. I lift the cushions, searching each cranny for my phone, and glance at the television again. An entire city has fallen into a sinkhole. I drop the cushion in my hand. Trees, homes, roads, cars, buildings. It's a never-ending view of a crumbled city. When I recognize the Tower of the Americas protruding from the rubble, I grip the couch as I stagger down. Mind in a fog, I feel for the remote discarded on the floor and turn the volume up with a shaking hand. It extends the length of the city, a female voice reports from the helicopter hovering over San Antonio. It's so wide I can't see where it ends from here. The horror that rings in each word echoes through my head, and I inhale a ragged breath. From what we've gathered so far, which is very little, she adds, the sinkhole is easily 50 miles wide. That's the breadth of San Antonio itself. Some say the hole is up to 12 miles deep. It's devastating, and there is no doubt it will take search and rescue months to sort through the rubble. No. I don't know if I say it or if it escapes as a breath. Before I can fully process, I'm tearing the couch apart and shoving furniture out of the way, searching for my phone. I sprint from my room and pull the blankets from my bed until I finally spot my cell phone in the twisted sheets. Only 11% battery and no missed calls. Nothing from Tony or Kellen. Nothing from my father or Liz. The phone is slick in my sweaty hands, and I can barely catch my breath as I plop down on my bed and dial my father's number, certain he's too goddamn stubborn to die and that his phone will be on. After what happened to my mother, neither of us turn them off for fear we'll miss an urgent call. But when I press send, the call goes straight to voicemail. Fuck! I brace my elbows on my thighs, raking my hands over my face and through my short hair. No. I try calling him again because my father is right. I'm a fool, and it goes to voicemail just like before. You stubborn son of a bitch, I grumble. Hurrying to the radio, I turn the volume up and listen to the call signs coming through and their conversations. The chances of hearing my father's voice or him hearing mine are slim, but I wish with every fiber of my being that for once in his life he actually listened to me and left his radio on in his truck. He'd have to be in his truck. City is in chaos. Over. Copy that, N5TXY. I'm in Austin, just a couple hours away. Communications are down here, too. Over. I haven't heard from anyone in San Antonio since it happened. Have you? Over. Negative, N5TXY. The Texas Aries is designated 147.180 megahertz as the primary repeater for emergency communications. They've got to have more information for us. I'm going to check it out. Over. Roger that. I'll switch over to 147.180 megahertz and stand by. I'll switch over as well, but it's more chatter. People trying to figure out what is going on, but having no idea, and I'm wasting time standing here. I might hate my father most days, but he's all I have left. I pull on whatever discarded clothes are on my floor, keenly aware my only option is to go to San Antonio, whatever's left of it, to find him.
7. Ava. My eyes burn and my vision is blurry. Not because I'm crying. I've cried all I can since Mavie passed in the night. But because I haven't closed my eyes to sleep in over 24 hours. At first, she looked like she was only sleeping, tucked snugly in her bed with her painted fingernails, lifeless, at her side. But as the morning ticks by and the sun rises higher in the sky, something about her appearance changes. Or is it my perception of her? My head yells at me to stop standing in the doorway staring at her. Mavie loathed the idea of anyone seeing her in night clothes, so I dressed her in her favorite gardening top and braided her hair back. Now, waiting for the paramedics to come take her body away, I feel empty, listless. I glance at the digital clock at her bedside and realize it's been nearly 2 hours since I called for someone to come. It's only then I consider the quake early this morning might have had more ramifications than I realized. Had it even broken a 5 on the Richter scale? Or had I been in too much of a daze to fully grasp how big it was? It took 4 tries to reach an operator, and considering Mavie is already gone, I question whether she's a priority right now and if they are coming at all. A pounding at the door makes me jump. Exhaling, I glance at Mavie one last time before I allow the paramedics to take her from our home forever. My heart squeezes at the thought. This is real. She is really dead. Barely able to breathe, I wipe an errant tear from my cheek and, bracing myself, I open the door. Immediately I straighten. Scott? He takes the sight of me in, and his face crumples. I know this is Texas. I start running my hand over my nose, raw from wiping the snot away. But why is there a pistol holstered at your hip? Because I don't trust anyone? He says, glancing past me. The wariness in his gaze prickles over my skin. Is she gone? He asks solemnly. I nod, my brow furrowing with concern. I don't like the tension creasing his brow and deepening the lines webbing his eyes. What happened? I step aside for him to come in the trailer. I have no idea if that's a weird thing to do with Mavie's body in the adjacent room, but if Scott minds, he doesn't say anything. We need to get out of here. He scans the living room. San Antonio is gone. I balk at that. Gone? What do you mean, gone? That quake this morning was from the growing sinkhole that swallowed the whole damn city. I don't know if the color drains from my face, but whatever numbness I was feeling is replaced with anxiety instead. People are fleeing Fredericksburg, Junction, even Austin, Scott explains, running his hands through his shaggy hair. Had he any family here, he would be worrying about them right now. But he doesn't. Scott's here, making sure I'm okay. And I've never been more grateful because I'm not okay. Not in the slightest. As my mind swims, trying to catch up, I feel like I might throw up, or break into pieces, or both. Scott helps himself to a glass in the kitchen. We're getting inundated with people passing through, and terrified people are dangerous. He takes a gulp of water, then sputters, and practically drops the glass as if it punched him in the face. Sulfur, he murmurs, and when his eyes meet mine, they are grave and wary. Ava, if you have a place to go, you need to leave. Now. Unbidden, my eyes shift to Mavie's room. She's gone, he says gently, at least as gently as he can, given the circumstances. She wouldn't want you to stay here and put yourself at unneeded risk. Things are going to get worse. How do you know? I breathe. 2 tours in Afghanistan, and having a veteran father who spent the last 12 years of his life panicked about scarcity. That's how. My vision blurs. If I leave this trailer, I won't ever see Mavie again, even if a distant part of me screams that I wasn't going to anyway. Ava. Scott gently takes my upper arm, and I squeeze my eyes shut to hold back the tears. They eke out anyway, and a cry bubbles from my throat. I know, Scott whispers, pulling me into his arms. It's a gesture I didn't realize I'd needed so desperately, and I grip Scott's t-shirt in my fists. It hurts, I tell him, as the emptiness threatens to swallow me whole. I know it does, he whispers, leaning his cheek against my head. But you're going to be okay. He says it with such certainty. I huff a laugh and let go of him. Do you have a place to go? Wiping more tears from my eyes, I take a deep breath and think about Julio. He's all I have left now. Yeah, I do. But I shake my head, wondering how long of a bike ride that will be. Then I realize I can't leave yet, and panic starts clawing into place. I need my prescription. I imagine hordes of people between me and the pharmacy, and my pulse races. Scott, I have to get my meds. He rubs my arm. We'll go get them, he promises. You go to the farmhouse, right? I nod.
Good. We'll take the back roads to get to the plaza. The militias are out. I've heard them all over the radio, so the fewer people we see, the better. Scott's words are tinged with more than caution. They're filled with fear. I tilt my head, uncertain I want to know why. Still, I ask, "What happened, Scott? What did you see out there?" Other than swarmed gas stations and more traffic than I've ever seen through the center of this town? Road rage. A man trying to break up a fight and getting knocked out with a tire iron. People with guns strapped to their hips and across their backs. None of it makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside, he says. We'll get your prescription and supplies and get out of town. But your store? Aside from the supplies it allows me to take, it can't save me, Ava. Not from whatever is coming next. I heard some folks saying the sinkhole is getting bigger. Scott continues, nodding outdoors. I have no idea if that's true, but with the water turned to shit, he glances at the faucet. And everyone coming this way? We're no longer safe here. We need to get out of town as soon as possible. It's only going to get harder the longer we wait. I'll take you wherever you need to go. But what about you? I shake my head, refusing to be more of a burden to this man than I've already been the past 3 years, between my special medical needs and unpredictable work schedule with Mavie being so sick. I have a brother in Missouri, he explains. But I'll take you where you need to go first. Julio's place, I confess. In Sweetwater, assuming it will still be there. I don't say that part out loud, though, too worried to give the thought voice. Scott swallows, his scruffy cheek clenching. Is that where you want to go, to Julio's place? You can always come with me. I shake my head. No, I should go to Sweetwater. Julio has a small orchard there, and he's been asking me to come for years. Scott stares at me, skeptical. He's the only family I have here, Scott. Even if I knew my mom's family in Mexico, how would I get there? I shrug. I have to go to Julio's. It feels wrong otherwise. Scott knows my determination and must realize it's not worth arguing about. He lets the matter go and holds up my messenger bag. Pack whatever you need, and say your goodbyes. He glances toward Mavie's room. The tension in my neck dissolves, and my shoulders sag at the reminder. I nod and take my pack from him. I'll wait outside. Scott turns to leave. Thanks, Scott. Pursing my lips, I try to smile. For coming. For checking on me. Gratitude, acute and overwhelming, settles in the longer he stares at me, and I swallow the emotion growing thicker in my throat. Of course. With that, Scott leaves me in the trailer that has been my home for the past 10 years. Striding through the living room, I stop in my bedroom doorway and stare at my things. A bed hastily made when I woke up at dawn yesterday for my shift at the diner. A hamper of dirty laundry at the foot of the bed, and a basket of clean clothes beside it, with days-old wrinkles. The lingering scent of my shampoo from my last shower fills the air. Or is that only the memory of it? Scott's Jeep Wrangler rumbles to life outside, reminding me he's waiting, and I stride to my dresser and collect the necessities, dropping them into my bag one by one. Deodorant, lip balm, hair ties, and hand cream I know I'll regret leaving behind. I turn from my bed and kneel down, reaching underneath it for a backpack I haven't used since high school. Unzipping it, I pull the old loose-leaf papers and a notebook out, then walk back to my dresser, pulling the drawer open so hard it nearly falls out completely. I stare at my things. I need underwear, I tell myself, and grab a handful, then a few sports bras because they're the most comfortable, socks, and a handful of well-worn tank tops and t-shirts. Already wearing a pair of jeans and my combat boots, I grab a pair of shorts and an extra pair of jeans from the next drawer, then stuff in 2 long sleeves, praying my pack will zip closed. What sort of clothes does one need when fleeing the end of the world? What's the point if we're all going to die? If I'd had the extra funds and time to invest in bug-out bags, insurance plans, and survival classes, I might actually know what to do. But I have no idea. When I finally get my pack zipped, I hurry into the bathroom for my comb,
toothbrush, minty paste, and razor before I scour the drawers and shelves for whatever meds I can find that aren't already in my bag. The fact that I only have enough for another day or two at most puts me on edge, so I would gladly take an expired stash at this point. But I find nothing other than expired birth control from 3 years ago. I glance at the shampoo and soap in the shower, wondering if I have room for them. Deciding I'll regret it if I don't bring them, I grab them from the shower, then snag a fresh bar of soap from under the sink. As I turn to leave, I catch sight of myself in the mirror and stop. I look more haggard than I ever have, with dark circles under my brown, red-rimmed eyes. My tanned cheeks are smeared with mascara from crying. My hair is a tangled mess. It looks like I've neglected myself for a week straight. I hastily wipe the makeup from under my eyes and do a final scan of my room and all I'm leaving behind. It looks like a whirlwind came through in a matter of minutes, but I'll never be in this place again to care about that. I stare at the photo of my mom and me taken on my 7th birthday, a few months before she was shot during the robbery. I don't care that I never knew my dad, or that I don't have a picture of Julio, but that I don't have one of Mavy to take with me makes my heart ache with sadness all over again. Refusing to slow down or dwell on anything else that will break me, I cross my room in 3 strides, pry the backing off the picture of my mom, and toss the frame onto the bed. I slip the picture into the outer pocket of my bag and grab my bomber jacket from the closet. The baseball cap Mavy got me 2 birthdays ago glimmers on the top shelf. Toxic positivity taunts me in bold, rainbow lettering, and I take that with me, too. With a final glance behind me, I drape my messenger bag across my chest and shrug into my backpack, don my cap, and then head out of my room. I don't look at Mavy's room, knowing it will only make things harder, and I force myself out the door, locking it shut. For Mavy's sake, I tell myself, behind me.
8. Knox. I glance into the rearview mirror, ensuring Lucy isn't following me as I speed down our private drive. Even if a part of me prefers the comfort of her in the seat next to me, I have a feeling it'll be a long day, maybe even the longest of my life, depending on how bad things are the closer I get to San Antonio. Lucy's better off at the ranch with her overflowing food bowl, open pastures, and the comforts of home. I swipe away the beading sweat on my brow at the back of my arm. The wind whips through my open window, and the morning sun is already unrelenting as I drive through the gate, still open from my father leaving last night. The desert scrub and fence lines are a blur as I accelerate toward the interstate. It's all I can do to keep my eyes ahead as I scan the local radio stations for information. It's 2 hours to San Antonio without traffic, and I'm guessing it will take triple that to get as close as I can in the frenzied aftermath of the sinkhole. Most of the stations are garbled country music or static. Because San Antonio is gone, I realize. I switch to AM and scan again. More static, some indistinct chatter, and finally the seeker stops. "The Antichrist is coming, therefore we know it is the last hour." Immediately I scan again, knowing that despite what my mother always taught me, the gospel will not help me in this. I veer onto the interstate, unsurprised to see a steady flow of traffic headed northwest. Seeing so many cars strapped with luggage and belongings, however, makes the dread settle even deeper. I speed down I-10, my eyes flicking between the windshield and the radio. I need to find a station with news. I need to know what I might be up against getting to whatever is left of San Antonio, which roads I should avoid, the evacuation centers being used. Alive, injured, or dead, I need to know where to look for my father. I can't handle the uncertainty of not knowing Kellen's and my father's fate. Cars speed past me in the opposite direction, but other than looking for a familiar truck, should my father have gotten out of the city, I barely take notice of them. My attention shifts to a male voice breaking through the static. Continues spreading. Damien Quip, a geoscientist at the University of Texas at Austin, says it's only a matter of time before Austin itself could fall through the fault line, fissuring the state. I stare at the radio, unblinking. The sinkhole is spreading to Austin. That's an hour and a half from San Antonio. My gut sinks as I glance up. A truck speeds toward me in my lane. The driver isn't passing slower traffic. He's using my lane as a personal runway, and I have to swerve into the shoulder to keep from hitting him. Piece of shit, I growl as dust balloons around me. The fucker has the nerve to honk at me as he races onward. Once my heart starts working again, I inch back onto the road, exhaling a steady breath. I pass 2 cars pulled over. The drivers argue in the grassy divider, shouting and arms flailing at one another. My instincts scream at me to turn around, that nothing good will come of heading into the madness, but I can't turn back. Drawing closer to town, the oncoming traffic slows to a near stop, and the honking and a distant helicopter are all I can hear. A sedan pulls into the grassy median as I pass. Then another ballsy driver plows through the grass and pulls into the northbound lane, coming toward me. Hugging the shoulder out of instinct, I slow and let the sedan pass me, a CRV not far behind it. Fuck this. At the next turnoff, I exit the interstate. As much as I don't want to drive into Sonora, the line of cars heading this way glints in the sunlight as far as I can see. There may be more news I can gather from town anyway, maybe from Wyatt at the county sheriff's office, before I make it farther south and I'm unable to get back. I follow the bend in the road and slam on my brakes. A Peterbilt is stopped dead in front of me. My F-250 screeches to a halt, just shy of hitting the semi-trailer. Christ, I hiss, loosening my grip on the steering wheel. The muscles in my shoulders tense as I rest my forehead on the steering wheel to catch my breath. This is insanity. Blowing out a deep breath, I stick my head out the window to peer around the big rig. Traffic is backed up, leading toward the gas stations. Glancing in my rear view, I make sure no one is coming up behind me, and I inch onto the shoulder to creep around the semi. I don't need gas. I need information. As I continue down the shoulder and around traffic into town, I try calling my father and brother again. Having them both at the top of my call log makes it easy, and I dial Kellen first. This time it doesn't even ring. There's a busy signal. Gripping the phone tighter, I try my father and bring the phone to my ear. Busy. They could be trying to call me, but they're unable to get through. That would make sense. But even as the slightest bit of hope returns, the mass of cars fleeing southern Texas makes it difficult to hold on to. San Francisco is gone. San Antonio is gone. What are the odds that both my brother and father are gone too? The steering wheel creaks under my grip. My heart isn't only racing anymore. It cinches in my chest, and my eyes blur. I don't like my father. I'm not even certain how much I love the man, but there's a gutting, suffocating void in knowing that he could be gone forever, that my brother might have died thinking I hated him. Dropping my phone onto the seat beside me, I wipe away the tears. I won't know until I know. Until then, I have to try. Clearing my throat, I focus on the road. Route 277 is a shit show. There are more people on this side of town than I think actually live in Sutton County. This town is inundated, and if I'm going to get anywhere before nightfall, I need a better plan. Gas Station Central is swarming with campers and cars, and the lots are jammed on both sides of the street. People pour out of the 7-Eleven with bags of food, and fleetingly, I consider calling my dad's friend, Leroy, who always has his ear to the ground. He might be my best chance to learn what I've missed in the past 12 hours. Scott, from the feed store, stops at the curb across the street from me, trying to pull out. He sees me, his eyes widening slightly before he glances around. I'm not sure what he's doing as he reverses back into the parking lot, waving at me to follow him. He's the first friendly face I've seen so I don't think twice about it. I turn into the bike lane, drive over the curb and into the parking lot, and follow behind Scott as he passes the Pizza Hut and Quality Inn. Dust billows around his Jeep as he goes off-road in the direction of his store. I don't question it because, in actuality, it's the smartest place to go, and since Scott is ex-military and still has a lot of connections, he'll undoubtedly have more information than I do. The warehouse comes into view at the end of the road. John Deeres and Bobcats line a section of the parking lot. Galvanized water troughs are stacked alongside pallets of planting soil and bark. He doesn't park out front, though. I follow his Jeep around to the back, and he comes to a screeching halt at the loading bay. Just as quickly, he's out of his Jeep, and our eyes meet. I climb out of my truck. "You come to town for supplies?" he asks. I shake my head, uncertainty making my chest feel hollow. Headed as close as I can get to San Antonio to look for my father. The lines around Scott's eyes tense. He left for a delivery last night. I haven't heard from him. Scott tugs his baseball cap off and runs his fingers through his curly hair. "Can't get to San Antonio, Knox. No one can." "I have to, Scott. I stop myself. Whatever's left of it, I need to know. It's gone, kid. And not just San Antonio. Pipe Creek, Kingsbury. If he was on his way back, he would be here by now. The fact that he's not." Scott mutters a curse. His gaze holds mine. It's firm, and his voice is calm and reverent, protective in a way, like he's willing me to accept the truth, as difficult as it is, and fast. "I'm sorry." Although I've already entertained the idea my father could be gone, I've clung to the hope that if I went looking, I would be one of the lucky ones. But the sympathy in Scott's eyes and his resolute warning have my pulse pounding like I might pass out. "If he's alive," Scott continues, "he'll get in touch. Or," he glances at the phone I check for the 1,000th time, "he'll find a way to get home. Your father is nothing if not a stubborn son of a bitch." It's not just him, I admit for the first time aloud. I hate the strain in my voice, and I clench my fists, steeling myself. "I haven't heard from my brother." Scott's brow lifts ever so slightly, as if he forgot all about Kellen. My brother's been gone for so long, I can't say I blame him. "If he's anything like you, Knox, he'll get to safety. He'll find a way to reach you." A thought strikes me. "Or my Uncle Mason," I tell him, hope budding just a little. Kellen would know to go there. Hell, if my father is alive and can't get here, he would head to Kansas too. I push through the lump in my throat. "What else do you know?" Scott shakes his head. "Camp Bullis, Lackland, Fort Sam Houston, all military bases in the San Antonio area are gone." The words hit me like a rubber mallet. We have no military? That's a terrifying thought, if for no other reason than far too many people have been waiting for this so they can take matters into their own hands. "None that are coming to help us in little old Sutton County," Scott says. My head falls back as I peer up at the metal awning above, and I inhale a deep breath. All of the state's money has gone to the military in preparation for this. They manage the relocation plans and staff the evacuation centers. It's why the draft was nearly reinstated, with so many men and women needed to fill the roles and positions created for the end of the fucking world. It's all been for nothing. The words are sour and angry, and I grit my teeth. Seems that way, at least at the moment. And that water situation of yours, it's everywhere. Filters will only last so long, especially if the quakes continue to crack the pipes. Soon there will be complete anarchy, and I'm not interested in sticking around to witness it. That same thought has lingered in the back of my mind since yesterday, the possibility that I will have to leave the ranch for good. But I'm not ready to give up, not yet, not when that place is literally the only thing I have left. "Come on," Scott says, waving for me to follow. "Regardless of what you're going to do, you'll need supplies. He peers longingly at the rolling doors. "Take whatever you need, 'cause I'll never see this place again. Ava and I are headed out of town." "Ava?" Scott grabs his shotgun from inside his Jeep. "She's getting something at the farmhouse while I load up." I must be frowning because Scott continues. "I told her I'd get her as far as I could. Once the power grid goes down, shit is really gonna hit the fan. It's only a matter of time before Sonora is infested with looters and trigger-happy motherfuckers." My eyebrow raises of its own accord. "It's Texas," he explains, and I question whether to grab my pistol from under my seat. Scott's eyes meet mine as he jogs up the steps to the back door. "Come on, Knox. You've always been my best customer. Consider this a parting gift."
9. Ava.
Hello, Mal? Are you back there?
The woman in front of me calls, ringing the bell on the counter impatiently. My fingers tap at my sides as golden oldies play on the radio throughout the dimly lit pharmacy. It feels ominous being in the still space with only two of us while it's complete madness outside. In the distance, an impatient driver honks his car horn on cue. Exhaling a deep sigh, I shift on my feet, feeling naked without my shoulder bag and the pack I left in Scott's Jeep.
I need to get back to the house. Herb is waiting,
she calls, dinging the bell again. It grates on the last of my nerves, which are shot from the past 24 hours. The woman dings the bell again, and I grimace. "Are you sure someone's even here?" I grit out. But then someone whispers in the back. Mallory walks out in her white coat with a tense, very forced smile on her face. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Sandra, but we're going to have to close."
No!
"Yes," Mallory continues, coming out from behind the counter. "We're closing up early."
Wait, I blurt. Can you at least help us first?
I can't quell the pitch in my voice as panic sets in again.
Hurry up!
A man calls from the back. "I'm sorry," Mallory says, and I see that she's torn, but she's afraid, and that clearly wins.
But
the customer stammers.
Herb needs his ointment.
"Here." Mallory grabs a box of something off the shelf on her way to the door and shoves it into the woman's hands. "Take it, please. It's on me. No charge."
But this isn't... Damn it, Sandra! Get out!
Sandra's expression is difficult to read, but she huffs and practically stomps toward the door. As if remembering herself, Mallory inhales a deep breath and straightens her shoulders. She opens the door and waits for the customer to exit.
Goodbye.
Mallory closes the door on her mid-sentence, then peers beyond the glass. Her hands shake as she runs her fingers through her hair. This woman is going to throw me out too, and I can't leave, not without my prescription. I don't move, afraid Mallory will remember I'm here, and I need a minute to think. "This isn't happening," she murmurs, scanning the parking lot. "You need to go too, Ava," she says, but she turns the lock as she surveys the hubbub outside.
"But I don't need ointment,"
I say, and I have to control the bite in my tone, knowing it will get me nowhere with her. "I need my anti-epileptics. They were ready for pickup yesterday, but I had to rush home because I can't bring myself to say the words.
Because
I shake my head. "Look, I'm here now." I push thoughts of Mavie away, but my chin quivers despite myself. I hate that I have to rely on this woman's kindness if I'm to have any reprieve for the next few weeks.
I need my meds, Mallory.
I inhale shakily. "Now more than ever, you know I do. Please." I force her to look at me, to hold my gaze. This might be the last chance to get meds at all. I must look and sound pathetic enough because Mallory disappears into the back with a resolute sigh.
"Thank you,"
I call, exhaling my relief. Every coiled part of me eases slightly, and I feel 1,000,000 pounds lighter. When Mallory returns, she pulls 2 pill bottles from a white bag. Beyond relieved, I pull my credit card from my back pocket and slide it onto the counter, then groan. My head hangs of its own accord. Shit. It's a desperate hiss because last time I used my card, it was declined, and I haven't had the time or the wherewithal to go to the bank or ATM in the chaos. I glance up at Mallory, knowing this is not some $5 generic ointment she would just hand over to me. I've been having issues with my card, I explain as calmly as I can, and I gesture to her disorganized shelves, disheveled from yesterday's quake. I'm not sure I will be able to get it sorted with everything that's going on. I pull what cash I have out of my pocket, which is nowhere near enough, and slide it over to her, my fingers trembling a little. This is all I have on me. I sound like a fiend, an addict, but I can't help the clawing fear that borderline suffocates me as I imagine the world all but ending while I am left in my own personal hell of half-consciousness and dysfunction. I can't even promise her I'll pay her back because, after today, I won't ever see her again. I need them, please. Mallory drops the pill bottles into the bag. It's fine, she says in a rush. She clearly wants me out of here. I know you have Mavie to worry about, too. I take the bag, leaving my cash on the counter. Mavie is dead. Mallory's eyes widen just as the lights flicker, and then the room goes dark. The radio dies away, the hum of the halogens ceases, and the outside commotion fills the room in the deafening silence. The only light inside the pharmacy streams in from the windows, and a man shouts a curse from the back. My stomach rolls with dread. Once the power goes out, the real panic sets in. That's what Scott told me, and the churning disquiet I've felt humming in the air since I stepped out of my double wide this morning is already flirting with hysteria. The world rumbles to life again as a backup generator starts up, practically growling in the silence. Mallory lets out a deep sigh, and quick and heavy footsteps precede a man who emerges from the back of the pharmacy. Philip, the man who helped me last time, pushes his glasses up his nose, only for them to slide back down again, and his forehead shines with sweat. He stops short at the counter when he sees me.
I told you to close up, Mallory. Now,
And I told you we shouldn't have even opened the shop today, she snaps back. He waves her retort away.
I can't get a hold of Sammy,
He continues, as if I'm not even standing there anymore.
You should go see if she's okay. I'll deal with the generator and secure things here.
Traffic is really bad, I warn them. And though I hate to be the bearer of bad news, I'd want to know if I was trying to get to someone. Mallory's brow furrows, and Philip looks at me. Really looks at me.
You're the one who always orders Depakine.
I don't have to answer. He clearly remembers me.
You better get home to whoever is waiting for you,
Philip tells me, not unkindly. He looks me up and down, not in a creepy way, but in a concerned way, like he would have for his own daughter.
Come on.
He glances toward the door and grabs the keys off his belt loop.
I'll let you out.
Thank you again, I tell Mallory over my shoulder, and without wasting another minute, I follow Philip toward the door, shoving my cash back into my pocket. Tightening my grip on my bag of meds, I flash a grateful smile to Philip and step out into the summer heat. The sun is blazing, and I lower my sunglasses from the top of my head and survey the parking lot. Traffic is backed up on the I-10 westbound. Every car is stalled on the overpass in the distance, and the Sunoco station next door is packed with cars, gassing up for the trip ahead. Lines of waiting vehicles stretch from every entry as far as I can see. As I step off the sidewalk, I spot Lars at one of the diesel pumps. He climbs out of the driver's seat. His oily black hair glistens in the afternoon sun, and his t-shirt and jeans are so tattered and faded they might be the only set he has. Rick and Ty step out of the passenger side. Rick pulls a cigarette from between his lips, laughing at the guy cursing at them, who they apparently cut off at the pump. Ty kicks the man's bumper, daring him to get out and do something about it. They're the last people in the world I want to see right now, and as I'm about to turn in the opposite direction, Lars spots me across the lot like a damn beacon. His eyes lock on me, and a chill unfurls over my skin. There's something about the darkness in Lars' gaze, a loathing so much more fiendish than anything I've ever seen in Knox's expression, or even Mitch's for that matter. Because Lars isn't a bull gunning for red. He's a predator, zeroing in on his prey. Heart pounding with dread, I turn down the road in the direction of Scott's store, and Lars's voice reaches my ears.
There she is.
he calls.
I was wondering where you were and why your house was empty. Well, not empty, but...
Fury fills me, and I whip around, glaring at him.
You went to my house?
I seethe, more shocked and angry than I am unnerved by it. Lars steps around his truck. There's a parking lot between us as he leans against the fender with a shrug.
I wanted to make sure you were okay.
A salacious grin fills his narrow face.
Boy shorts,
he muses.
I'm not sure why I had you pegged as a thong underwear kind of girl.
Bile rises up my throat in disgust at the thought of him going through my things.
Had a talk with your friend Mavie. Well, she listened. I talked,
he adds with a shrug.
It looks like you really are alone now.
My stomach curdles. Fuck off, Lars! I turn back for the road. My strides eat the pavement, and all I see is red, even as a tendril of fear slithers over me.
Where are you going?
Lars shouts.
Don't you know you shouldn't be wandering around on your own?
I can hear the smile in his voice, but I ignore him and continue in the opposite direction, willing the universe to give me this one grace. Just this once.
At least let us give you a ride.
His words are laced with a dangerous intrigue, and the moment I hear their truck doors slam shut, the dire need to flee takes over, and I run.
10. Knox. There were no cops or roadblocks, I muse, passing the generators and heading for the animal feed. You noticed that, did you? My guess is Wyatt and the local officials are scrambling with their own problems, and no one else is coming. I glance at Scott as he lugs a tow hitch onto his cart. I might regret it, he says, glancing down. I'm making myself a target, driving with a trailer of supplies, but... He scratches his head. I know I'll regret not taking everything I can, seeing as how we don't exactly know what we're up against. It's hard enough leaving so much behind. Better to take what you can, I agree. You can always ditch it later. True. He looks at me. What's your plan? You staying at the ranch? My shoulders sag a little and I shake my head. For now, I say, because I don't know what to do at this point. Well, feel free to take a few flats of water, he says, disappearing down an aisle. I'm gonna load my trailer up with the rest. I will. Thanks. My voice is hollow as I stack horse feed and dog food onto my trolley cart, and I lose myself in a haze of thoughts about the ranch and what happens to it if I leave for Ransom, Kansas, about where my father and brother will go if they are alive, the ranch hoping to find me there, or Kansas hoping I was smart enough to head that way too. A part of me says to hold out for as long as I can here to see if either of them show. Another part of me screams how insane it is to linger. The metal clank of jerry cans echoes through the warehouse as Scott lugs some into his pile. You should take a few of these. I'm thinking that Sunoco, the one on the other side of town, might be a good place to fill up. People off the highway won't know it's there. We could get them filled before we leave. I nod, and though I have ample fuel at the ranch, it never hurts to have more, especially since we have no idea how long the town's supply will last, or how much I'll need to get to Kansas if I go. When I go, I correct myself. I know it's only a matter of time before I'll have no other choice, and that alone sends my mind down another rabbit hole. I never considered having to leave the ranch and what that would entail. It's one thing to prepare to hole up at home where I have everything I need and know my surroundings like the back of my hand, where I can prepare to die in the comfort of my own home if it ever came to that. But if I leave, there's no telling what could happen along the way or how to prepare for it. And I have a ranch full of animals to worry about, on top of whatever uncertain journey lies ahead. I have to keep reminding myself I'm packing for two, Scott mutters, mostly to himself. He tosses 2 pairs of gloves onto his pile. How is that exactly? I ask, unable to stop myself. I know Ava works for you, but you're traveling together. Fleetingly, I wonder if there is a different sort of relationship between them, and I've just prodded into territory I don't want to be in. Maybe. Maybe. I frown, confused. Her grandmother? I know they aren't technically related, but I'm not sure what else to call her. She died last night. I went to check on them this morning. Ava was still waiting for the paramedics to come. They weren't going to, of course. Before I can process that, a door slams in the back of the warehouse, followed by the heavy, quick clomp of rubber soles on the cement floor. Scott and I straighten. I strain to listen and hold my breath as Scott's hand hovers over the pistol at his hip. Ava rushes in from the back, weaving around the aisle of gardening supplies. "Scott!" Her chest heaves as she catches her breath, her eyes immediately widening when she sees me. "Knox?" "What's wrong?" Scott says, taking a step toward her. Ava braces her hands on her thighs as she draws in a ragged breath. "Lars," she rasps. "He and Rick, they were following me." "Following you?" Scott parrots. She nods. "The son of a bitch went to my house looking for me, so I ran. I cut across the old hay mill." "Then you don't know for sure if they followed you," I clarify. Ava glares at me and tucks a loose hair from her ponytail behind her ear. "Let's just say they were until they couldn't any longer," she deadpans. "Lars has always been a juvenile delinquent, bullying kids back in school, and he never grew out of it. I've seen him picking on Ava a few times over the years, though I never understood why he seemed to zero in on her." "I knew I shouldn't have left you alone." Scott hands her a water bottle. "Thanks." She uncaps it quickly. "It was fine until he saw me walking by the gas station." Scott strides over to the front of the store, stepping over the debris strewn throughout the aisles from yesterday's earthquake, and peers out the window. His hand still rests on his pistol like he's braced for what's coming. "What does Lars Pennington want with you?" I ask, glancing back at Ava. She throws up one arm with a final chug of water, then heaves a breath when she's finished. "His dad hated Julio," she guesses, licking her lips. "Lars's mother abandoned him and he was stuck with his shitty father while I had Mavie after Julio got locked up. I'm Mexican? I don't have a dick. Who knows with him? Take your pick." She discards her bottle on a broken shelf and eyes Scott. He walks back to us, his gaze leveled on her. "Did he see you come here?" Ava glances between us, and I can tell she wants to reassure us he didn't, but she shrugs ever so slightly. "I don't know," she admits. "I mean, I didn't see his truck after the hay mill, but he's not an idiot. He knows I work here. Where else would I go?" "Great," I mutter, knowing Lars and his friends love nothing more than picking a good fight. "I didn't have much of a choice," Ava snaps, misunderstanding my frustration as I head toward the back of the store for my truck. I knew I should have grabbed my gun. I've barely stepped onto the loading dock when I hear glass shatter inside the warehouse, feel a blunt hit to the back of my head, and I fall to the ground.
11. Ava. There's a loud crack at the front window, and I nearly jump out of my skin. Scott and I spin around. Lars and Rick are standing on the other side of the automatic door, a baseball bat twirling in Rick's hand. Though he's more fat than muscle compared to Lars's scrawny frame, I wouldn't want to mess with him. The sliding door is powered off, and the glass is not shattered enough for them to step through unscathed. But something tells me Lars doesn't care about that. His chin is angled down, his eyes fixed on us, on me. A strand of hair falls into his face, but he doesn't seem to notice. Whatever hatred Lars has always bore for me, it's more hair-raising and sinister now, and I fear what thoughts play behind those dark eyes of his.
"The lights are off,"
Lars sings.
"but it looks like you're home.
He points to the broken door.
Are you gonna let us in?"
"What do you want, Lars?" Scott says, his shoulders squared as he steps toward the door. His voice is calm, as if he knows Lars is a ticking time bomb that needs no prodding, but he holds his pistol at his side. It's not aimed at either of them, yet.
"I wanted to get some shopping in,"
Lars says. He mutters something inaudible to Rick, who then takes the end of his bat and breaks the rest of the glass loose so they can step inside. Scott lifts his pistol.
You already vandalized my shop. If you take another step inside, I will shoot you,
he warns. Lars grins.
I doubt that very much.
Where the hell is Knox? It's all I can do not to glance toward the back in search of him, but I don't dare take my eyes off Lars. Knox probably drove away, not wanting to deal with me and the drama he knew followed me here. I can't say I blame him, though a part of me resents him for it too. Lars's smile turns sinister, and his attention shifts in my direction again. Wait! Just as I remember Ty was with them, I hear the crunch of boots behind me too late. A heavy arm wraps around my middle, and I shriek as it bars me against a hot, hard body. The smell of stale cigarette smoke is nearly suffocating. Scott spins around, fear flashing in his eyes, and he aims his pistol at the guy behind me.
You're outnumbered, man,
Lars says.
Drop your gun.
He points a pistol of his own at Scott for added encouragement. Let go! I grind out, loud enough for Ty to hear. My heart pounds as I pull uselessly against my unseen assailant. Half turned, Scott glances between me and the gun in Lars's hand, the seconds ticking by in a sluggish blur of commands and movement. Do it! Rick warns him, twirling his bat for added effect. Finally, Scott tosses his gun onto the pallet of dog food bags a few feet in front of him. Lars seems appeased enough, and his smile returns. He peers around, making a show of appraising the fully stocked, if disarrayed, warehouse of supplies.
So this is where the goodies are.
Lars whistles with approval.
Don't mind if we do. It wasn't why we came here, but...
He shrugs.
What are you doing, Lars?
Scott asks. He sounds like a disappointed father figure.
You're better than this.
I told you,
Lars says with a sneer.
We're shopping.
Take whatever you want, then.
Whatever I want?
He clarifies, glancing at me.
Whatever supplies you want,
Scott amends. Lars huffs a laugh.
Gee, thanks. But I was already planning on it.
Don't do something you'll regret, Lars. You might be an asshole, but you're not a killer. Or a...
Scott's words peter out, and that piques Lars' interest.
Or what?
His gaze shifts to me again.
A rapist?
He steps closer to Scott until he's standing only a few feet away.
Is that what you were going to say?
The playfulness in Lars' tone vanishes with his smile, and canting his head, Lars crosses his arms over his chest and looks Scott up and down. His pistol tightens in his grip.
You know nothing about me, asshole.
Again, his gaze skirts to me, and the loathing glint in his eyes returns. Clearly irritated, Lars looks at Ty behind me.
We don't have all day,
he chides, and Ty holds me tighter. Rick walks over, grabbing a rope from the aisle along the way, and I exchange a pleading look with Scott. I can tell he's silently strategizing as he assesses the situation. My shoulders drop, and I stop struggling. What is your problem, Lars? I rasp. Ty's hold on me shifts, his arm coming around my throat this time. Rick heads for us, nearly stumbling on a fallen rake as he unwinds the rope. Distraction is all I can think of to buy us more time. I glare at Lars. Why do you hate me so much? His lip curls.
What makes you think this is about you?
He flings his arms out, incredulous.
Why does everything always have to be about Ava Hernandez?
Then why are you doing this?
Because,
he says flatly.
You've always been the center of attention, the topic on everyone's wagging tongues, and it's time to see what all the fuss is about.
You think I want any of that? I hate that it comes out like a whimper. You think I've wanted to feel like a social pariah my entire life? Lars shakes his head with a cruel smile.
Ava is sick at school and gets special attention. Ava has her bodyguard Knox to protect her when mean old Lars is picking on her.
Knox?
Ava's drunk uncle kills a teacher, and she doesn't get shoved into the system. Even your goddamn mom died. Mine? She fucking chose to leave. You didn't have to deal with an abusive family. No, you got the nice old lady down the street to take you in.
My eyes well with tears despite myself. That's how you see my life?
Fuck you, Ava, he spits. Don't act innocent. You've got everyone fooled, even Captain America here, whisking you away as the world falls to shit. But I won't make it that easy for you.
Son! Lars lifts his gun up and points it at Scott's head.
Don't call me son,
he seethes. So you're going to what? I say, forcing Lars' attention back to me. Kill me? Beat me? Rape me to teach me a lesson? To prove how horrible you can really be? He shrugs.
You know, Ava, I haven't decided yet. None of this was planned. Again, you're always assuming the world revolves around you. I simply saw an opportunity and took it.
Rick reaches for my hands. Drop it. Knox's low voice rumbles by my ear, and all attention shifts behind me as he slowly cocks a gun. It practically rings through the warehouse in everyone's silence. Ty's grip loosens, and I tug out of his hold while I have the chance. Lars and Scott are a flutter of movement as they lunge for Scott's discarded gun. I crouch, pull a broom from the toppled display, and whirl it around, hitting Rick in the side. The broom's wooden handle breaks in two, and we both stumble backward. Rick loses his footing, giving me a single moment's reprieve, and then a shot rings out. Scott lowers his pistol, and Lars's steps falter. His gun clatters to the floor as Lars grips his side, liquid red glistening on his fingers.
Fuck!
He bellows, his eyes wide with shock. Knox wrestles with Ty, and I lunge for Lars's gun as Rick grabs me from behind, flinging me onto the cement floor like a linebacker sacks the offense. My shoulder screams in pain. The sound of bones crunching and flesh on flesh meets my ears from where Knox and Ty grapple with one another. Groans and grunts and a whimper of my own fill the store as Scott swings Rick's discarded bat. Once, twice, a third time. Then Scott tosses a bat aside and grabs my arm with one hand, yanking me up. He aims his gun at Rick with the other. Don't think about moving, Scott growls. Rick moans, crumpled on the floor at our feet as he clutches his side. Footsteps echo behind us before a shoulder meets with my back, and Scott and I are shoved forward as a deafening roar fills the warehouse. I register the metal shelf and the quarts of oil lining it a split second before the cold steel meets my head, and its contents collapse around me.
12. Knox. Cringing, I drop the shovel in my hand and pick up Lars's gun that skittered across the floor. My jaw, ribs, and temples scream with pain that's so distracting I can barely focus. I see Lars ram into the back of Scott and Ava too late. He's a bull in motion as he shoves them into the maintenance aisle, the shelves already broken from the earthquake. What's left of the displays collapse entirely, the crash resounding through the warehouse. "You piece of shit!" Lars rasps as he struggles to get to his feet. His face is red with rage and contorted with agony as he leans against a generator box. His side and hands are covered with blood, and he can barely stay on his feet as he reaches for an axe hanging on the hook beside him. Adrenaline whirs through me, and without a second thought, I lift the gun, aim it at his back, and pull the trigger. Lars cries out, grabbing onto the generator box before his hands slip off and he crumples into a heap on the ground. My arm falls to my side as I catch my breath, but my relief is short-lived because Lars isn't the only one not getting back up. "Scott!" My mind flurries faster than my legs will carry me. I hurtle over a toppled seat stand and a broken broom, nearly stumbling at Lars's dead body. Ava is unconscious, though I dare not think she's dead. And Rick whimpers as he tries and fails to lift one of the generators off his middle. "Help me, man," he implores, tears in his eyes. His voice is reedy. Please? But it's Scott I can't look away from. He sputters where he sits, staring down at the broom handle protruding through his stomach, and then at me as he tries to catch his breath. Knox! I fall to my knees beside him, hands hovering where he's been impaled, uncertain I've ever seen so much human blood. And I know he doesn't have long. What do I do? I ask in a rush, because I know I can't remove the wood without him bleeding out even faster. Scott shakes his head and chokes on his breath. Blood gurgles from between his lips, and his eyes are filled with tears. Ava, he says hoarsely. He peers dazedly around. You gonna help me, man? Or what? Rick whines, but the fight is gone from him. I crawl over to Ava, ignoring Rick as I check her pulse. Unconscious but breathing, I reassure Scott. He swallows thick and loud and leans his head back on the shelving unit behind him, like he can no longer keep it up. Take her and get out of here, he chokes out. I shake my head as I scurry back to him, thoughts racing and numb all at once. Just let me think. I can't leave you like... Scott grips my arm, forcing my eyes to his. The militia. The militia. Confusion fades quickly as I peer around his shop with new eyes, at the mess and Ty's mangled bloody body, then at Lars and Rick. The cops would believe me if I told them what happened here, but the rest of Lars's crew and all his friends are in the militia. I don't want to take a chance on what they would do. Go, Scott gurgles. He drops his arm, no longer strong enough to lift it. Take his supplies, he swallows. Do it, and take Ava with you. Silent tears stream down his cheeks, and even if I am too overwhelmed to cry, I feel as if the ground is shattering beneath me. I've always respected Scott, and he's shown me more kindness in the past 2 days than I ever had a right to. Please, he whispers. Yes, I will. Of course I will. Scott's chin trembles, and he exhales a ragged breath. I glance at Ava again, my mind reeling as I sort through the past 30 minutes. I don't know why this man chose to help me today, or how I've ended up here with Ava, of all people. Whether it's sadness, the shock of having just killed someone, or relief it wasn't me when so many times I thought it might be, my throat tightens with gratitude. Thank you. My breath catches when I look at Scott again. The light in his eyes is gone. He's gone.
13. Ava. My head hits the window and the pain shooting through my temple jostles me awake. I groan, my body aching with the slightest movement, and I open my eyes. The sun is so damn bright it's painful, and panic flares inside me as I try to discern where I am and what's happening. I blink an empty field of dry grass into view. It stretches around us as we drive down a dirt road. I'm in a car. I think of Scott and his Jeep and squeeze my eyes shut as a barrage of images and memories slowly come back to me. Only when there's movement in the driver's seat do I open them again and glance over. My breath lodges in my throat when I see Knox. I blink again, trying to focus beyond the pain in my skull. What? I croak, and I clear my throat. What's going on? His chest rises and falls before he answers. We're taking back roads, since the highway is gridlocked. His voice is low and level. He doesn't even look at me, like being together in a vehicle is a regular occurrence. Taking back roads to where? I swallow thickly. Where's Scott? Why am I with you? I sit up straighter, rubbing my pounding head as I take in the cab of an unfamiliar truck, of Knox's truck. My messenger bag is stuffed between my feet. It's bulging, barely closed, and my backpack is also packed haphazardly beside me. Did you go through my things? I snap, scowling at him. Your stuff was dumped out in the Jeep. I had to grab it in a hurry, Alarm zaps through me, and I practically tear my backpack open, pulling my clothes out and searching through it. When I don't find my meds, I unpack my messenger bag in a flurry. I can feel Knox's eyes on me, but I'm too focused on keeping the panic at bay. "There was a bag," I rasp. "I tossed it into Scott's Jeep before I ran into the feed store."
"There wasn't a bag when I gathered your things."
"There has to be." I pull the last of my clothes out, praying my meds are at the bottom. "It was right on top."
"It wasn't there."
"Yes," I say flatly. "It was white with 2 pill bottles in it."
"Ava."
Knox's hand clamps down on mine and my eyes dart to him. He glances from me to the road, angrily.
"There was no bag."
His words are slow and clipped, and while I'm prone to continue arguing with him, I know he would have seen it if it had been there. My chest heaves. If my stuff was dumped out, they went through my things. Then I remember Ty coming in through the back of the store. "He must have grabbed it," I breathe. "We have to go back." Knox shakes his head. "I need that bag, Knox."
"Are you going to die without it?"
"No, but..."
"Then I'm not going back to that place."
His gaze shifts to the rearview mirror, and the hair on the back of my neck rises. I stare at Knox and consider my next words carefully. "Why not?" As soon as the words fall from my lips, though, it all refocuses. The look on Lars's face, Ty's hold on me, the scent of cigarettes, the gunshot. I shift in my seat, searching the side mirror for followers. "Are they chasing us? Is that why we're driving through a field?"
"No,"
Knox mutters solemnly.
"They aren't chasing us."
I massage the side of my throbbing head. I feel nauseous, but it's hard to say if it's car sickness from the jostling or, as I recall how hard I hit the shelf, from a concussion. I pick at what feels like dry blood on my temple, and the moment I look at my hand, my heart palpitates a little.
"I figured it would do no good to take you to the hospital,"
Knox explains, and I think he's probably right after everything I've seen today. Then I peer out the window again as we pull out of the field onto another dirt road, cacti and shrubs dotting the landscape. What's going on? A question clings to the back of my throat, and I stare at Knox's profile. "Knox, where is Scott? Why am I riding with you?" Knox's fingers grip the steering wheel so tight, the leather audibly cracks beneath them.
"Scott didn't make it."
It takes a minute for his words to resonate, and my fingernails rake over my thighs, clawing into fists. "He's dead?" Knox's silence is all the answer I need, and my hand flies to my mouth. I turn for the window, away from Knox as tears fill my eyes. I blink them away as best I can, taking a few shallow breaths to steady my voice before I can bring myself to speak again. I clear my throat, watching more cacti pass as we drive by.
"What about the others?"
My heart is beating so wildly, so savagely, I can barely hear my own question, and when Knox doesn't answer again, I force myself to look at him, the man with whom I've barely exchanged 5 words in the past decade, whose glare has kept me up at night and haunted my dreams. Now he sits beside me, with his lips swollen and crusted with dry blood, and his eyebrows split, because of me.
"Everyone else is dead,"
he finally says. The heaviness of what he's done, what he had to do while I was unconscious, hurts my heart. Regret? Relief? Complete and utter disbelief? It's hard to sort out how I feel. I'm the last person Knox would ever want to get stuck with during the end of the world, and on top of that, he had to kill someone today. Maybe 2 someones. Because of me. His dad could probably stomach something like that, but not the kid I watched from the sidelines growing up. In fact, I want to ask him so many questions about what transpired while I was unconscious, but I can't bring myself to. Knox might be strong in all senses of the word, but like me, he looks as if he's barely holding it together, and I won't prod him for the missing pieces. Not yet.
"We're going to bury him,"
Knox says over the diesel engine as he accelerates down a private drive. Unexpectedly, I huff with relief, grateful I get to say a semblance of goodbye. But the wave recedes just as quickly, and I wrap my fingers around the seatbelt strapping me in. Where are we going? To my place. No! I grip the armrest. No, Knox. Your dad is going to freak out. I can't deal with that right now. Please. He stares at me, and every word on my tongue withers away.
There's nowhere else to go, he says coolly. Besides, he's gone.
My heart pounds in my ears as I watch Knox's profile. I don't know if he means his dad fled Sutton County, or if he's dead, like so many others today. Is he... I let the words fall away, unable to utter them. I have no love for Mitch Bennett, but for Knox's sake, I would feel sorry if he lost his dad, having already lost his mom too.
I don't know.
His voice is so quiet I barely hear him. For obvious reasons, I can tell he doesn't want to talk about it, so I say nothing more and focus on exhaling the anxiety that's alive and slithering around inside me. Before the sun even rose, I lost Mavie. Now, Scott is gone, and so are Lars and some of his crew. And beside me is Knox, who only yesterday, wordlessly, glared at me from the other side of the checkout counter. I stare at stretches of barbed wire fencing, the world blurring around me. Is there anything else I need to know? I ask, softly, the energy completely draining from me. I might have a heart attack if there are any more surprises today. Knox makes a derisive noise.
You and me both.
He rests his elbow in the window, rubbing his stubbled jaw anxiously. I risk a glance in the side mirror. Now that I know Scott must be in the back, I'm afraid to check, but having slept through Knox, loading Scott's body and everything else on his own, forcing myself to look is the least I can do. I'll have to at some point anyway. But when I look, all I can see are the tops of gas cans, a flat of water, and the edge of a few crates, so I focus forward again. The gate of the Bennett family ranch comes into view. I've seen their insignia 100 times, but I've never been here, and my stomach roils with how wrong it feels. Knox pulls through the open gate and brings the truck to a stop just inside. I'll do it, I offer, knowing he's going to close it behind us.
No.
Knox shoves his door open.
You shouldn't be walking around until we know how bad your concussion is.
He gives me no time to respond and strides over to the barred metal gate and pushes it shut. I watch in the mirror as he drapes the chain around the post before he locks it. I realize Knox is in a basic white t-shirt and jeans, both spattered with dirt and blood. No hat today, which I've rarely seen. Instead of turning back for the truck when he's finished, Knox stands there with his back to me. I watch and wait until, finally, Knox leans forward and braces himself on the bars. His t-shirt tightens over his expanding body as he heaves. Tears blur my eyes again, and my heart feels a dozen times heavier, knowing the part I've played in Knox's momentary breakdown. I look away to give him privacy. I owe him that much. Wiping my eyes, I search my bag for sunglasses, praying they will help with my headache. I worry they've also been left behind when I find them in the bottom of my bag. I consider it a win and wipe the smudges off before slipping them on. I can't help the direction my gaze drifts, but I feel slightly better when I see Knox straighten in the mirror. He wipes his face on his bicep and turns back for the truck. His eyes are glassy and red, and I face forward as he climbs into the cab, pretending I saw nothing at all. Knox doesn't look at me, and he says nothing as he shifts the F-250 into gear. We continue down the drive a quarter mile in silence before a lodge comes into view. I assume it's his house, as grand as it is, and as the homestead opens up, the barns and stables and some paddocks sprawl along the right side of the property. An Australian shepherd runs out from the shade of a tractor, barking and butt wagging as it trots closer. Knox continues past the barn and stables, past a few paddocks with steers, before he finally stops at a large redwood shed.
Wait here,
he says. shutting off the engine. I don't argue as he climbs out of the truck, greeted by his dog.
Hey, girl,
Knox murmurs. He rubs her ears and bows his head. And with an excited whimper, she licks his face. The dog can barely contain her excitement, and Knox seems to soak it in, like it gives him strength. Finally, he rises to his feet, pushes the driver's side door shut, and heads for the shed. His four-legged friend follows after him, prancing and hopping around by his side. When they emerge again, Knox has a shovel and pickaxe clutched in his hands. He lays them carefully in the back of the truck and climbs back into the driver's seat. We continue past the shed, leaving the homestead behind us, and I take in the land surrounding the ranch. Low hills and some flatland grazed down to nothing. There are ash trees and prickly pears scattered here and there, and fence lines off in the distance, but nothing more than that. We head toward a cluster of Texas oaks, and when we reach their shade, Knox brings the truck to a stop. I open my door to get out.
Ava,
I look at him.
you were out for nearly an hour. I'm not a doctor, but I'm guessing you have a bad concussion. You're not helping me dig a hole.
Of course I am, I counter. Climbing out of the truck, I realize it's higher off the ground than I thought, and I grip the armrest to steady myself as my feet hit the hard earth. My headache is loud and proud, but the nausea ebbs a little now that we're no longer moving. I'm not letting you dig a hole for my friend when I sit back and watch, I say, and as I shut my door, my eyes fix on Scott's body wrapped in a painting tarp in the back. My heart drops. My hands begin to sweat, and I feel like I might be sick. Boxes and crates and supplies are stacked around Scott, almost protective in a way, and all I can do is stare at him. Metal clangs against the truck bed as Knox lifts the pickaxe out. I swallow the returning nausea, along with the sob threatening to bubble up inside me, and walk around the tailgate on mostly steady feet. I lift the shovel out. I want to help, I tell him, meeting his hazel eyes. My voice is strained, but Knox doesn't argue. He only stares at me a second longer, then heads toward the trees.
It's this way.
His voice is a low rumble, barely audible above our footsteps, but I follow him around a sprawling oak. The afternoon is hot and humid, and it feels like every bit of dust that lifts with each step sticks to my sweat-dampened skin. Unlike town where the scent of fried food and magnolias fill the air, it smells like sun-baked soil out here, and as a slight breeze picks up, sulfur too. When we get to a small plot of grave markers, I realize we're burying Scott in the Bennett family cemetery. Knox leans his shovel and pickaxe against a tree trunk, and I pause behind him. His mother is buried out here, and discomfort prickles over me. The nights Mitch came to my house in a drunken fury because of his dead wife flare to life. Now, I'm looking at her headstone, and it makes me sick to my stomach, like I'm trespassing where I don't belong. It feels wrong to be here.
Then go back to the truck,
Knox says tersely. He's staring at me, the pickaxe half lodged in the ground. Instead of trying to explain myself or arguing with him, I start to shovel out the earth he has loosened with the axe. Who Knox buries here is his business, but I won't leave him to bury Scott alone. I feel the bruised muscles of my body with each heave of the shovel, but I work as hard and fast as I can, trying to keep up with Knox. With each swing of the pickaxe, he gains momentum until I imagine it's my face he's picturing, or perhaps Lars's, and he continues to upturn the hard ground until it's loose and malleable. I pause once to grab us each a water bottle from the back of the truck so we don't die of thirst on top of everything else. Then we continue to make quick work of the hole in silence. I don't know where Knox's mind drifts, but I realize I'm staring at the earth, awed by how long it's been here, far longer than us. If the fate of this planet is truly altering, whatever happens, the dirt will remain long after we're gone. And soon, like Scott, we'll be a part of it too. Knox pauses, assesses the human-sized hole, and drops the pickaxe. Without ceremony, he turns for the truck.
Come on,
He calls for me to follow, and I steel myself for what comes next. Dropping my shovel, I walk to the tailgate where Knox tugs Scott's canvas-wrapped body from the back, careful but intent. Knox's arms strain, his hands trembling a little, and I know it's from utter exhaustion. I imagine him wrapping Scott's lifeless body and lugging it into the truck alone, and him having to load the supplies and then worry about me and my things on top of everything else.
Take his feet,
Knox says. His muscles strain some more under his bloody t-shirt as he lowers Scott's upper half from the back of the truck, taking the brunt of his weight. His jaw clenches, and Knox nods towards Scott's final resting place in the ground. All I can think as we carry Scott to his grave is how heavy he is, and how I will never forgive myself if I drop him. My arms tremble, but my grip tightens and I hold fast, using every ounce of energy I have left as we clumsily lay him to rest. Both of us stand there, heaving for breath. This morning, Scott offered to help me, and now he is dead. Thank you, I whisper, squeezing my eyes shut. For everything. My chin trembles because Scott deserves more than this, and yet, words fail me. He has been more than a boss since the day I started working for him, the closest thing I had to a protective male figure in my life. He made me laugh and feel seen, and I will miss him. When I realize Knox is staring at me, I meet his gaze.
Ready?
He asks quietly. Exhaling, I nod, and Knox pushes piles of dirt back into the hole with the head of his pickaxe. I use the shovel, and we fill the earth in around him. The sun is setting on the longest day of my life by the time we're finished, and as the sky turns rose gold, I find I'm strangely grateful to be standing here with Knox. Or maybe I'm grateful to be standing here with anyone. I'd be alone otherwise. Julio and Sweetwater are all I have. My chest aches with the need to cry, but no tears come. I'm too exhausted, too numb. I give Knox a moment as he stares at the older graves a few yards away, then ask, "What happens now?" I'm at Knox's mercy out here, on his land, at his home. Slowly, he shakes his head.
I don't know.
He rubs his dirty hand over his face.
We'll figure it out tomorrow. You can stay here tonight.
It's a statement more than an offer, and I can tell I'm not exactly wanted here. I can't say I blame him after all the trouble I've laid at his feet. He had to kill a guy today because of me. More than one, if I had to guess. But I don't have the guts to ask him to relive what happened while I was unconscious quite yet. You don't have to do that, I tell him. I rake my fingers through my blood-crusted hair and lift my face toward the slight breeze, drawing in a deep breath.
Yes,
Knox says.
I do.
His dog comes traipsing from behind the trees, bobbed tail wagging and utterly oblivious to the heaviness suspended between us. The roads, I realize. Knox picks up the tools and turns on his heel, walking back to the truck.
Come on, I'm tired.
I don't want to talk about it, he really means. And as I watch Knox trudge away, I contemplate what to do. My options are limited at this point, but to rely on Knox? The longer I stay around him, the more he will grow to hate me at the end of all this, and I'm not sure I can stand it.
14. Knox. Bracing my hand against the marble, I let the water singe my skin, rolling over my shoulders, back, and arms, and take the vestiges of this fucking awful day with it. My eyes sting with exhaustion, my mind and muscles ache, and my chest burns with the all-too-familiar remnants of grief. Memories flood my mind, vivid and clear as if they happened only yesterday. The house phone ringing when I stepped out of the shower, having cleaned up for dinner. The color draining from my father's face as I walked out of my room. Kellen's stiff shoulders as he stared at me from the kitchen counter, unblinking. The look on Sheriff Wyatt's face as the three of us pulled up to the accident on the frontage road. His words sounding so far away as I stared at my mother's car smashed into an oak tree. She's gone. The regretful sound in his voice, Even the cold emptiness that nearly swallowed me when I saw her body covered in a sheet on the pavement is so achingly vivid, I wish I could live one single day without remembering it. But more than my mother's lifeless form, I remember the look on Julio's face as the police car drove away. The way he was staring at her, like he couldn't take his eyes off what he'd done, before they shifted to me, red and strangely vacant. I leaned my forehead against the shower wall and squeezed my eyes shut. This nightmare can't be my life, and yet death has stalked me for so long it feels inevitable, too. Every night my father came home so drunk I thought it might be my end. Every time the phone rang in the middle of the night, every time I've had to look a steer in the eyes before shooting him square between them, and every time I've woken to an ominous red sky at morning, I've fought the urge to hold my breath. Now here I am, in the center of the chaos that feels like both the beginning and the end. I clenched my fist, recalling the crunch of cartilage against my knuckles as Ty fell to the ground after I'd surprised him in the aisleway at the warehouse. Then I exhaled the image of Lars's pallid skin, drenched in crimson, and worse than the echo of Rick's agonizing cries as he tried to lift himself, only to fall back into a broken heap, is the memory of Scott's final ragged breaths and his plea for me to take Ava. When her bloodshot amber eyes flash to mine, I can't help but find an acute, unexpected solace in her presence. Relief that her slight frame is no longer crumpled and unconscious on the cold cement floor, and that I am not alone. Even if another part of me wants to blame her for all of this, I am not my father. Shitstorms may follow Ava wherever she goes, but to blame a child for a grown man's drunkenness is wrong, no matter what my father has always chosen to believe. Even after today, when all I want to do is curse her, I can't. Not when I experienced Lars's insanity for myself. When I heard the hatred in his voice, it was clear he was on a mission, and I was uncertain how it would all end. Another memory forms, this one distant and disjointed at first. A memory I haven't thought about in years. A younger Ava, maybe 13 or 14, waiting for a ride on the middle school campus long after everyone had gone. I was in high school, and Tony and I were walking to his house after football practice. It was before the accident, but still, Ava looked so alone. I don't know why I remember her tattered backpack, or the way her dark hair fell in her face like a shield as she towed the gravel in the parking lot, but I do. Something happened that gave me pause. Lars. His scrawny form comes into focus. He shouted at her from his group of friends, smoking under a tree on the adjacent soccer field. Tony and I stopped, but I don't recall what Lars said. Opening my eyes, I watched the water circle the drain at my feet, searching my brain for the rest of the memory. Poor Ava, all alone. Did your drunk uncle forget about you again? Laughing, Lars took a drag from his cigarette, like he thought he was untouchable. Too bad your mom can't come get you because she's dead. Hey, leave her alone. Grip tightening on my backpack straps, I took a step forward and glared at him in warning. Lars's attention snapped to me, and his friend at his side looked uncertain he should get mixed up with us. We were older than them. Bigger, too. Yeah, or what? Lars taunted, but it was false bravado. You'll beat me up? Tony stepped up beside me. Are you offering? Lars sneered, his eyes shifting between us as he considered the outcome. Flicking his cigarette in Ava's direction, he scoffed. I've got better things to do, he muttered, and the two of them went back to the three girls waiting for them under the tree. My eyes locked with Ava's. Her relief was in the glassy sheen of her eyes. She muttered a thank you and hurried off in the other direction. I don't know where she went, but I was both curious and concerned. How could I have forgotten about that? Mom died after that. That's how. My entire world was upended. I consider what else I might have forgotten until I'm numb to the sting of the water and registering the tinge of sulfur filling the shower. I shut it off and reach for my towel. The glass is partially fogged, but I can see my outline well enough. A crescent darkens one of my eyes, and my busted lip is slightly swollen. But I am alive, which is more than I can say for everyone else I know. Wrapping the towel around my waist, I open the glass door and step onto the heated tile floor. It shouldn't hurt so bad to put on my deodorant or shave, but after lugging bodies, fighting, digging, and the sheer tension that's been coiled through me all day, each monotonous task feels like a chore, and all I want to do is sleep. Running my hand over my spiky wet hair, I head for my room. Lucy looks at me from where she's curled at the foot of my bed, and I'm about to cave in, climb into soft sheets and pass the fuck out. But the floor creaks above me. A clatter follows, and with a groan I hurry from my room, making my way upstairs.
15. Ava. My haphazardly packed bag topples off the toilet lid onto the floor, but I barely register it as I stare at myself in the mirror in the upstairs bathroom. The bruised face staring back at me is indistinct and hazy. My dark hair is as scraggly and unruly as the bits of the day that all run together, and it's the headache that registers the most. That and my discomfort standing in Knox's fancy bathroom on a fancy memory foam rug beneath my boots, gazing into a mirror over a fancy vanity. I've never felt so out of place, and with every creak of the house, I think Mitch will appear in the doorway. Blinking, I stare at my overnight bag. For the first time in my life, Mitch might be the least of my problems. I have 3 pills left in my bag, and when they are gone, I'm afraid of what will happen. My hand flexes at my side and the blisters on my palm sting. Glancing around the bathroom, I dare to hope I'll find a Band-Aid or rubbing alcohol. I open one of the dark-stained cabinets framing the mirror. This ensuite is part of a man's bedroom. Or at least it was at some point. Its sharp edges and masculine grays and blues scream as much, so I hesitate as I open another cabinet, uncertain of what I might find. Hair products, an old toothbrush and tweezers, a dusty half-used bottle of mouthwash. Unable to see everything on the top shelf, I rise on my tiptoes and feel around, knocking an electric razor off. I cringe as it hits the counter, then continue searching. My fingers brush a pill bottle that rattles. An unexpected hope swells to life. I snatch the bottle with the tips of my fingers. Tylenol. Expired Tylenol. I sigh, though I don't know why. I already know there's no stash of clobazam and Depakine, but I can't help but look all the same. When I'm finished searching the top cupboards, I scour the bottom ones. There are no pill bottles, only clean towels and extra toilet paper and a comb, dental floss and nail clippers in one of the drawers. The floor creaks behind me, and I look up in alarm. Knox stands in the doorway, freshly showered and staring at me in the mirror. His bare chest is heaving slightly, and his hand clutches a towel around his waist tighter. I swallow thickly. Knox's shoulders sag a little, maybe with relief, but then a scowl hardens into place.
Looking for something?
A wayward droplet falls from the tip of his hair and carves a path between his pecs.
Ava?
My gaze snaps to his as his hazel eyes narrow and his eyebrow arches skeptically. I lick my lips. I was just...
Just what?
He snaps, a sharp edge of distrust filling each word. My speechlessness subsides, and I grit my teeth. I was looking for a Band-Aid. It's mostly true. Knox makes a derisive noise, and my hackles rise anew. What did you think I was doing? Stealing from you or something? Rolling my eyes, I hold up my blistered hands. His absence of an answer is all I need. You know what? Forget it. I lift my bag from the sink and shove what's left of my meds inside as I gather my things. I can see Knox staring at the pill bottle in the mirror, and I can only imagine what else he's thinking, what poison his father has spread about me. Or maybe he hasn't had to because Knox already assumes the worst. Their prescription, I reassure him, even if it bothers me that I feel the need to explain myself at all. But I am in his house, and Knox is helping me after essentially saving my life, even if it's begrudgingly. His hard gaze meets mine in the mirror, and we stare at each other until I can't take it anymore. God, I mutter. Stereotype much? I bend down to grab my backpack so I can get the hell out of here. What? He grinds out. Just because my uncle has an addiction problem doesn't mean I do. I've been offended by his family enough to last a lifetime, and if these are my last days in this world, I won't be spending them under his judgmental glare. Pulling my bag strap over my shoulder, I brush past Knox and head for the stairs. So I saved you hot water for nothing? I stop, staring over my shoulder at him in surprise. Slowly, he turns to the side and looks at me, his expression unreadable. When Knox said I could get cleaned up here, I didn't realize he meant I could actually shower. The tension in his jaw softens, along with his features, only slightly, and he runs his hand up the back of his head, sending a few more droplets flying, as he lets out a deep breath. I assume you saw the towels during your search? The thought of a shower sends chills over my skin. I nod and glance at the bottom cabinet ravenously. I'll get you a first aid kit with bandages from downstairs, he says. Do you... His gaze rakes over me from my soiled t-shirt to my boot-clad feet. Need anything else? I shake my head with far too much enthusiasm to be normal in such close proximity to Knox Bennett. No. I sound more astonished than I mean to, but I'm grateful he isn't being a total dick about the situation we're in. I have what I need, thanks. With a final survey of me up and down, Knox passes me in the hall, careful not to let our shoulders touch. The crisp scent of citrus and deodorant wafts behind him, and squeezing my eyes shut, I tell myself to ignore it and focus on getting through the next hour without making anything worse. The water smells mildly sulfuric, but it's a small price to pay as it washes over the rawest parts of me. I never thought I'd want a hot shower in the dead of summer, but the heat is soothing, and I let my weariness consume me. I'm too tired to feel, too wrung out to cry, and I welcome the exhaustion. After the crusted blood is washed from my scalp and the dirt scrubbed from my skin, I linger under the spray for only a few moments more to wash the suds away. The water starts to cool as I shut it off, and I pull down the towel I'd flung over the glass door. It's the plushest towel I've ever used, but I miss the rougher, well-worn ones I've grown so accustomed to at home. I try not to think about home, though, because it's not real, not anymore. Drying off, I glance at my clothes strewn around the bathroom. It looks like a bomb detonated in here from trying to find my shampoo and shower stuff Knox shoved haphazardly into my bags with everything else. I make a mental note to sort through my things tomorrow, to see what else Ty might have stolen with my meds. But that's a task for a fresh mind when my head isn't pounding and it doesn't hurt to blink. I wrap my hair in the towel, ignoring my headache. Clicking the shower door open, I step onto the memory foam mat awaiting me. That is a feeling I could get used to. And I find I can't stop thinking about the bed in the other room, wondering if the mattress will feel as magical when I finally get to lie on it. Since the Bennett family is one of the richest, oldest families in Sutton County, I expect sleeping on their plush bed in the extra bedroom will be the best night of rest I've ever had. I pull on a pair of underwear and pajama shorts, then a tank top, before I collect my things from the shower. I leave them in the sink to drip dry, and I gather my dirty clothes. The pants and shirt I wore earlier today are stained with blood, and while I would prefer to throw them away, my wardrobe is limited. I contemplate asking Knox if I can wash them, then drop it all again where I stand. resolved to deal with it tomorrow when I can see straight. Tugging the towel from my head, I drape it over the shower to dry, then brush through the tangles. It's mundane and routine, but it's never felt so good. The seconds pass, and when I hear a noise downstairs, I stir again. Blinking at myself in the mirror, I notice the circles under my eyes look more like bruises, and the pink cut across my cheek stings a little in the cool air. But even if I look like hell, I feel 1,000 times better. More content than I could have hoped to be only hours ago. I toss my brush onto the counter and turn for the door. The instant I open it, sleep is forgotten. A first aid kit sits outside the door, but that might as well be forgotten too, the instant the scent of bacon hits my nose. My stomach turns with a savage hunger, and while it might be presumptuous to think Knox is down there making food for both of us, I can't recall the last time I ate something, and I pad down the hall and then the stairs on bare feet. My stomach rumbles again. If Knox isn't prepared to share, I'm not above begging, or at least scouring his cabinets for crumbs. The wooden stairs are sturdy and don't make a sound as I wind my way down to the living room. The house looks and feels less like a home and more like a lodge with its warm tones, rich woods, and plush furniture. While most of the house is devoid of personality and looks unused, the sitting room attached to the kitchen looks lived in and comfortable. Like this is where Knox and Mitch spend their time. The rest of it, the fancy dining area and library and the living spaces upstairs, are all just furnished rooms. The wood floor is cool beneath my feet as I pad around the couch toward the open, industrial-grade kitchen. Cricket sounds hum through the screen door, and Lucy, or so I've heard Knox call her, lifts her head from her dog bed by the stone hearth. Her butt wags happily, but she doesn't get up. I pause in front of the giant, muted television mounted above the mantel. Images of flooded cities and smoking volcanoes flash across the screen, but I don't want to think about any of that right now, so I continue to the island in the center of the kitchen. Knox moves seamlessly from the counter to the stove, and if he notices me, he doesn't bother looking up. Seeing him in a faded Dallas Cowboys t-shirt, black sweats, and bare feet feels strangely intimate, and having already ogled him tonight, I look away. Plates sit on the quartz countertop, and my gratitude mixes with relief. 2 plates. "I figured you might be hungry," he says, still not meeting my gaze. Knox shuts the gas stove off, and lifting the pan, he scoops a fried egg out for each of us. "I'm starving," I admit. Knox removes a paper towel from another plate on the countertop, exposing a row of fried bacon, and my stomach rumbles again, loud and overly obnoxious. This time, Knox does look up, his eyes scanning me, briefly landing on my stomach before lingering on my chest. Catching himself, he clears his throat and meets my gaze. I blush, feeling more naked than I ever have in a tank top and pajama shorts. "Can I, help with anything?" "You can grab a couple of waters from the pantry," he says, glancing toward a closed door on the other side of the kitchen. "It's not safe to drink from the faucet anymore." Nodding, I walk around the island and stop short so I don't run into Knox as he passes in front of me, headed for the toaster. The pantry is stocked with cans and boxes of food, not so much food that I think he's a prepper or a moonie, but enough that I can tell he and his father have been prepared to hole up here for a little while if need be. Grabbing 2 plastic bottles, I take a final look around, curious if Knox means to stay here until he's forced to leave, then head back into the kitchen. With a sigh, Knox sets a butter dish between our plates, then scans the counter to ensure he's thought of everything. Tapatio, salt, pepper, and a bottle of ketchup are clustered in the center, and when he pulls silverware out of the drawer behind him, I begin to salivate all over again. "Thank you," I breathe, staring at this unexpected gift. Eggs, bacon, and toast, so simple and yet so mouth-watering. I lift onto a padded stool at the breakfast bar. "Sure." He climbs onto the stool beside me. As I butter my toast, Knox squirts ketchup on his fried egg in silence, then drizzles some tapatio on it, followed by a dusting of salt and pepper. I don't usually like ketchup, but he makes it look amazing, so I do the same, wanting all the things on my plate. Then we dive in. The food is orgasmic against my tongue. Ketchup, eggs, bacon, wheat bread. None of it has ever tasted so good. At first, I'm content to keep quiet, trying as best I can to not eat like a complete savage. But as our silverware scrapes our plates and the intermittent chatter on the radio fades into the background, our silence feels expectant, even if Knox hasn't looked at me once. I swallow a bite of toast. I've never had breakfast for... I glance at the microwave clock. I knew it was late, but I didn't expect it to be nearly 10. An almost midnight snack. It's the best, he replies simply, and licking his lips, Knox opens his bottle of water and chugs it down. I know you have limited supplies, so I appreciate you. It's fine, he says, wiping the water from his lips with the back of his hand instead of his crumpled napkin. I'm not a total dick. I wasn't only going to make food for myself. I know, but after everything that happened today, I'm really grateful. You didn't have to bring me here at all, but you did, and now I'm having what is probably the best meal I've had in weeks. He looks at me, skeptical. You work at a diner? Yeah, well, Kyle's breakfast never tasted this good. I bite off a hunk of bacon, and with a huff, I shake my head, completely incredulous of our situation. What? Knox shovels the last of his egg into his mouth. Oh, nothing, other than the fact that, before today, we haven't spent more than 20 minutes in the same vicinity. Now I'm in your house, eating your food. Yeah, well, everything is upside down, so it seems fitting. I snort. True. His eyes dart to me, and then we eat the rest of our breakfast with the noise of our crackling water bottles and scraping silverware filling the kitchen. Lucy yawns audibly from her bed, then walks over to her kibble bowl by the back door. With a yawn of his own, Knox rests his elbows on the countertop as he runs his hands over his face. Where were you and Scott headed? After the day we've had, I can only imagine how much his body hurts, probably worse than mine. My meal, barely settled in my stomach, threatens to churn as I meet his gaze, a beautiful mix of copper and green that's fixed directly on me. He was heading to Missouri. And you? He stares at me, and Lucy comes up to sit beside his stool. You were going to Missouri with him? He reaches down and rubs her head. It's disarming that a man with a stare so sharp it could cut glass can seem so utterly gentle at the same time. I discard my napkin on my empty plate and push it away from me. Scott was taking me to Sweetwater, I admit. Knox waits a beat before asking, Who's in Sweetwater? There's something about his tone that makes me think he already knows. And of course he would. His father didn't start coming to the trailer park, cursing my existence in a drunken rage until Julio was released from prison. When Julio never came back to Sonora, for obvious reasons, it was as if Mitch needed to take his aggression out on someone, and Julio's only kin seemed to suffice. Regardless, I knew the question would come eventually. I just hadn't wanted Knox to ask it so soon, not when we are on somewhat common ground at the moment. Bracing myself, I tell him, Julio. I can't bring myself to look away, needing to see Knox's reaction. Disgust at the thought of my uncle's face? Regret for helping me? Fury at the gall I have to think Knox might take me there? But it's none of those. Knox's brow, tanned from working in the sun, twitches, but other than that, he looks deceptively unfazed. Then again, anger has never been Knox's M.O. He's always kept himself closed off around me instead. I don't know what your plan was bringing me here, I start, preparing myself for whatever he decides next. But I get it if you want me to leave. I step down from the stool and collect our dirty plates. Knox doesn't answer as I set them in the sink. I promised Scott I would help you, he finally says. What? My eyes snap over my shoulder to him. What do you mean, you promised him? Elbows still perched on the counter, Knox rubs his hands over his face again, scrubbing his hair like it pains him to answer. It was the final thing he said. I collect the dirty pan and spatula, swallowing the emotion thickening in my throat. That Scott would be worried about me in his final moments is almost too much to bear right now. You've already done enough, Knox. Roughly, I clear my throat. As much as I hate to think about being on my own, it's true. He's helped me more than I ever could have hoped for today. He even fed me.
So, you're going to what? Take the bus?
He asks dryly. I'll figure something out. I'm nothing if not a survivor. At least, that's what I tell myself, and I let the faucet water run over my fingers as I wait for it to warm. He shouldn't have asked that of you.
I'm going to take you to Sweetwater, Ava.
Exhaustion riddles the sigh that follows, and his stool scrapes against the tiled floor. Knox,
We can argue about it later.
his eyes don't meet mine when I look back at him.
I'm going to bed. You should have everything you need upstairs.
Without another word, Knox disappears down a hallway, and Lucy trots after him. The moment I hear his door shut, I turn the water off and brace my hands against the counter like it's the only thing keeping me upright. Staring at the dirty dishes, I try and fail to keep the tears at bay. I learned a long time ago not to rely on anyone other than Mavie, and this was why, this unbearable weight in my chest, knowing the burden I've become. I felt it with Scott, but he didn't have the reluctance in his voice that Knox does. There was no convoluted history to wade through, and I didn't have to wonder how much Scott resented and hated me every time he looked in my direction or avoided meeting my gaze. Now, the person I know wishes me miles away is the very person I have to rely on. Again.
16. Knox. I wake with a start. My room is awash with daylight, the heat of midday seeping in. I could sleep for hours more, but I've already been in bed too long. Sitting up, I reach for my phone on the nightstand. Shit! I climb out of bed faster than my body is ready for and nearly stumble back onto the mattress. It's nearly 1 p.m., and I should have fed the animals hours ago. Yanking on my jeans, I scan my room for Lucy, but she's not here. No wonder I slept so long without her to pounce on me at dawn for breakfast and a bathroom break. I tread into the bathroom, registering the distant hum of the backup generator. The fact that it's on means the power went out, which isn't comforting. I take care of morning business in a rush, and after I've brushed my teeth and splashed cold sulfuric water on my face, I know I need to do something about the water situation today. As my list of priorities multiplies in the few minutes I've been awake, reality quickly sets in, and my shoulders feel heavy again. Hurrying back to my room, I open the middle drawer of my dresser, pull out a clean white t-shirt and tug it over my head. Grabbing a pair of socks in my top drawer, I plop down on the mattress to pull them on. My boots are next, and my mind wanders to Ava. I have no idea what she's been up to while I've been sleeping the day away. The thought of her awake and roving around the house makes me uneasy. Not because I don't trust her per se, but because it's Ava, and it's weird that she's here at all. Boots laced, I shove off my bed and swing my bedroom door open. Bracing myself for whatever I might find, I make my way down the hallway and stop. Ava is crouched by the mantel in the living room. I hear the tinkle of broken glass and remember the portrait of my family shattered there from the other night. My gut reaction is to bark at her to leave it alone, but I hesitate, watching Ava's thoughtful expression instead. Her dark ponytail falls over her shoulder as she lifts the glassless frame, and she stares at the image of my family for so long my chest starts to ache. What is she thinking? I'm anxious to know, but the moment she brushes the tip of her finger over my mother's face, I can't take it anymore, and I step into the living room. Ava jolts to her feet, her face reddening. "You're awake?" I stalk over and take the photo from her hands. "I was just cleaning up the glass," she says in a rush. Setting the frame on the mantel, I glance around the living room. It's neat and tidy. So is the kitchen. "You cleaned my house?" Ava shoves her hands in her back pockets with an emphatic exhale. "I wanted to help somehow, to thank you. And when I let Lucy out, I fed the animals, too." My gaze snaps to hers. "You fed the animals?" I asked dubiously. I'm not sure if I should be grateful she took the initiative or upset she had the audacity to assume she should. I don't know if it's my tone, but her uncertainty fades away and her eyes harden on me in response. "I knew how tired you must have been." Her words are pure acid, "and I wasn't sure how long you would sleep." Her gray tank top is smudged on the side with what looks like dried horse or cow slobber, and her jeans have dirt on the thigh. Dark wisps of hair frizz around her bronze skin, and her amber eyes twinkle in the sunlight, filling the room. She's finished my morning chores and then some, and now I feel like an ass. "Obviously, I don't know what you feed them all," Ava continues, "so I portioned out the pellets you buy from the store." I watch her, feeling somewhat baffled by this woman. Half the time I don't know if I'm put out by her or if I'm intrigued. "Don't make it weird, okay?" she says in my silence. Ava rubs her forehead. "I know you would prefer I wasn't here despite your misguided obligation to take care of me. I was having a hard time finding things to keep me busy that wouldn't seem overly creepy or like I was overstepping, like doing your laundry or something." She shrugs as if she'd really considered it. "You were exhausted, and I wanted to help. It doesn't have to be a thing." I've always known Ava feels bad about what happened to my mother. She's barely held eye contact with me since her uncle was put away. But I'm starting to get the impression she thinks I dislike her a lot more than I do. First, she thought I would leave her at the farm supply store after being attacked. Then that I would rather her be God knows where on her own instead of having her safe here with me. Especially when the truth is, it's comforting not to be alone. "All right," I say, and her brow lifts with surprise. I hate that my gaze shifts to her mouth before I look away. "All right?" I nod. "Is there anything else I should know about?" I turn for the front door to make my rounds. There are sick livestock to check on, supplies to inventory, and decisions to be made about what happens next. Pushing the screen door open, I stop on the porch and inhale the sulfur in the air, more potent than yesterday. The day is hazy, but the heat is already cloying as I step into the sun. As it beats down on me, I realize I forgot my hat, but that's the least of my worries. Lucy scurries out from the shade of the tractor by the garden shed and lopes over, her body trembling with excitement. "Hey, pup." I give her head a good rub as she follows me toward the stables. "The power went out sometime in the night," Ava offers, her strides nearly as wide as mine to keep up. I pause and look at her. She worries her bottom lip in thought, her hands still in her back pockets. I try not to notice the way her shirt hugs her curves, but fail miserably and look away again. I noticed the backup generator was on. "Do we have to worry about it running out of fuel?" She falls into step behind me again. "No, it's piped into the natural gas," I explain, grateful that's one less thing I have to worry about today. "About the water?" Ava starts again as we step into the horse stable. Poppy, Rooster, and Loca all poke their heads out of their stalls in greeting, eyes wide and ears forward. "What about it?" Our footsteps echo against the cement walkway. "With the sulfur issue, I didn't know what you'd want to do, so I didn't refill any of the troughs." "Okay, I'll get it sorted. I've never had to bleach the animals' drinking water, but I'm not sure I have another option at this point." "And the 6 steers?" Ava adds, more hesitantly. Reluctantly, I meet her gaze. "One of them looks pretty bad." I glare in no particular direction, my hope of sidestepping death today extinguishing. "I'll take care of it." Ava looks as regretful as I feel, and her amber eyes shift over me. "Is there anything I can do to help?" I'm about to tell her no, there isn't anything she can do unless she wants to shoot a steer between the eyes, but then another thought strikes me instead. Inventory. Whether we stay here for a while or get on the road to Sweetwater, we need to know what we have. She nods. "I can do that." "Unload what you can from my truck. Mark down our supplies and anything glaring we may still need. When I'm finished, we'll see what I have stocked in the pantry and shed." Ava doesn't need more direction than that. With a renewed sense of purpose, she marches back the way we came. Hey, Ava. Hands in her back pockets again. She spins around to look at me. Thank you. She visibly swallows, and if I'm not mistaken, relief fills her eyes. Of course. Her voice is soft, and with an absent stroke of her hand over Poppy's brown muzzle, she strides into the sunlight. By late afternoon, the air is thick with the scent of smoke, and I've checked the ham radio 4 times for news and gleaned enough to know the sinkhole mayhem continues to spread. Martial law has been enacted in bigger cities like New York and Washington, D.C., as more and more people panic, and with everyone fleeing the southern part of the state, northern counties all over Texas are in chaos. Some of the families in locations that are inundated by travelers try to stay hunkered down, while some of them have fled perfectly good homes to head farther north, not wanting to see what will happen next in the Lone Star State. Most disconcerting are the wildfires spreading from New Mexico toward Balmorhea and Mentone, though chatter says firefighters may have them under control. The more I dwell on it, though, the more uneasy it makes me, so I focus on ranch tasks instead. By 6 p.m., most of what I wanted to accomplish is done, and Rooster and I head back to the stable. Dirty and exhausted, he clomps faster, anxious to get back to his paddock. I filled 5 steel drums with water, cleaned and chlorinated for the animals to drink over the next few days, and led the 6th steer over the ridge to put it out of its misery. I still haven't burned the bodies, though. Not only do I want to avoid drawing unwanted attention to us out here, I have more immediate concerns, especially if we're not going to stay at the ranch. I pull Rooster to a stop at the hitching post, and Lucy, panting and exhausted from traipsing around the property, runs over to the water trough for a drink. I glance around for Ava. From what I can tell, she's unloaded most of the supplies and arranged them neatly inside the stable, safe from the sun, but I don't see her. Rooster lets out a heavy sigh, and I climb down from the saddle. I go through the motions removing his tack, and all the while my thoughts drift to Sweetwater. If Sweetwater is where Ava wants to go, I will take her, but my gut tells me staying here is best, and I can't help but wonder how that would work. The 2 of us hold up here for the foreseeable future, or if Ava would even be willing to stay. Surely she would see sense in the idea that we are safer here than facing whatever the unknown might have in store for us. We have plenty of food and access to water, even if it will eventually need to be treated. That can protect us here better than on the road, and maybe, just maybe, my father and brother, even Tony, might surprise me and return to the ranch at some point. It's obvious how uncomfortable Ava is here, so convincing her to stay won't be easy, but I know I have to. It's the smartest thing to do for now, even if it's awkward. It's been years since a woman lived in the house, 10 years to be exact, and that Ava, of all people, might become a permanent resident is the most ironic turn of events yet. The image of her standing at the island last night, freshly showered in her pajamas, flashes to mind, and my body heats instantaneously. It's a mind fuck is what it is, and I push all those thoughts away. When Rooster's sorrel coat is brushed down and he's watered, I lead him back to his stall. With a final pat on his rump, I nudge him inside to rest and close him in. My stomach rumbles with hunger. Craving a ham sandwich with extra mustard and a side of kettle chips, I head for the house to make us something to eat, scouring the outbuildings for Ava along the way. The truck bed is completely empty, and those feed sacks were anything but easy to move, especially in the blaze of the Texas sun. I shake my head, imagining Ava straining as she unloaded everything on her own, and know I have to give her props for that. If nothing else, she's got grit and gumption, which she'll need on the ranch. Wiping my sweaty brow with my shoulder, I notice the garden shed is open. Ava, take a break. I stride over. I'm making food. I stop at the tractor. Ava? A bone-chilling dread rushes through my veins. She's crumpled on the ground against the shed. Ava! I fall to my knees beside her. Ava, can you hear me? Her eyes are open and glazed over, her lips slightly parted, and her face is pale. Ava, say something, I demand, but I don't touch her, uncertain what to do. Finally, she blinks, but it's lethargic, and her breathing is ragged. What do I do? I plead. What's wrong? Heat stroke, side effects from her concussion. I don't wait for Ava to answer as I scoop her into my arms. I'll get you inside where it's cool. Her body is limp, her skin sticky with sweat. Ava, I breathe as I march toward the porch. Say something, please. Lethargically, she lifts her arm and splays her palm across my chest. Sleep, she murmurs so quietly I barely hear her over the creak of the screen door as I fling it open. Water and sleep. I take her to the couch and lay her down. I'll get you water, I promise, brushing the sweaty strands of hair from her face. Rushing to the fridge and back, I tell myself she is fine. Everything will be fine, and kneel beside her. Ava blinks a few more times and licks her lips as the color slowly returns to her skin. You already look better, I say, more for myself than for her benefit. Twisting the top off the water, I put it to her mouth, offering her a drink. Ava's hand comes up, but she doesn't take the bottle. Instead, her arm drops to her chest, like it's too heavy to hold up, and she lifts her head as much as she can to sip from the bottle. Ava, what the hell is happening? Closing her eyes, she takes a few small drinks. I'll be okay, she rasps as she drops her head. Her cheeks flush, but it can't possibly be with embarrassment, and she averts her gaze. I just need rest. All I can do is stare at her as she turns over to face the couch cushions. That's it? That's all she's going to give me? I nearly had a heart attack, thinking she might be dying, and now she's going to sleep. What if sleeping is the last thing she should be doing? What if she's dehydrated and needs more water? What if she fell out there and hit her head again? I rise to my feet, heart racing, fear and confusion tangling like bramble bushes as I peer down at her. What the actual fuck just happened?
17. Ava. I wake on Knox's couch, a blanket draped over me, and only a small lamp illuminating the living room. I don't know when the sun set during my dozing in and out all evening, or what time it is, but there's a chill in the air, so it must be late. The house is quiet, save for the distant hum of the generator, and for a moment, I think Knox has gone to bed. A hoarse whinny carries in from outside, and I sit up. I can see the moonlit barn through the screen door. Then I hear Knox's voice, a low murmur too quiet to comprehend. The porch creaks next, and my cheeks heat as I realize he has likely been outside, waiting for me to wake up. Untangling from the blanket, I right myself, my boots hitting the rug with a soft thud. I should have warned Knox this might happen, that it would eventually happen. I rally myself to go out there. Epilepsy is not a topic that comes up naturally in any conversation, especially not in the chaotic mess of the past 2 days. I have to explain it to him, though. He deserves far more than that, and I force myself to get up. Grabbing the half-empty water bottle from the coffee table, I walk to the door. I'm still fully dressed, but my tank top covers little, and the chilly night sends goosebumps over my exposed arms as I push the screen open. The tinge of smoke in the air is barely noticeable because all I can think about is what Knox will say next. But he says nothing. Knox doesn't even look at me as I step outside. His hand pauses its ministrations on Lucy's silky ear, though, and her head darts in my direction. Hey, I say dumbly. I walk over to the rocking chair next to his. Hey. Even in the night shadows, I can tell his gaze is fixed on the stables and inky horizon, anywhere but toward me. I should have warned you. It's all I can think to say as I lower into the seat, pulling my legs under me. Finally, Knox looks at me, playing with Lucy's ear as she dozes off again beside him. I think it comforts him as much as her.
So, you did know that would happen?
I nod. I assumed it would, eventually. His jaw clenches in the moon shadows, and I know he's angry. Still, he gives nothing else away.
Was it the heat?
Turning the water bottle around in my hand, I shake my head. No, I mean, the heat doesn't help, but it's not solely that. If anything, it just makes it worse. Knox stares at me for so long I begin to itch under his gaze, uncertain of what he's thinking. I want him to ask me all his questions, simply to fill the awkward silence that seems to settle between us so easily. And finally, he grants my wish.
That happens a lot?
I bite my lip, considering what a lot means to him. It comes and goes in waves, but it's worse when I stop taking my meds. Knox rubs his forehead.
The pills in the white bag.
I run my finger over the grooves in the chair arm.
And that bag, the one you can't find, was all you had.
I have a few pills left, but silly me, I say caustically. I thought I could ration them. I uncap my water and take a drink for something to do. Movement to disperse the anxious energy buzzing through me. I know better. Knox's gaze bores into the side of my face, as if I'm not squirming enough already. I'll survive without them, I promise. It just sucks, is all.
It's why you don't drive,
he muses, and wordlessness finds us again. Crickets and the pacing horses in the stables fill the night. Usually, I start, I know when they are coming and can prepare for them. Well, as much as you can prepare for something like that. But today, I don't know. It came faster than I'm used to. I shake my head. I wasn't ready for it.
Ready for what, exactly?
In my periphery, Knox shifts in his seat.
What happens?
Some call them absence seizures, but it's more than that. I search for a way to explain it to him. I've never talked to anyone about my spells other than Scott because it's happened at work a few times, and Mavie, of course. I feel exposed having it happen around Knox when 2 days ago we weren't even on speaking terms. Placing my hand on my chest, I force myself to find the words. It's like I feel a void coming to life inside of me. That's the only way I can think to explain it. With a huff, I shake my head. You'd think knowing a spell is coming is a good thing, but sometimes I think it makes them worse. I can't stop them, so I stew and wait for them to come. Lucy snores softly at Knox's feet, and when I glance at him, he's staring out at the darkness.
You were looking right at me,
he murmurs, and there's a trace of horror in his voice.
You looked dead, Ava.
I lean my head back against the chair, slowly rocking back and forth. There are cobwebs on the slatted porch ceiling, and I make a mental note to clean them for Knox tomorrow. I don't know how to explain it, I say, but it's like being paralyzed. Sometimes I can hear and see things, but I can't move. Other times, everything tunnels away, fading completely until I can't see or hear anything at all. It only lasts for seconds, I think. Maybe a few minutes, but afterward, it feels like the life is drained from me. Knox leans his head back in the chair, stoic and thoughtful, and the more I watch him, I think he's being careful with his words too.
How long have you had them?
All my life, I whisper. Moonlight stripes Knox's face. His brow is furrowed, his jaw tight again, and that pensive look of his is quickly becoming maddeningly dependable. It was hard to diagnose when I was little, I continue. Even now, my doctors argue what it is. I've gotten so many tests done, but they are always inconclusive. I snort a laugh. I'm not sure what that says about me, I mutter.
Since you continue to have them,
Knox says flatly.
I'd say whatever they're doing isn't working. You need to see a specialist.
I laugh again.
It's not funny, Ava.
His chiding voice makes me bristle, and the smile falls from my lips. You don't think I know that? I sit straighter in my chair. I'm the one who has to live with it, but money doesn't grow on trees, Knox. At least not for me. I've barely been able to pay my medical bills as it is. A specialist is out of the question. Just getting to the city is an obstacle in itself, and leaving Mavie overnight... My voice cracks, and I grit my teeth. There have been more important things to worry about, especially now. The water sloshes in my bottle as I rock back and forth, exhaling the weighty memory of Mavie, of how different my life was only a handful of hours ago. I hate losing control of my body, I confess, especially when it happens in public. Being conscious and incapable of speaking, moving, or even seeing sometimes, I say in a rush. Obviously, I would fix it if I could. With a hefty sigh, Lucy stretches out on the porch, and the horses move restlessly in the stables.
I wish there was a better way to tell how bad things have gotten in town,
Knox mutters. I've wondered the same thing a dozen times, and every time I think of town, I imagine what's left of Lars's crew looking for the one who killed their friends. Because my gut tells me if any of them learned what happened in the supply store, they'd know it had something to do with me. I shake my head. I know what you're thinking, Knox, and it's not worth it. Especially because A familiar rumble roars in the night, instantly followed by the quaking earth. Lucy scrambles away in fear, the horses neigh, and the wood around us creaks in protest. Remotely, I notice strange lights flickering in the distance as I grab onto the arms of the rocking chair to push myself up and run. But Knox and I are barely standing when the world stills again, and the rumbling ceases. We wait for an aftershock with bated breath, and when nothing comes, I meet his wide-eyed gaze. You think I'd be used to that by now, I rasp, wiping my sweaty hands on my pants.
Same.
Knox stares toward the paddock where Poppy paces.
I should have realized that was why the animals have been so anxious tonight.
Lucy comes scampering back from around the house, and Knox steps off the porch.
I hooked the antenna up earlier. See what you can find on the TV. I'm going to check on the livestock.
Yeah, I breathe. Okay. I move for the screen door, watching the way Knox's strides consume the distance to the stables, once again filled with purpose. Our reprieve, it would seem, is over.
18. Knox. When I'm finished checking on the horses and the steers, I head to the shed to find my father's old radio from the days he used to work in the fields. With the ham radio overloaded with civilian chatter, the phone lines down, the power out, and the scent of fire on the breeze, it's my last-ditch effort to figure out what's happening at the government level. Once I find the radio, I switch the flashlight off to conserve the battery and head back. The intermittent moonlight illuminates the generator idling on the side of the house, and I thank God we spent an obscene amount of money to install it a few years ago. When I step inside, Ava is in front of the television, her stance wide and one hand on her hip as she scans for news. Only one channel will come in, she says, peevish. Sweat glistens on her brow, lit by the screen and the single lamp on the side table, and it's not entirely helpful. I read the prompt plastered across the television. The following warnings have been issued for the state of Texas. The National Weather Service has issued a wildfire alert for all counties in the Great Plains region. All residents in affected areas should evacuate immediately. I'm not surprised by the alert. I haven't smelled smoke in the air all day. If the wind shifts, it could easily come this way, Ava murmurs, and we have no way of knowing. Refusing to let my mind spiral, I lift the radio. Maybe this will help. I drop to the couch, and clenching my hand at my side, I brace myself and click the radio on. When Ava plops down beside me, the faint scent of her apple shampoo I smelled last night at dinner wafts off her, and I clear my throat. Here! She extends the antenna for me, and we both seem to hold our breath as I scan the stations. Static, static, muffled music, static, static, static. Evacuate immediately. The monotone voice is scratchy, and I angle the radio for a better signal. Due to increased wildfire events, warnings have been issued for the southern and Great Plains states. Evacuation may be required. Please be advised. Ava watches me closely, gauging my reaction, no doubt to temper her own. Due to severe wind events in the Midwest, a shelter-in-place order has been issued. Tsunami warnings and mandatory evacuation orders have been announced for all coastal states. Evacuate to the nearest safe shelter immediately. The voice pauses before continuing again. Due to unprecedented winter storm events in the Northeast, shelter in place or evacuation may be required. Please be advised. Locate the nearest safe shelter immediately. Silence stretches for a moment before the broadcast starts again. The National Weather Service has issued the following statements. Due to unprecedented and severe weather patterns, the President of the United States has declared a state of emergency in the following regions. Please be advised. All coastal communities should find a safe shelter and evacuate immediately. Due to increased wildfire events, a warning has been issued. I turn the volume down as the broadcast loops and stare at the dusty radio. So much for staying here as long as we can, I mutter. I lean back against the couch, and Ava does the same, her shoulder brushing mine as we stare at the television screen, its glow almost haunting in the shadowy room. We don't know where the fires are exactly, Ava points out. Just because we can smell them doesn't mean they are coming this way. The wind can carry the smoke for miles. True, but our luck isn't that good. I close my eyes as I consider how quickly we should pack and get out of here. But go where? And what about the animals? The truth is, we have no clue where the closest safe shelter is, since half of Texas is already gone. And I know that whatever we do find will be inundated with people. I don't know if Sweetwater is any better off, Ava says quietly. But at least we have a direction to go. Once again, Ava waits for my reaction, but I don't have the energy to care about Julio right now. What does it say about the Midwest? I ask instead, thinking about my uncle's farm and Ransom. I've been so focused on trying to stay here for as long as possible, I wasn't even paying attention. Wind events, she recalls. Shelter in place, I think. Tornadoes, we both seem to realize at once. That's not entirely surprising, I guess. Pulling my phone from my back pocket, I find Mason's number in my contacts and press the call button. The recorded operator comes on immediately, and with a groan, I toss my phone onto the coffee table with a clatter. Pointless. I fail to exhale the tension coiling through every inch of me, and Lucy must feel it too because she patters over and licks my hand. Her blue and gray eyes draw together with concern. Sitting up, I set the radio on the coffee table. What do you want to do? It's a selfish question, but I'm tired of making decisions and want her to decide for both of us. Ava looks at the television, her gaze lingering before shifting back to me. She chews the inside of her cheek, which is something I've never seen her do, and I wonder if it's a new tic or just one of a million things I don't know about her. None of that matters, though, and closing my eyes, I lean my head back and sort through more pressing thoughts. I think, Ava drawls, as if her thoughts are still forming. I think we spend tomorrow finishing the inventory I didn't get to today. Then maybe we prepare everything we'll need if the time comes and we have to leave at the drop of a hat. Otherwise, I meet her gaze again as she hedges. Her lips are pursed, her expression uncertain. Otherwise, we stay here for as long as we can, where we're safest. For now. This close, Ava's eyes gleam like smoky quartz in the lamplight. I see fear in their depths. I see exhaustion. But I see her determination and strength, too. I can feel it radiating off her, even as she bites her cheek with uncertainty. And unexpectedly, a calmness eases over me. All her life, she's been surviving. And if she can look at me, composed and level-headed after the hell we've gone through in the past 24 hours, I know I have to be solid, too. Then I start, unable to resist another glance at her lips. That's what we'll do. Tonight, we get some rest. We can worry about tomorrow when the sun comes up. Yeah, okay, she agrees, and with our next steps decided, I lean back into the couch again. We both stare up at the exposed beams in the ceiling. The wind chime jingles outside. The low murmur of the radio and the distant sound of the generator fill the room, and still it feels too quiet between us. "What did he do?" I asked suddenly. Ava seemed far too close to jumping out of a moving vehicle when she realized we were at the ranch. "What?" She blinks at me, but I can tell she's tracking because she clams up almost immediately. "Why are you so scared of my father? I know what a mean bastard he is, but the look on your face yesterday..." My jaw tightens. It hasn't sat right with me since. Ava's dark eyebrows draw together and she looks down at her fingernails. "He started coming to the trailer park a few years ago." I frown. I hadn't expected her to say that. "What for?" My fist clenches at my side. "To remind me how much he hates Julio. And me, I guess." She's thoughtful as I sit up and angle to face her fully. "What was my dad doing at your house, Ava?" My voice is quiet, but filled with dread and rage and disappointment as I wait for her to explain. And maybe there's a little guilt for having known none of this. "Yelling, mostly. He didn't come inside or anything. He never tried or even knocked at the door. But he would stand outside, cursing Julio and shouting all the things he wanted me to tell him next time I see him. Sometimes it was me he seemed mad at. It just depended, I guess, and I think learning Julio had gotten out of prison pushed him over the edge. I can think of a handful of nights over the past few years when Wyatt brought my father home drunk. I thought it was because he didn't want my dad to drive home from the bar, but had it been an escort from Ava's house every time? The sheriff apologized, but never did much more than that. I know he and your dad were friends." "So what? He's the fucking sheriff." I glare into the empty fireplace. "I knew my dad made comments to you sometimes. He blamed everyone for all his problems." I shake my head, but I never knew about that. Ava pulls her legs into her chest, nestling into the corner of the couch. "It doesn't matter now. It's over. All of it is over." It's what she doesn't say that hangs in the air between us. Mavie is gone. My father is gone. Hell, the whole town may be gone for all we know. Still, imagining Mavie and Ava alone in that trailer and my father bullying them makes me hate him all over again. As reluctant as she seems, I know Ava isn't telling me everything either. "I'm sorry he did that to you, that you had to worry about my father on top of everything else. It's not your fault your dad's an asshole, Nux," she says, far too forgiving. Or was. Still, I spent so much time ignoring him as much as I could. I should have paid more attention. "Honestly," she says with a brittle laugh, "I would take your dad harassing me over this shit any day. And while I appreciate her making light of it, I can't find it in me to do much more than smile. If I'm being really honest," she continues, glancing around my house, "I thought you hated me as much as he did. That's why this is so weird." My eyes meet Ava's for a second before her cheeks redden a little, and she looks away. "Maybe you do, and you're just better at hiding it. Though I can't blame Ava for thinking I'm so much like my father. It still rankles me. I've never hated you. The words form easily. But I've resented you at times, even though none of what happened to my mother and my family has ever been your fault. Only as I speak the words aloud do they actually feel true. None of this should have ever been a burden on you." I stare at the broken portrait on the mantel. My father destroyed this family after she was gone. Or maybe it was headed that way all along. My mom was the glue holding us all together. When she died, everything imploded. Deep down, that feels most like the truth. Kellen was always going to be gay, and my dad was always going to punish him for it, I confess. None of that had anything to do with you or Julio, or even my mom, for that matter. None of that would have been any different if she were still alive. Is that whose room I'm sleeping in? Your brother's? I glanced toward the stairs. He hasn't been home in 10 years. Not since my mom. Well, you know. Ava picks at a loose thread in the seam of her jeans. I'm sorry, Knox. The sincerity in her voice tears at my heart a little, because, like me, Ava has lost her entire family, too. Where's Kellen now? A knot forms in the center of my chest, tightening as I try to speak. Dead, I think, in California. Leaning closer, Ava rests her hand on my shoulder, and I feel the warmth of her handprint through my shirt. I would say I'm sorry again, but the words seem pointless the more I say them. My gaze flicks to hers, then lowers to her pursed lips. Thanks. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, but I don't know who they're for. Me? My brother? For my family? For both of us? It might be the summer heat or the world ending, but the air between us feels thick and charged, and my instinct is to move away and put more distance between us. But I don't. I sit there, staring at her, and remembering when she was a kid, with her knobby knees and long, dark braid that reached her lower back. Her knees aren't so knobby anymore, and the shyness in her eyes holds far too many emotions to fathom. She licks her lips, and even they are fascinating. Her hand falls away. I clear my throat. We really are orphans now, she muses, and her voice is so quiet I almost miss it as I blink myself out of my daze. The television flickers, drawing her attention, and the glow of it illuminates her profile. I haven't heard from Tony in 2 days, I admit. I don't tell Ava so she feels sorry for me, but because I know they were friends. He was with his mother in San Antonio, then the sinkhole. I try and fail to swallow the growing lump in my throat. I have no idea if he's alive. Nostrils flaring, Ava inhales a deep, ragged breath and bobs her head, slowly, resigned. I wondered, she admits, and when Lucy groans with a stretch, stirring the mood again, Ava rises to her feet. I should probably get some sleep if I'm going to be worth anything tomorrow. I stand, and Lucy hops to her feet, too. Do you want to take a sandwich up with you? I'm not sure I'm even hungry, but the words come out all the same. I'm okay. She grabs her battered water bottle from the coffee table. Thanks, though. With a watery smile, Ava makes her way to the stairs, only to stop at the bottom. Hey, Knox. She looks back at me. Thanks for taking care of me today. Gratitude cracks her voice, and knowing what she's been going through with Mavie and her own doctors, I wonder when someone took care of Ava last. I'm just glad you're okay. She huffs a sad sort of laugh. Hopefully this isn't a trend, my having to thank you every night for saving me in some way. I want to tell Ava that she has saved me, too, my sanity, if nothing else. But I don't, and she disappears up the steps. I'm not sure how long I stare at the darkened staircase before Lucy whimpers at my side, licking my hand impatiently. Groaning, I run my hand over my face and head, peering down at her. Food, and then sleep, I tell her, knowing we both desperately need it.
19. Ava. Between muddy dreams and incoherent thoughts, I hear voices and see shadows behind my eyelids. It's all in my head, the fear and bated breath in which I wait for Lars's crew to find us, hell-bent on retaliation. I calm myself with growing confidence that they have far more urgent things to worry about, the same as the rest of us. The plush mattress keeps me up rather than helping me sleep. It's a constant reminder I'm in Knox's house and of the conversations we shared today. I had no idea he'd lost so many people, and after what happened with Scott, I can imagine Knox is barely holding himself together. But he is, for me. Just as I'm sure I would have lost my shit by now if not for him. But unease slithers over me, ever present. It's only a matter of time before the ground shakes again, and what's to stop the earth from finally giving in beneath us, swallowing the ranch whole? Lightning flashes in the distance, as it has been, off and on for a couple of hours, but I try not to worry about fires right now. Lucy and the anxious horses outside will alert us to anything approaching if the time comes. But when I'm not thinking about sudden evacuation, I'm listening to the creaks and groans of the large house settling in the wind. Amid my tossing and turning, I try to imagine a world different from this one. A world where people don't have to worry about the shift in gravity or the impending effects of an asteroid collision with the moon. A world where everyday concerns are not consumed with what cataclysmic event will hit next. Where Gertie is the name of a little girl on the playground and not the harbinger of death, the bringer of chaos, and the eventual end of us all. I roll onto my back and inhale a deep breath, willing myself to go to sleep. I need to maintain at least a little sanity to deal with reality tomorrow. But when the floorboards creak beside me, my eyes fly open. At first, I think the form looming next to my bed is only a sleepy illusion, but as a man's broad-shouldered outline sharpens, I scream. Scurrying out of the tangled blankets, my heart pounding, I flatten against the wall across the room and shove the blinds over, allowing the moonlight in. It swathes Mitch Bennett in a haunting, almost otherworldly blue.
Ava!
Knox's voice booms from the first floor as he barrels loudly up the stairs. I have a distant thought to gather my things and rush out of here, knowing I am the last person on Earth that Mitch would ever welcome into his house. But I'm stunned in place, confused, horror-struck at the sight of him. He's just standing there, silent and motionless. Mitch's dark hair is disheveled, and his eyes are sunken in. His cheek is streaked with grease or dirt, maybe even dried blood. His black t-shirt with the Bennett logo is torn, and he has a hole in the knee of his Wranglers. But the dead look in his eyes is what pins me in place. His gaze is empty, not glazed over like he's drunk. He doesn't even seem angry to see me cowering across the room from him.
Ava!
Knox lurches to a stop in the doorway, his bare chest heaving as he takes in the sight of his father.
Dad? What?
Knox steps into the room, his hair tousled and his face lined from sleep. Mitch doesn't answer, and his stare doesn't waver from me.
Dad.
Knox tries again, sterner this time. Having never seen Mitch Bennett so still and quiet before, I swallow another scream, uncertain of what he'll do next.
I'll go,
I stammer, afraid to move. Knox moves to stand beside his father.
Dad,
he repeats carefully. Finally, Mitch looks at him and his features soften a little.
Knox.
His voice is rough and breathy. Knox assesses his father up and down.
What happened? I worried you were dead.
Mitch's eyebrows draw together, the lines in his forehead deepening, and then his eyes fill with something I have never seen before. It looks a lot like sadness. Relief, maybe. But instead of answering him, Mitch's shoulders droop. He turns on his boot heel and leaves the room, a slight limp in his step. Knox meets my gaze, a flustered, frantic sort of confusion furrowing his brow. Turning, he stalks after his father.
Dad, Jesus, tell me what happened.
Without Mitch's invisible hold on me, I start collecting my things in a rush, knowing I cannot stay here now that he's returned. A pang of sadness is quickly chased away by desperation, and I hurry into the bathroom. I fumble, grabbing what few things I have, and return to the room as Knox strides in.
What are you doing?
Leaving, obviously. I bite out. I can't stay here, not now. I shouldn't have been here to begin with. I knew this would happen.
Ava, you can't go. Where?
I won't stay where I'm not wanted.
He hasn't said a single thing about you. He hasn't said anything at all,
Knox amends. He doesn't have to, Knox. Your dad has wished me dead for the last 10 years. That feeling doesn't just go away.
You're assuming.
I spin around to face him. Assuming? The entire trailer park knows it, I snap. No, the entire town. Knox glowers and rubs his temple, and I see the weight of every minute and hour and burden in his tired eyes.
Look, whatever happened in the past doesn't really matter now, does it? Everything changed the minute the sinkhole swallowed half of Texas. If you leave now, you have no way to protect yourself and no way to get to Sweetwater.
I'll figure it out. I pull a sweatshirt over my head. I have to.
No,
Knox says, grabbing my arm gently.
Ava, you don't. You're being stubborn. You don't have to do anything. Not yet.
I meet his gaze, my body trembling.
At least wait until the sun is up so I can give you supplies.
He motions down the hall.
He's in his room. If you feel unsafe up here, you can keep your things downstairs with me.
The words must taste sour because Knox struggles to say them. But he's right. No matter how desperately I want to flee and risk the wrath of the world from here to Sweetwater, I have nothing. No water, no transportation, and no protection. I need a few minutes to think things through and come up with a plan, not a death wish.
I'll help you figure it out,
Knox promises.
Just let me think for a second, all right? 2 minutes ago, I thought my dad was dead.
That steadies my swirling thoughts. Yeah, sure. I suddenly can't stop nodding. Of course, you should try to talk to him. Make sure he's okay. As much as Mitch unnerves me, he didn't look okay, not in the slightest. Exhaling, I shake my head, dislodging myself from my self-centered flight mode, and lick my lips. Knox flashes me a grateful look I don't quite understand, and then he pulls my pack over his shoulder.
You can stay downstairs in my room. I'll sleep up here.
I swallow, glancing into the hallway as my nerves settle a little. I'm sorry. He stops halfway to the door.
For what?
For this being one more thing you have to worry about. His gaze lingers on me for a minute, but he doesn't reply as he heads out of the room and down the stairs. I finish shoving my things into my messenger bag and step into the hallway, but unlike Knox, I hesitate. I stare down the hall at Mitch's closed door. He is not tearing his room apart. He is not crying, at least not loud enough to hear. I don't know if it's years of conditioned fear or waking up to a man in the house looming over me, but I feel more terrified having Mitch here than of what happened with Lars yesterday. Lucy's claws tap on the hardwood downstairs, and blinking, I tear my gaze from Mitch's bedroom door. With the fleeting thought that it was strangely comforting to be here while it lasted, I make my way downstairs.
20. Knox. I rap my knuckles on his bedroom door. Dad? I've never seen him so still and silent, and I'm beginning to worry he is more than exhausted. He's broken. When he doesn't answer, I peek my head inside. He's sitting on his perfectly made king bed, fully clothed, facing the window that overlooks the stables and the pastures that extend beyond it. With his back to me, I can't tell if he's crying or simply staring, but I go in anyway. I brought you water and toast in case you're hungry. I inch around his bed. His eyes are dry, exhausted, and red-rimmed in the dawn light. He blinks but doesn't look at me as I set the plate of food and a water bottle on his nightstand. "Pop, why is the Hernandez girl here?" he asks. His voice is rough from disuse, but he doesn't look away from the window. I eye him as I consider my reply. We ran into trouble at the supply store and she was hurt, so I brought her here. Lowering myself into the chair adjacent to the window, I stare down at the sheepskin rug at my feet, where my father has tied his boots every morning for years. Even the chair cushion is molded to fit him. "Scott's dead," I add, trying not to relive all that again. I brought him back here to bury him. Finally, my father looks at me. "How?" "Lars and some of his guys. Scott was helping us get supplies when Lars came looking for Ava." I rake my fingers over my head and lean back in the chair, exhaling the emotions sharpening with every image. It was bad, but what? I meet his gaze. At least they are dead now, too. My father's brow twitches slightly. I can see the questions in his eyes, or maybe it's relief that I'm alive. Even in his altered state, it's hard to tell with him. Seeing my angry, obstinate father browbeaten and barely speaking is so unsettling it brings the sting of tears to my eyes. "What happened?" I whisper. "When I heard about the sinkhole, I was going after you. You shouldn't have done that." I swallow the bitter words that start to form on my tongue. Why? Because you wouldn't have? I want to say it, but as much as I think that might be true, the sudden lift in his shoulders and the terror in his voice, clipped and edged with a hint of desperation, make me think otherwise. "There's nothing left, Knox. There's nothing south of here. The things I've seen." When my father's voice cracks, he looks away from me as if he can't stand to show such weakness. "It's over. All of it. I don't care what they've been saying for years. There was no preparing for what's happening. It was stupid to think we could. Tell me," I urge. "Tell me what you saw. What are we up against? We're limited to generators in the radio. It's all I can do not to drive to town to get Ava's meds. But I don't know what's out there." Mitch Bennett frowns at the mention of Ava, but I don't think it's with hate or censure. If anything, he looks surprised. Whatever curiosities he has, however, he locks away and blinks out the window instead. My father is quiet so long, I think he's refusing to answer me. "I always knew death was a bitch," he finally mutters. "But I never thought it was evil." His voice is barely a whisper. "I never knew it was alive, a parasite spread through the wind. The ground shakes and swallows man whole, but it's the people it doesn't swallow that wreak the most havoc. Fear, all it does is unleash the devil." I think my father has finally lost it, that he's snapped past the point of repair. But the stoic horror in his voice that borders on awe is the most sober I've ever heard him. He's not raw and riddled with guilt and anger like every other day of his life, and I run my clammy hands over my basketball shorts, holding my breath as I wait for him to continue. "I stopped for the night in Kerrville," he says, his voice a million miles away. "I woke up to a quake so bad I heard the walls splitting, and everything went black after that. I don't know how many hours I was out, but gunfire—" He swallows thickly. "Gunfire woke me again, and I was half buried in rubble. My leg was pinned under a shelving unit, and before I could really gain my bearings, I had to watch 3 men shoot an old man without a second thought. To put him out of his misery, they said." My father's voice breaks, but I heard the old man begging. I still hear it, just like I can still hear the amusement in their voices when they told him it was better this way and pulled the trigger. I knew right then if they found me alive, I was going to be next. So I lay there, pretending I was dead for what felt like hours, while I watched them through the rubble, tending to their own injuries. They planned what to do next, like it was just another day. He bites out. Elbows on his knees, my father clasps his hands behind his head and peers down at the floor. "And the whole time," he says hoarsely, "I knew the old man was just out of sight. Dead, with who knows how many others." My chest squeezes, imagining my imposing father reduced to a terrified child, hiding in the rubble. "My truck and the steers were gone when I finally got out," he says, which is why he didn't try to reach me over the radio. "So I walked. I looked for survivors, for information, trying to figure out how bad it was beyond Kerrville. There were no evacuation centers I could find. The town was leveled by sinkhole trimmers." He shakes his head, disbelief pinching his features. "After hours of walking, I spotted a group of people surrounding a car. I heard the breaking glass before I registered the people inside were screaming. He pauses, and they were trying to keep the others out. There's a long stretch of silence, and sunlight brightens the room before my father looks up again, his eyes hollow. I wanted to help them, but couldn't get my feet to move, he admits. What would I have done? They were desperate, all of them. The people who were trying to break into the car and the people who were trying to keep the others out. There was no stopping them. Why didn't they just drive away? His voice pitches. Why didn't they leave? I want to reach for my father, to comfort him in some way, but that's not how we are, and even now it doesn't feel quite right. You couldn't help them, I say instead. Not one against many, not without putting yourself in danger. I'm not sure why I feel the need to reassure my callous, cruel father of anything, but I do, and his eyes shift to me like he's as shocked as I am. It was all for nothing, he murmurs. 4 people against 2, and I pulled that couple out of the car, beat them enough to immobilize them, and sped away. And I just hid behind a tree, waiting for it all to be over. And in the end, it was all for nothing. He sneers at that, a huff of disbelief escaping him. But as the moments pass, his eyes glaze over once more. It's like I can see every moment replaying in that mind of his. In the way his eyebrows draw together, the way his chapped lips press into a hard line and his scruffy chin trembles. It's like he's searching each scenario for answers he'll never find. They were dead too. I frown. What do you mean? I found the car later, in a ravine just down the road. And when I looked down, my father pales again, and tears fill his eyes and roll down his cheeks when he blinks. I want to know how he got the Prius parked haphazardly in the driveway, and I have a dozen other questions, but I'm scared to learn the answers, scared of what reliving it all again will do to him. What about the roads? I ask instead, focusing on more pressing information. Are they drivable? If we have to get to Ransom, no. My father's head snaps up. You stay here where it's safe, Knox. He says it like a command, and it fills me with unexpected relief to know my father is still in there somewhere, not entirely broken. Leaving is too dangerous. I lean my head back on the chair and squeeze my eyes shut. It doesn't matter if my father thinks we should stay here, because I don't know what Ava will want to do, and the ranch might not be a viable option forever. The bed creaks, and my father unties his boots. Each movement seems a chore, and I can only imagine how exhausted he is. One boot has blood on it. It could be his. His clothes are ripped and soiled, but it could be someone else's too. I clear my throat. We heard a report about fires in the north. Did you see anything? No. My father pulls his boot off. But I've smelled them for days. Now, he drops it on the floor beside him. Leave me alone, Knox. It's a half-hearted command, but I know better than to prod the bear. Clenching my hands into fists, I rise to my feet, hesitating for only a moment as I brace myself. I'm glad you're alive, I admit. But I let the word hang in our silence, and when my father finally looks at me, I continue. If Ava decides to stay here, and I find out you're bullying her or pulling any of the shit you have been lately, we're going to have problems. At least my father has the decency to look guilty as he averts his gaze. That's enough for me, for now. As I reach the door, I barely hear my name above the turning handle. Knox. When I glance back at my father, he's staring at the boot in his hand. Have you heard from your brother? The regret in his voice is unmistakable, and I shake my head. No, I whisper. Thunder rumbles in the distance as if it's heralding a new day of uncertainty, and I close the door behind me.
21. Ava. Early morning or not, sleep deprived or not, I have so much nervous energy, I know I have to keep busy or I'll quite literally freak out. Dew glistens on the spider webs that cling to the rafters of the barn, shimmering in the cool morning breeze. I fill one of the buckets with the water Knox treated yesterday and lug it to the horse trough. Knox has been upstairs so long, I have no idea what's been said between him and his father, but every minute that passes makes the knot in my stomach tighten. Instead of throwing up, though, I laugh. Rooster, Loca, and Poppy all look at me like I'm crazy, their ears shifting to the sound of my escaped hysteria. I am, I admit, shrugging. I'm losing my damn mind. It's finally happening. I scratch my forehead. I don't know what's worse, the wave of nausea when I consider leaving and being on my own, or the absolute certainty that Knox would leave with me before he let that happen, whether he wanted to or not. Because that's who I've learned Knox is. Duty-bound to a fault.
It's a little early for chores, isn't it?
I startle and spin around to find him leaning against a steel drum, a clean shirt tucked into his Wranglers and a baseball cap on his head, like it's just another day on the Bennett family ranch. He reaches out, rubbing the old brown mare's face lovingly. I needed some air, I admit. Turning back to the horse trough, I empty the rest of the bucket, using my knee for leverage. I hadn't even realized I'd pulled on shorts in my haste to get dressed and out of the house. Water splashes on my legs, sending a wave of chills over me in the cool morning air. Or is it the way Knox is watching me? Lucy scampers up, her tongue hanging out of her mouth after making her morning rounds.
It's going to be fine,
Knox tells me, and I know what he's referring to. I nod because I know he wants me to believe him, but I don't.
I'm serious.
I know, but I set the water bucket beside him, exchanging it for the feed scoop instead.
Ava?
I turn for the grain barrel. I should call Julio. We haven't tried that yet. Just because Knox couldn't get his phone to work doesn't mean mine won't.
Ava.
He takes my arm, the flannel of my shirt bunching in his grasp, forcing me to stop. When I look up at him, he glances at his hold on me and lets go.
My father won't bother you. I promise.
I hear his determination as much as I see it in his eyes, but all of this is so much bigger than Mitch Bennett. Suddenly, every wound-up part of me deflates, and the feed scoop hangs at my side. It's not just that, Knox. Being here, it puts you in a weird position.
No, it doesn't.
Not to mention your dad.
What about him? He's got his own issues to worry about, and he knows where I stand with you.
My head tilts of its own accord as I consider what exactly that means.
I told him that if you decide to stay, he has to accept it.
And? I deadpan. He's totally fine with that?
He doesn't have a choice. But no, he didn't argue with me about it, if that's what you're worried about. So, we stick to our plan. We work on the inventory today. We prepare for...
He shrugs and readjusts his ball cap on his head.
Whatever the hell happens next.
Even though I refuse to acknowledge the way his muscles flex, my eyes linger a little too long on his arm.
Ava?
My gaze snaps to him. Yeah?
Are we good?
There's a pleading look in his eyes I don't expect to see. Before I can find the wherewithal to argue, I nod in answer. Yeah, we're good. He gives me a sidelong glance.
We are? You aren't just saying that?
Yes, Knox. This time, I can't help a small, mostly sane laugh. We're good, I promise. Thank you. His gaze narrows slightly before he seems satisfied, and with a heavy sigh, he peers around the ranch.
We'll finish with the animals, then wrap up the inventory before it gets too hot.
Though the cloud cover is gray, the air is turning muggy already, and I peel my flannel off. I glance at the beat-up Prius in the driveway. I didn't peg your dad as a hybrid guy, I say in jest. Knox tears his eyes away from me, and he stares over his shoulder.
I don't know the story behind it, but I have a feeling it saved his life.
Though I never thought I'd care one way or another what happens to Mitch Bennett, I can tell Knox is anxious and concerned about his dad, and suddenly, I worry a little about him too. Is he going to be okay? Knox glances up at his father's bedroom window on the second level. I half expect Mitch to be looming in it, watching us with a menacing glare, but he's not.
I think so,
he murmurs. Without thought, I reach for his arm this time. Are you? Knox looks at me with tired eyes, too shadowed for me to see the green and gold that usually brighten them.
I'm fine,
he murmurs, but something passes over his features before he grabs the feed scoop I dropped.
We'd better get to work.
Despite the thick, gray clouds, the afternoon is sweltering. It smells of smoke, and sweat dampens every part of my body, even my palms. Dust and grime embed in my nails and the creases of my hands, and I want nothing more than a cold shower and an even colder beer. Knox slams the F-250's tailgate closed. Thunder rumbles in the distance, punctuating the strange charge that's been filling the air all afternoon. But still, no rain comes, despite the stormy day.
We should take a break,
Knox says, as exhausted as I am.
Get something to eat and see how we're feeling after.
He nods to the trailer.
If we have to leave, I'll want to take the horses, which means I need to make sure we have supplies for them too.
I glance at Loca's buckskin head hanging over the rail of the paddock, watching us intently. Do you think they know? I ask, because it feels like the horses have been watching us all day. He watches the mare as she begins to pace along the fence.
They know something's up, like they think we're going somewhere.
The corner of Knox's mouth curves up, and he leans his forearms against the truck, smiling at me.
Do you even know how to ride a horse?
Knox is smiling. At me. It's stunning and gives me pause. When I realize he's waiting for an answer, I lick my lips and look at Loca again. No. Well, I mean, I've never done it before. For some reason, that makes Knox chuckle. A throaty sound that dissolves my unease and makes me grin. I smack his arm. Why is that so funny?
I don't know. Maybe because you live in Texas of all places?
So? What reason have I ever had to ride a horse?
Not even in 6th grade? Did you go to the ropes course and dude ranch with Mr. Thomason's class like the rest of us had to?
I shake my head. I was out that day, apparently.
Well, we should go for a ride then, he says, sobering a little. You need to know how.
As reality settles over us again, our smiles fade. Yet I feel the lightest I have in days, even with Mitch here. The screen door squeaks open.
Come and get it!
Knox and I turn toward the house as the screen slams shut again, Mitch disappearing inside. My heart thuds, and my palms feel clammier than before. It's one thing to know Mitch is inside, but another to be in the same room with him. Knox looks at me, his brow lifted in surprise.
I guess grub's on,
he says, and with a shrug, he heads for the house. This is the moment I have been dreading all day. The first meeting since I woke to find Mitch looming over me in bed. I could refuse, but it would only make things more uncomfortable, especially for Knox. Reluctantly, I follow him into the house, steeling myself for whatever comes next. Lucy trots up, her butt wagging like it might be time for her lunch too. Knox pets her as he opens the screen.
You hungry, pup?
It smells like Old Spice the instant I step inside. Mitch's back is to us, his hair damp and combed like he's just showered and donned clean clothes. Knox doesn't give his father a second glance as he heads for the table that's only had stacks of mail and unused placemats on it until now. I keep a safe distance behind him. 3 sandwiches are plated, and a few bags of chips are in the center. A half pitcher of iced tea sits beside a stack of napkins.
I didn't know what you wanted,
Mitch mutters, bringing over a jar of pickles.
But we only had roast beef in the fridge, so that's what you get.
When I look up, Mitch glances away from me, his freshly shaven jaw ticking slightly. My lungs burn from holding my breath, and exhaling, I glance at my sandwich with an erratically pounding heartbeat. Roast beef is fine, thanks. Knox meets my gaze with a look that's both stoic and encouraging, and I pull a chair out across the table from him. Finally, Mitch finishes whatever he's doing in the kitchen and comes to join us. I bite the inside of my cheek, waiting for a comment to slip or a disgusted look to be cast in my direction. But Mitch doesn't say anything, and he doesn't look at me again. He simply pulls out his chair, sits down, and takes a giant bite of his sandwich. Knox crunches on a crisp pickle, oblivious to my internal freakout as I pick up my sandwich. This is happening. The three of us are eating lunch together as if the past doesn't exist here.
Eat,
Mitch commands, eyeing the bread squishing in my firm grip.
You too have been out there all day. You can't work on a ranch and not have food in your belly.
I take a bite because Mitch Bennett tells me to. It's not poisoned, is it? I joke. But the instant the words are out, I wish I could shove them back in. Knox and Mitch both look at me, mid-chew. My cheeks burn, and internally, I chide myself for bringing more attention to the absurdity of this situation. Sorry, bad joke. I brush the crumbs from my lips and, this time, I take a huge bite so no other words will sneak out.
I thought you would be resting,
Knox eventually says, breaking the awkward as fuck silence. He eyes his father over the brim of his glass and takes a gulp of tea.
You didn't have to make us food.
Mitch shakes some barbecue chips onto his plate.
I don't want to rest all day. Too much thinking.
He plops one into his mouth and bites down with a crunch.
I was going to do an inventory, but it looks like you've already done it.
Mitch's gaze shifts from Knox to me. I look away, licking my lips. Well, thank you. I didn't realize how hungry I was. He grunts.
It's just a sandwich.
Just a sandwich? I take another huge bite to stifle the hysteria. The longer we sit in the tension-filled room, the greater sense I have that something more lingers in the atmosphere of things unsaid. Whatever relationship Knox and his father have, it isn't a great one, and Mitch's return hasn't seemed to change that. They are stilted around one another, and what I thought might be a wordless standoff of sorts feels more like the crossroads of what was and what will be moving forward.
After the past couple days,
Knox finally says. Only this time he looks at me.
We need to be prepared for anything.
I don't know if he's considering what happened at the supply store, our water situation, Scott, my episode yesterday, or his dad's sudden return from the dead, but Knox exhales and shoves a chip in his mouth.
We?
It's a quiet, almost breathless word, and Knox and I both look at his father. Mitch swallows a bite of sandwich.
You too. You're a thing now.
Mitch might sound concerned or confused, or maybe a mixture of both, but he doesn't seem outraged by the idea. Still, I'm wary of his calmness. No, I say. The expectant silence and myriad of thoughts Mitch is probably thinking is too much to bear. We just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time is all. Knox has been stuck with me ever since. It's another awkward joke, and it falls on deaf ears. Knox watches his father closely, but Mitch has no outward response as he takes another bite.
At least he hasn't been alone,
Mitch mutters. Knox's brow lifts slightly in shock. And just like that, the past 10 years of drama between our families is squashed. At least for now. I eat my sandwich and chips until all hunger pains are sated, and Knox does the same. Each time a piece of roast beef falls from his sandwich, he feeds it to Lucy, sitting semi-patiently at his feet.
This medicine you mentioned,
Mitch says, scooting his chair out. He plops the last chip on his plate into his mouth and walks toward the sink.
Is it something Britain might have next door?
Knox shakes his head, swallowing his final bite.
Not unless he has epilepsy.
The thought of Knox and his father talking about me at all is unsettling, but it feels acutely personal that they were discussing my health. Mitch looks at me and tosses his napkin into the trash compactor.
No.
He moves to the counter and caps the mustard.
I don't think he does.
I busy myself rolling the chip bags. I'll be fine, I reassure them. It's not terminal, just really inconvenient. I won't let it be a burden to you. But the instant I say it, I know that's not entirely true. Yesterday with Knox is proof. Mitch strides past the table and grabs one of a few Stetsons hanging on the coat rack.
You too clean the kitchen,
he says, settling his hat on his head. He stares through the screen.
Your mom has some medical books on the shelf in the formal living room, Knox. You might find something useful in there.
He elbows the door open.
I'm going to check on the generator.
Then he heads out, the screen slamming shut behind him. Knox and I look at one another. That exchange was bizarre, I say, taking my plate into the kitchen. He watches his dad past the living room window, headed around back.
Yeah, it was. Especially mentioning my mom like that. He never talks about her.
Should we be worried? Knox doesn't answer at first, then shakes his head.
I don't think so. If anything,
he meets my gaze.
It seems like he's finally waking up.
22. Knox. My body aches with exhaustion, but my mind, no matter how heavy, won't shut off. I can't sleep in my brother's room without dwelling on whether he's alive or dead, so I make my way downstairs. The house is still, save for the sporadic gusts of wind that shift the rafters. Lucy looks up from her bed by the door, her bobbed tail wagging tentatively, but she doesn't get up. It's too early, I commiserate. I know. Taking my hoodie off the back of the couch, I glance at my bedroom door down the hall. Of course it's closed. I don't know if Ava is asleep or not, but I would bet the door is locked to keep unwanted visitors out. Obviously nothing is okay between her and my father, but cohabitation is the only choice we have. At least they are making it work. For now. Cracking my neck, I reach for the front door, open it quietly, and step onto the porch. I'm immediately hit by the scent of fire on the breeze. It's been inescapable all day, so I don't know why I thought tonight would be different. Still, the smoky, muggy night air is better than the confines of my brother's old room and the tension-wrought house. The porch creaks as I move one of the chairs closer to the railing to better see the stars. Only after I bunch my hoodie behind my head for a pillow do I realize there isn't a single star in sight on such a cloudy night. Of course there's not. Even so, I'm content to listen to the rustle of the sagebrush instead of the yawning silence of Kellen's room. Ava. She fills my thoughts again, imagining her asleep in that very room before my father appeared, wondering what she must have felt. Ava asleep in my bed while I'm out here stewing. I want to know if she's awake, if she was only placating me earlier when she promised she'd stay, or if she'll leave, regardless of how reckless that would be. I tell myself Ava should do whatever she wants to, that it shouldn't matter to me either way, but it does. I don't know when it happened exactly, but I do care for Ava. At least I care about her. My promise to Scott is only one of many reasons I don't want her to leave. As I try to sort through my thoughts, the feelings I've been ignoring and what they might mean, I close my eyes and inhale a deep breath. She thought I've hated her for all this time. While I don't hate Ava and never have, I've gone out of my way to avoid her for 10 years, all because I didn't want to deal with my own shit. In that way, I guess I'm more like my father than I thought, and that frustrates me even more, especially as I consider how disappointed my mother would be if she were still alive. She'd have told me years ago that Ava, an innocent girl thrust into this as much as I was, isn't to blame. And more than that, she had no mother or father to take care of her, not even an uncle when it was all said and done. She had none of the people who should have been loving her and caring about her. Meanwhile, I avoided her like it might make my life easier somehow. It didn't. I heave what feels like the heaviest sigh of my life and nestle deeper into the chair, glad when the hard wood cuts into my back to stir me from depressing, unwanted thoughts. None of that matters anymore. Instead, I revel in the small comfort that none of the sick cattle worsened today, with my father being strangely okay with Ava staying here and not having to shoot another animal between the eyes. I take the win. My mind drifts from one distant thought to another as my body finally eases and the hope of sleep inches its way in. One of the horses stirs in the stable, and a steer grunts in the distance. Remotely, the sensation of something soft kisses my skin, and then another whisper of a touch tickles my nose, and I wipe it away. A flake catches in my lashes as I open my eyes, and blinking, I shoot up. The rail is dusted in ash, and when I look down at my lap, the fuck? The horses nicker again, drawing my attention toward the stable and beyond it to the brightening sky. I blink over and over, praying that isn't a mixture of orange flames and black smoke on the horizon. Dad! I clear my throat. Dad! I shout, the hoodie dropping to the ground as I jump to my feet. Dad, wake up! I fling the screen door open and rush into the house. Ava, get up! I call, barreling down the hall. I push into my room for my clothes, but it's locked. Ava! I pound on the door. The light flicks on as Ava flings the door open, wide-eyed and blinking at me. Her chest heaves and her hair is mussed around her face. I nudge past her to collect my boots and pants, and she stumbles back. Knox? Her tremulous, sleep-laden voice barely cuts through my frantic thoughts. What's wrong? Fire, I rasp. Ava runs to the window, pushing the curtain away. Shit! All I can think about are the animals, our supplies, the house. Knox, my dad calls from the living room. The fires, I call. They're coming this way. My dad must see the wildfires cresting the pasture, because his heavy, hurried footsteps boom around upstairs. Ava pulls her clothes on as we rush around my room. What do you think? She grabs her things from my bathroom. An hour before it gets this far? Less with this wind. My stomach drops, knowing there is nothing we can do to save this place in what precious minutes we have. Nothing but save ourselves and leave the ranch behind. I meet her worried gaze as I hurry out the door. I'm letting the steers and the pigs loose, my dad calls as he jogs down the stairs, his boots not even laced all the way. I nod, thinking the same thing. They have a better chance on their own. I'll get the horses loaded in the trailer. My father stops at the couch and looks behind me. Ava. She rushes out of my room, dressed and ready to help, but her eyes are wild and filled with fear. Grab Knox's bags and get everything loaded in the truck. She nods before disappearing into my room again. They're in the closet, I call. Lucy bumps the screen door open and leads the way as my father and I jog toward the barn. The approaching fire is almost mesmerizing. Close enough I can see the flickering flames consuming the earth as it creeps closer. Even the smoke thickens in the air, making my eyes burn. Knox, my father snaps. I meet his hard stare. Focus! He glances at the pacing horses. Extra supplies and food for the horses are already loaded in the trailer, I tell him, continuing toward the paddock. Loca, Poppy, and Rooster follow me along the fence line as I gather their halters. I go in for Loca first. She's skittish as I lead her to the trailer, but she's been loaded enough times that she doesn't fuss too much. My father gestures and hollers at the steers in the corral as Lucy helps herd them to freedom, and I halter Rooster and load him into the trailer next. He's as anxious to flee the frenetic charge in the air as the rest of us, and he doesn't fight me. As I turn back for Poppy, my father emerges from the shadows, his eyes on the approaching flames. The wind brings the fire closer with every gust. You have food and water, he confirms. We do. Guns, ammo. He looks me squarely in the eyes. Yeah, I've got fuel and the camping stuff too, if we need it. My father nods, but the deep furrow in his brow is unchanged. I sidestep him for Poppy's stall, but my father grabs the gate. He grips the metal tighter, pushing against my pull so his hard knuckles whiten. I'll let her go. Let her go. He glances at the trailer. Caring for 2 horses is enough, Knox, and Poppy's old. She tires easily. Leave her with me, and I'll let her go. Ava jogs closer. Everything's loaded in the truck. I grabbed food for Lucy, too. Ava sounds out of breath, but I don't think about her or Lucy as my father's glare narrows on me and the meaning of his words sink in. No, I say, as a sickening feeling fills me from head to toe. You're not staying. You're coming with us. My father's eyes shift to the growing flames. I'm not leaving, son. He sounds as determined as he sounds regretful. Dad, I won't leave, Knox, he says more firmly, and this time his eyes meet mine. This is our home, where your mother is buried. Tomorrow this whole place will be ash, son, he says, the calm firmness of his tone giving me pause. I've never heard my father sound or look more resolved than he does at this moment, looking directly at me. This is my decision. You and Ava, you 2 get to ransom. Stay off the main roads as much as you can, and don't trust anyone along the way. I gape at him. But Dad, you have the horses if you need 'em, and you've got a good head on your shoulders. I know you'll be fine. You can't be serious, I croak. I am. I knew the moment I returned home I would not leave this place again. Acid burns my throat. But what about Kellen? If he's alive, if he goes to ransom too, then you 2 will have each other. And you can tell him. My father's words catch in his throat, and I see the pain in his eyes, even though he tries not to show it. Tell him I'm glad he's okay when you see him. Not if, but when. My body feels cold, and yet everything burns. My chest, my lungs, my goddamn eyes I can barely see through. You really doing this? My voice cracks like when I was a child, small and helpless. Knox, my father says softly, and I don't have to break down in sobs to feel like my world is crumbling all over again. I wipe the tears from my eyes to no avail. Go, son. Get Ava out of here. When I don't move, he turns to Ava. Go on, he barks at her. Get that truck started. Get out of here. She wipes the tears from her cheek and runs to the cab of the truck. My father grips my shoulder. Go, Knox, please. The words are clipped and mournful, and as much as I can't stand the man standing in front of me, I don't want to leave him here. I can't imagine it. If you change your mind, I lick my dry lips. You'll come to ransom, right? After a beat, my father nods, if a bit sadly. I'll meet you in ransom, if I change my mind. You're insane, I mutter, shaking my head. But as much as I hate this decision, a part of me understands it too. Go on now, he growls out this time. Get! He shoves my shoulder toward the truck. Ava, get him out of here, he shouts. And take care of him for me. His voice cracks as he turns for the back of the trailer to lock it up. Ava hurries to me, taking my hand in hers with a squeeze. Come on. Her voice is soft but urgent. We have to get the horses out of here. I let her lead me to the passenger door, but as my father steps away from the trailer, I tug my hand from hers. I can't leave him, not like this. Turning, I backtrack and wrap my arms around his shoulders, pulling him in for a hug, the last one I will ever get. I exhale emotions so painful it hurts to breathe and inhale the scent of him. I love you, you stubborn asshole. Mitch Bennett's arms wrap around me, tightening as he kisses the side of my head. Your mother would be proud of you, son. I am proud of you. I squeeze 'em tighter, holding my breath as if it might freeze the moment. When my lungs burn so much I can no longer stand it, I finally let go, and turning away, I force myself toward the truck without looking back. Every step is excruciating, knowing deep down I will never see my father again. But I push it all aside and walk around the truck, sidestepping Ava. I'll drive. Knox, I don't think I said I'll drive. I climb in, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles ache, and wait for Ava to get Lucy into the truck. As soon as the door is shut, I brave a look at my father for the final time. Only he's gone, his form disappearing into the shadows of the stable. Cursing him, I put the truck into gear, and we leave the ranch.
23. Ava. I think we've been driving for only a handful of minutes, but it feels like an hour. And I have no idea where we are. Only that with San Antonio worsening to the south, we needed to get around the fires to continue north. Even on the periphery of it, though, the world smolders. The fields smoke with cinder and the horizon glows behind us. Ashes cloak the windshield, and the wipers hiccup across the glass, clearing them away. The AC hums, circulating the air in the cab of the truck, and the trailer creaks over each bump in the frontage road. I don't know if it's a harmony of horrors left behind, or horrors yet to come. Shivering, I glance at Lucy in the back seat. She braces herself on the bench, our packs piled up around her as her mismatched eyes dart between the windows. Another pothole jostles the truck, and Lucy nearly flies forward. I sneak a look at Knox. His attention is fixed on the road, but it's clear his thoughts are back at the ranch. He checks his side mirror constantly, as if Mitch might have changed his mind and rode after us. It feels like I should say something to him, to comfort Knox in some way, but I can barely process my own thoughts. I'm still in shock, my adrenaline racing. We continue in silence, Knox driving slowly, carefully, and while I know I am not an experienced driver, I still feel useless, with no way to help now that what was left of Knox's life has been ripped away from him. Knox's grip loosens on the steering wheel with a deep sigh, and I think he's resigned to the fact his dad isn't coming. "Hey," I whisper. His jaw ticks, so I know he's heard me, but his attention remains on the road. "Obviously, I don't have my license, but maybe we should switch so you can process everything. I'll drive slow." He blinks out of the window, saying nothing. "Knox?" I place my hand on his where it grips the center console like it's a lifeline. That stirs him enough that he finally looks at me. The interior lights illuminate every contour of Knox's face. His eyes are red-rimmed, though he hasn't broken down since saying goodbye to his father, which scares me. Knox looks at my hand on his before fixating on the road again. "I'm fine," he mutters. "I need something to focus on anyway." I nod, reluctant. "If that's what you want." His fingers curl into a fist beneath mine, and I realize I'm stroking my thumb over the back of his hand. Immediately, I let go, but Knox's fingers grab mine, squeezing hold of them in a silent request. Still, he doesn't look at me, but it's obvious Knox is barely holding himself together. His deep, steadying breaths and the quiver of his chin give him away. And I don't know how to help him. I squeeze his hand in return, sit back in my seat, and try to keep my own emotions in check. If holding Knox's hand is all I can offer him, if it's all he'll take from me, I'm here for it, as long as he needs me. A few cars pass us as we drive on, but Knox hasn't seemed to notice. We continue another hour or so, slow and steady, through the back and frontage roads, until the sky begins to lighten in an orange haze that looks otherworldly. Only then is the true extent of the devastation obvious. The landscape is grisly in the daylight, as equally shocking as it is devastating. Like a plague ravaging the land, the fire has consumed everything. One field after another as far as the eye can see, scorched in black. Smoke rises from the rubble. The ash-covered road is all that's left unscathed. My eyes blur as I process the aftermath. This wind is feeding the fires, I whisper. I've never seen anything so hauntingly grim as an incinerated world. The charred remains of a tree glint with embers as we drive closer. A gas station just beyond is nothing more than its cement foundation and scrap metal. The Mike's Auto sign is covered in soot and half buried in debris, and I squeeze Knox's hand tighter. Do you think they got out of there? The thought is so sudden, I'm not certain if I say the words or think them.
If they were smart,
Knox says, his voice rough from disuse.
They left long before the fire got here.
Despite the lack of radio and phone communication, I have to hope Knox is right, or the thought of all these people burnt to dust, their final moments, might finally break me.
There would be more cars,
Knox adds. When I look at him, he meets my gaze.
If people hadn't fled,
he supplies. It's sound reasoning, so I nod and offer him a weak but grateful smile. Regardless if it's true, the thought gives me the slightest bit of comfort as we drive past what little is left of the farms and pastures that stretch beyond us. Brick chimneys, steel drums, metal piping, and water troughs are all that's discernible in the ruins. A speck on the side of the road ahead becomes a van as we drive closer. My heart rate ticks faster as I notice it's parked and two guys are standing outside of it. They straighten when they hear us approaching, and I assume Knox will slow down to talk to them, to help them, but he doesn't.
"Hey!"
one of the guys calls as we continue past them. I turn in my seat, watching them quickly fade into the distance.
"Knox, why didn't you—" "Because my dad told me not to trust anyone,"
he grits out, and a lump forms in my throat.
"And if two young guys my age can't change their own tire, or are too dumb or lazy to hoof it to safety instead of hanging out on the side of an abandoned road, we don't have time for them."
He grits his teeth.
"We don't have room for them anyway, and I won't risk your safety and what little we have left for two strangers."
I blink as Knox's words sink in. All right. His exhale fills the entire cab of the truck, and he runs his hand over his face.
"If we're going to Sweetwater,"
Knox says, changing the subject,
"we'll have to get on the highway soon."
He doesn't sound happy about it, and I can't blame him. Mitch warned us to stay off the roads. Knox's safety was paramount in their final moments together, and once again, I am struck by the reality that Knox is sacrificing what he truly wants to do, because instead of heading directly to his uncle's place in Kansas like his dad thinks he's doing, Knox is changing course. For me. Guilt hollows my stomach, but as much as I wish I could tell Knox to keep driving, I need to be with Julio. I need him to know I'm okay and to see that he is too. He's the only family I have left. I refocus out the window, acutely aware of how complicated this situation is about to get. Julio and Knox in the same space? I get heart palpitations thinking about it. "Thank you," I murmur. "I know my uncle is the last person you want to see right now." A heartbeat passes.
"I told you I would take you,"
Knox finally says, but the stilted tone of his voice gives me pause, and I look at him, studying his pensive profile.
"We don't know what condition Sweetwater will be in, Ava,"
he adds, carefully, and I realize it's hesitation in his voice, concern even.
"I doubt it will be unscathed."
His gaze shifts over my face, lingering a beat before he refocuses on the road.
"Just prepare yourself for whatever we find."
Picking at my fingernail, I peer out the window again. I've thought the same thing. I just haven't allowed myself to stew over it. Not when the world is literally burning to ash around us, and Knox just left Mitch to whatever his fate will be. So I keep my eyes ahead. As the farm road veers toward the highway junction, my stomach drops again. Cars, or what's left of their metal carcasses, clutter the turnoff and shoulder. Do you think the fire blocked the road? I wonder aloud. Knox and I stare at the carnage, and it feels like a moment of silent mourning. The odds that every car in the gridlock was empty are slim to none.
"Maybe,"
he breathes. Bile inches its way up my throat, knowing people might have been stuck inside. I can't imagine it. I don't want to. And yet, it's impossible to think of anything else. Shit. Knox brings the truck to a stop where the vehicles thicken. I scour the congestion, stretching in all directions, looking for a chink in the soot and steel maze. That big rig, I say, pointing a quarter mile ahead. Sitting up straighter, I attempt to gauge the distance between it and what few cars are spread along the shoulder. If we can get to it, there might be a way around it to the off-ramp, maybe another farm road on the other side we can take. Tapping my finger on the console, I assess the obstacles in our way of getting that far. It'll be tight, though. Knox looks at me, more like stares through me as he weighs our options, but there aren't any others. We have to try, he finally says, and he glances back at the horse trailer. It's heavy and bulky, and the horses are going to freak if we aren't careful. Do you want me to get out and find a path?
No,
He says quickly, scanning the sea of cars. Most of them are only remains, though it looks as if some were miraculously spared by the flames.
stay in the truck.
Knox climbs out, leaving the engine running and the AC circulating as he shuts the door behind him. Lucy whines and jumps into the front. She steps on me, oblivious to her weight as she shoves me against the passenger window. Back, Lucy! Sit! It's a feeble command, and she doesn't listen. She only pauses, moving around to lick my face with a whine before her eyes search for Knox in the maze again. He surveys the road and landscape as he makes his way farther down the highway. Suddenly, Knox's steps falter. He does a double take at one of the cars, and I cringe, certain that is not a good sign. Lucy and I watch as he continues through the gridlock, walking around the vehicles like he's avoiding headstones in a graveyard, beelining for the big rig. Some of the trucks are only half the size they once were, their tires gone and their bodies melted. Eventually, Knox disappears behind one of them. I don't realize I'm holding my breath until he reappears around a diesel rig in the distance and makes his way back to us. Knox's eyes meet mine through the windshield. I don't know what his expression is trying to convey, but he passes the driver's side and continues to the horse trailer. Lucy whimpers as she jumps into the backseat again, watching him and impatiently waiting. The trailer shifts a little, the horses' heads bob in my side mirror, and before long, Knox jumps into the truck bed, scouring our supplies for something. He pulls out a package, jumps out again, and climbs back into the driver's seat. The scent of smoke wafts off him, and he hands me an N95 mask.
Put this on. The wind is picking up, and this is going to take a while.
Knox and I pull the elastic over our heads, positioning our masks. It's a little suffocating, my own breath hot on my face, but I don't like the thought of all this smoke in my lungs either. Knox leans forward, peering out at the sea of cars again.
I think I can get us through. I might have to nudge a few cars out of the way, but it's doable.
He sounds slightly uncertain, but I trust Knox. What can I do? He glances in the rearview mirror like he can actually see past the horse trailer.
Roll your window down. I need you to watch the front right bumper and make sure I don't clip anything harder than I have to. And the trailer.
Knox rolls his window down and leans out, assessing the road in front of him as he puts the truck in gear. With a slight press on the gas, the F-250 starts forward, the engine revving just a little.
If I can carve a path from what's left on that minivan over there to the hatchback and over to the shoulder, I think I can get to the Peterbilt and inch my way past that Dodge on the off-ramp.
His eyes shift to me like he needs the extra encouragement. Yeah, I say. Good plan. I brace myself as he locks his jaw with pure determination and starts weaving his way through the vehicles. It's slow going at first. Like Knox, I lean out the window, guiding him as best as I can. He nudges a car out of the way. The sound of screeching metal makes me flinch, but it's what's inside the vehicles I try not to notice. Some of them might be empty, but others likely aren't, and I do all I can to not look too closely. We're halfway to the 18-wheeler when the trailer takes more of a hit than I think he expected as he maneuvers the path of least resistance through the tight turns. "You're close on this side," I say over my shoulder. "But you can make it." The bumper barely skims the front end of a Tesla, or rather, what's left of it. "You can—" A deep rumble fills the eerie silence. Lucy perks up, and Knox and I look at each other as the ground starts to shake. Like a wave cresting a stretch of beach, an earthquake rolls through Route 87. The trailer shakes, the horses stir, and Lucy whimpers as the cab creaks and groans, along with all of our supplies rattling in the bed of the truck. If the world opens up and swallows us whole, there's nothing we can do about it, and Knox and I both seem to hold our breath. The entire highway is riddled with movement. Steel skeletons crumble, and a body in the Tesla behind me falls forward, the skull and charred flesh of some hapless victim hitting the windshield. I jerk away from the window, covering my mouth. "Ava." Knox grips my arm. "Look at me," he urges. I drag my gaze away and peer into his hazel eyes, which are so easy to get lost in. Strong, stoic, quiet Knox. His hand is warm, his gaze hot like a brand as the seconds pass, becoming more like minutes, until finally the rumbling fades, the shaking dissipates, and the world is eerily silent again. I will my heartbeat to steady as I take a deep breath. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," I nod. "Yes, I'm fine." Knox peers beyond me at the Tesla, and the worry etched in his brow softens a little. "I know," I say before he can remind me. "I'm going to see much worse. I wasn't prepared, that's all." Knox lets go of my arm and refocuses on the highway. He reaches back, stroking Lucy's head to calm her, and probably himself too. "We need to keep moving," he says more urgently this time. When he accelerates again, Knox applies more pressure to the gas pedal, and we move through the metal graveyard with less precision. I reclaim my place as sentry in the passenger seat, guarding the right side of the truck and trailer as we force our way to the semi. If Knox sees bodies as we weave our way through the gridlock, he has no visible reaction, so I keep my moans and groans to myself and stay as focused as I can. It feels like an hour has passed before we're finally through the obstacle course. Knox stops the truck, running his hands over his jeans. He clenches his hands into fists like his fingers ache and exhales an unsteady breath. "It's been a while, but I think I remember how to get to Sweetwater from here." He cracks his neck, glancing up and down the shoulder of the off-ramp. It's mostly clear, easy money compared to what we just waded through, and he drives on. We aren't a dozen yards ahead when the road clears up a bit, and Knox can actually accelerate. "This should take us to another frontage road." We roll up our windows to keep the smoky air out and settle in for the last stretch of the journey. The road feels endless as it winds between pastures, finally getting to Highway 70. The land here is fire-scarred like elsewhere, and I realize how long the flames must have been burning to have spread so far, a couple of days at least. The stronger the wind, the more ash fills the air, and I wonder how much farther the fires will spread before there is nothing left to consume. Mitch's face, shadowed and resigned, flashes to mind, and I glance at Knox. At least I know for certain Scott and Mavie are gone, but Knox will always wonder if his father is. As we drive closer to town, utility poles line the road again, and the fire scars covering the earth disappear with the burn zone behind us. "Look!" I point to the silhouette of wind turbines on the horizon. The skies are clearer here, and a little bit of the tension in my shoulders abates. "We're getting close." I catch myself smiling in the mirror, and my smile grows a little wider. But as the turbines grow taller and the hazy morning clears, patches of sunlight illuminate a world riddled with fissure scars, broken turbines, and toppled water towers. Collateral damage left in the wake of so many quakes. Sweetwater. Dread creeps a little closer as I try to focus on the open road and clearing skies instead. We pass a crumbled silo and empty green pastures, only slowing as the cracks in the asphalt worsen. Untouched by wildfires, the outskirts of town look livable, and eventually, the sporadic farmhouses and businesses we pass become many. Instead of being happy, I feel unsettled, anxious, and reluctant. I look at Knox. Once we get to Julio's, he'll go his own way, and I'll never see him again. Knox gives an overturned big rig a wide berth as I swallow the conflicting emotions thickening in my throat. So, I start. I was thinking. A herd of elk rush from behind the semi into the road, and Knox slams on the brakes. The trailer tires lock and screech, the weight of our hull pushing us forward. The cement wall of the creek bridge stops us from going over as we hit. The airbags deploy, and we lurch forward. I'm flung back, and my head hits the passenger window. Lucy collides with the dash, and Knox curses, a thump meeting my ears, before everything stops. The truck and trailer settle back into place, as much as the pawing, anxious horses will allow. Gaping and frozen in shock, I blink. Again and again until the world refocuses. Son of a bitch, I hiss, squeezing my eyes shut. Pain sings through my head, and I reach for the warm blood in my hairline and cringe.
You okay?
Knox rasps. I think I nod, watching 4 elk retreat into the foliage along the creek. Knox's door squeaks open, and Lucy scrambles out. Cramped and a little claustrophobic, I can't get out of the truck fast enough either. I reach for the seatbelt, only I never put it on after helping Knox maneuver through the gridlock. Epic fail, Ava. I groan, and I reach for the handle as my door opens on its own. Knox is so close I can feel the warmth of his body beside me.
You're bleeding.
Slightly frantic, he takes my face in his hands, assessing the wound. I know it can't be too terrible if I'm still conscious. I'll be fine, I reassure him, and I step down from the truck. I stumble, and Knox grabs onto my arm for good measure. I stare at the way his fingers press into my arm, the roughness of his palm against my skin. We're both trembling, I realize. Adrenaline buzzes between us, and squinting against the sunlight, I peer up at him. This time, I reach for his face. That's going to hurt, I warn, my fingers hovering just above the knot forming on his temple.
Who says it doesn't already?
He mutters. With a nervous laugh, I loosen my hold on Knox and take a step back. He gestures for me to grab onto the truck.
Wait here while I check on the horses. You might have another concussion.
Me? I glower at him. You're the one with a persimmon on your head. He glances at me over his shoulder, but Knox doesn't reply. With a shoulder-loosening sigh, I close my eyes and lift my face up to the sunlight, grateful a few cuts, bumps, and bruises are all we have to worry about. My eyes pop open, snapping to the crushed front of the truck. Shit.
Yeah,
Knox mutters, reaching into the back of the truck to pull out a water bottle for each of us.
Shit is right.
He hands me one, his eyes fixed on the front end. Since there is steam coming from the hood, I assume we're screwed. I sneak another look at Knox to gauge just how screwed we are. I know it's bad, I start. But how bad are we talking?
Fucked,
he says tersely. Knox tries to open the hood, but it's jammed.
I'm assuming we have no radiator at this point.
Groaning, I fold my arms on the edge of the truck bed and lower my head. We were so close. The longer my body trembles, the more I question whether it's subsiding adrenaline or if I'm about to have a breakdown.
We have the horses,
Knox reminds me, then chugs his water.
And the longer we all stay out here in this shitty air quality, the worse we're all going to feel, the horses included.
Knox tosses his water bottle into the cab of the truck. We're riding to Julio's? Knox walks to the trailer gate.
It's why we brought them.
He unlatches the back.
Saddle up.
24. Knox. Horse hooves on the asphalt, creaking leather and clanking food cans fill the late morning as I saddle Rooster. It's muscle memory at this point, and I go through the motions while Ava sorts through our provisions. With nothing more than our backpacks and horses to carry supplies, everything has to be reassessed, and quickly. Lucy and the horses eat the last full meal they'll likely get for a while, and though we should probably eat something as well, I'm too nauseous to think about food at the moment. Too numb. I figured the horses might come in handy, but we've barely started the journey and we're already truckless. Most of our supplies will be left behind. My mind is elsewhere as I slide Rooster's bit into his mouth, grateful the horses are okay, even if our prepping and planning has been for nothing. Half the shit I got from Scott is useless. Everything that happened at the warehouse and him dying was for what exactly? Because we're in the middle of fucking nowhere with who knows how long to go before we get to Julio's, and hundreds of miles still before I get to Mason's. All of this feels pointless, and the more I think about it, the more my hands tremble, the more my chest burns, and my throat begins to close. Eventually, I can't even see the damn cinch belt. I step over the trailer hitch and cross the road, marching under the bridge where I can lose my shit in private, because it's all too much. God damn it, Knox. I can hear my father's voice like he's hot on my heels. I should have been more careful. I should have driven slower. I should not have come to Sweetwater to begin with. We should have driven straight for Kansas. I stop at the edge of the creek and tear my baseball cap off, pressing the heels of my hands into my eyes. Gritting my teeth, I will the acidic burn of defeat and disappointment away, and I blow out a breath, then another, and crouch by the water's edge. The sound of a babbling brook should be peaceful, but it's only a reminder that we can't even rely on drinkable water. Elbows on my knees, I hang my head. I should be grateful I'm not alone in this, but it's only a matter of time before I am. And the reality of that hits the hardest. Lucy trots over and nudges my arm with her wet nose, licks the side of my face, and nestles her way into my hold. She's a lifeline I never knew I needed, and I wrap my arms around her neck, holding on as tightly as I dare as I soak her energy in. Come on, Knox, I mutter. Get your shit together. I exhale, wiping the dampness from my eyes. One task at a time, just like I have been doing since all of this started. I need something to focus on, one single purpose to fulfill. I need to get Ava to Julio, and I'll figure out my next step after. I fill my lungs with a long, tension-easing breath, welcoming the burn as I wait for the lump in my throat to subside. With all the determination I can manage, I adjust my ball cap and hike back to the road, wiping my eyes for a final time. Ava averts her gaze when I get to the trailer. She's not dumb. Ava knows I'm barely holding myself together, and I appreciate that she keeps her unsolicited reassurances to herself. We both know the past 4 days have been the worst of our lives, and words change nothing. For now, her presence is enough, even if it's only temporary. Ready? I tighten the cinch on Loca's saddle and move to Rooster's next. Ready? Ava hands me my N95 mask, but I shove it into my back pocket instead of putting it on. The smoke in the air is the least of my concerns right now. I take stock of my shotgun and handgun and all the ammo and gear we can manage between our 2 backpacks and the saddlebags. Let's get the hell out of here, I grumble, and after patting the pistol holstered at my side, I climb into Rooster's saddle. Ava dons a toxic positivity ball cap with rainbow lettering, and I almost snort. Her eyes skirt to mine as she pulls her ponytail through the back with a knowing smile. Her black hair falls long and straight down her back. It was a gag gift, she explains. Obviously, I mutter. She mounts Loca, and it's more graceful than expected for a first-time rider. The mare cranes her neck, watching Ava curiously as she situates herself in the saddle, like the buckskin knows Ava is a newbie. I would be remiss, Ava starts, staring Loca in the eyes, not to point out the fact that you have given me the horse named Loca. I grin. She's sweet, Ava. You don't have to worry about her." Nervously, Ava licks her lips. "Remember who fed you?" she says, leaning down to give Loka a pat. "And who snuck you an apple back at the ranch?" I try to stifle my amusement, though in truth I appreciate the distraction. "Time for a crash course," I tell her, and I lift my reins. "Hold them about here so you aren't tugging back on her head while we're walking. You want to give her some slack to move comfortably." Ava mimics my grip on the leather reins, and I demonstrate the rest of the commands. Gently pull back to slow or stop her. Move the reins left and right, depending which way you want her to go. She'll move as she feels the pressure against her neck, and you don't have to yank. Ava nods like a bobblehead. "It's the height of the fall that worries me most," she explains. "She's a good girl. She'll listen, I promise. And when you want her to start walking, squeeze your thighs a little or click your tongue. It's as simple as that." "I've seen the movies," Ava says, her brown eyes shifting between me and Loka in distrust. "What if something spooks her and she takes off running?" This time I can't resist a chuckle at the pitch of panic in her voice. "You hold on for dear life." Ava's eyes widen so much their amber flecks shimmer despite the shadow of her hat. My laugh deepens. "You'll be fine. Rooster's more likely to spook than Loka. But if something does happen, hold on to that saddle horn. Pull back on the reins if you can, and eventually she'll stop. I'll come after you if it's that bad." Ava licks her lips, gripping the saddle horn until her knuckles whiten. "Ava?" She peers down at the asphalt like she's peeking over a plunging ledge. At 16 hands, Loka is a tall horse, but even if she wasn't, I imagine Ava would be just as leery. "Ava," her gaze darts to me, "you'll be fine. There's a reason my dad kept Poppy and not Loka. The truth hurts to admit. Loka's seasoned and has a good temperament. She's used to cutting cattle and working in more chaos than this." I gesture to the empty road and sporadic trees. "This is a cakewalk for her, and I'm right here if something happens. Obviously, anything could happen, but I don't dare say that." "All right, then." Ava squares her shoulders with determination. Lifting my reins again, I pull back for Rooster to reverse and turn him away from the trailer toward the road. "You didn't show me that one," Ava grumbles, and I flash her a smile over my shoulder. Slow and hesitant, she mimics the command, and Loka obeys, falling easily into step beside me. I whistle for Lucy, and gritting my teeth, I glance at the truck and trailer we're leaving behind for a final time. "Julio might have a spare vehicle you can take," Ava offers, and while I appreciate the thought, I can't think about him right now. My head aches enough already. Lucy trots ahead, sniffing the blackberry bushes at the end of the bridge. A butterfly lands on a blossom, and as Lucy's snout nuzzles deeper, a bird flutters out. It strikes me how small pockets of the world are unaffected, at least for now, and I appreciate how normal it seems. "My ass is so going to hurt after this," Ava mutters. I try not to stare as I watch her settle into the saddle from the corner of my eye. She eases her grip on the reins and pommel, and eventually, as Ava loosens up, her body sways with each step Loka takes, like Ava is part of the rhythm. We continue around a bend with scant trees or shade for a while. The sun heats the back of my neck and arms, and soon my jeans feel stuck to my thighs. "This heat is killer," Ava grumbles, and she knocks her ponytail off her shoulder. Sweat dampens the back of her gray tank top, and my t-shirt clings to me like a second skin. "Tell me about it." Ava glares up at the sun. "So," she drawls, "do you want the good news or the not-so-good news first?" Whatever tension had left my body coils back into place. Let's start with the good news. "All right, then. West Bradford," she starts, tilting her head at me. "The street Julio lives on is right off this road, so we won't have to trek through town or anything." I stare at her, reluctant to ask. And the not-so-good news. She shrugs. It's still about 2 miles away? I frown. Why is that bad news? I assumed we had more than a couple of miles to go. A hint of a smile tugs at Ava's full lips. It's not, but you looked like you needed a break from whatever that scowl was about. She mimics me with an exaggerated expression, and I smile despite myself. If I really look like that, please just shoot me now and put me out of my misery. Ava's shoulders rise with a soft chuckle, and she pats a trifold sticking out of her back pocket. I found a map in the glove box. I figured it would come in handy since Google Maps is no longer an option. Smart. Ava winks at me, and I know what she's doing. She's distracting me from myself, and I appreciate the diversion. We fall into companionable silence, scanning every shadow, dirt road, and driveway for danger, hyper-aware of our surroundings as we ride closer to Sweetwater. The hotter it becomes, the more I pray Julio has drinkable water for us and the horses when we finally get there. I notice Ava fidgeting from the corner of my eye, picking at the dried blood on her hairline. How are you feeling? I can't see her wound from this side. Fine. I have a headache, but I'll survive. When we can take a real break, we'll put some ointment on it. She waves my concern away. Seriously, I'll be fine. We've been through worse. There were never truer words, and our eyes linger on one another this time. The accident was nothing compared to what happened with Lars. I can't believe this is our life, I mutter. Ava snorts. I can. It seems like my entire life has been building up to this. Her voice is filled with as much derision as exhaustion, like the universe has been preparing me for things to get shittier and shittier. There you go, touting that toxic positivity again. Ava grins, a real one this time. What can I say? It pours out of me effortlessly. A distant hum meets our ears, loudening as a car whizzes down the road. Ava grips on the saddle horn tighter, and I nod for us to move farther off the shoulder, steering the horses as far away from the asphalt as we can. We pull them to a stop and wait for the car to pass. My hand goes to my pistol, and I nod for Ava to unstrap the shotgun on her saddle, just in case. Her eyes are wide, and her chest heaves in time with my pounding heart. If you need to, I tell her, my gaze flicking to the car as it slows. Ride for Julio's. Yeah. Ava nods and licks her lips. Okay. I hold my breath as the Volvo station wagon rolls to a stop, its diesel engine idling a few yards from us. The back seat is packed to the gills with belongings, and 2 older women sit in the front. That makes me feel slightly less apprehensive, but not much. Tilting their heads, they peer at us through the windshield. They converse in the safety of the car for a moment, and I nod in greeting, attempting to look as non-threatening as possible. Finally, the driver rolls down her window. Where are you 2 headed? Her gaze darts from me to Ava. We know someone in Sweetwater. It's a nut house, the woman in the passenger seat says, her voice barely reaching my ears over the sound of the engine. The driver eyes us carefully. You been south? Her gray hair is piled on top of her head, and she's wearing a short-sleeved grocer's uniform. We came from Sonora. She blinks. And? Don't go, I tell her easily. There's nothing left. The 2 women exchange a glance and look at us again. The fires? Dipping my chin, I peer up the road toward town. Nut house to them could mean anything, so I ask, how bad is it that direction? The ground is splitting in the Panhandle Plains. Our firefighters are deployed throughout hill country. Our police force is too small to manage the amount of scared and desperate people coming through, and the government is threatening martial law, but we have yet to see a single uniform. They're all too busy dealing with the big cities. So, how do you think? Point taken, I mutter. And your militias? Same as they've always been, she says dryly. present? Well, there is nothing for you south of here, I tell her. Only wildfires and a spreading sinkhole. Trust me, you don't want to head that way. The instant the woman in the passenger seat breaks into tears, I feel horrible for being so callous about it. The driver murmurs something to her and rubs the woman's shoulders before meeting my gaze. Evacuation centers. I shake my head. The driver purses her lips and glances between me and Ava again. Safe travels, she says, and then rolls her window up, continuing down the road without a single look back. I meet Ava's gaze, and I watch the tension in her shoulders deflate as she takes a deep breath. Let's keep moving, I say, glancing at the disappearing car once more, and we continue down the road. What do you think she meant by the ground splitting? Ava asks, sounding withdrawn and apprehensive. From the earthquakes, maybe. I lift the bill of my ball cap and run my hand over my head. Hopefully Julio will know. We ride for a few minutes in silence, speaking nothing of what we've learned because it doesn't change anything. Instead, I stew in thought and consider our chances of getting into Sweetwater without seeing another person. Lucy trots beside us, exhausted, but keeping pace with the horses. I can almost appreciate the eerily still world, since the last thing we want is to run into people. The horses spook as a gunshot rings through the air somewhere in the distance. Ava and I look at each other, her chest heaving as much as mine. 2 more shots ring out. They are far away, but hair-raising nonetheless. We need to get off this road, we say at once. I lift my reins, waiting for Ava to follow suit. Settle into your saddle and push your heels down. It's about to get bumpy. I grip my saddle horn for Ava's benefit, and she follows my demonstration as I click my tongue and nudge Rooster into a trot along the shoulder. Ava lurches in her saddle as Loca follows us with little persuasion, and Lucy lopes beside us, her tongue hanging from her mouth. When Ava seems to have gotten the hang of it, we break into a canter, keeping to the shade trees and out of direct sight. The road seems to stretch on and on before West Bradford finally comes into view. Left or right? I call over my shoulder. Right! When we get to the fork in the road, we veer off, slowing our horses to a trot as we take in the country road. Lucy all but collapses in the shade of an ash tree as our horses catch their breath. We're looking for lot 411, Ava says. We press the horses onward, and I let Lucy rest until she's ready to catch up. Ava and I pass fenced horse pastures and open fields. There are no trespassing signs posted in some areas, and one lot looks fortified for the end of times. But all of that fades away as the weight of where I am going and who I am about to see finally really hits me with a slow, cold trickle of dread. This is the guy who killed my mother. Julio is the man who upturned everything, and I'm about to come face to face with him. The realization is paralyzing for a moment, then anger consumes me, followed by an unexpected flood of resentment, but not because of my mom, and that gives me pause. If it weren't for Julio, Ava and I might be still on our way to Kansas. We might still have the truck, and I wouldn't be taking her to him, only to be on my own for the rest of my journey. I watch Ava and Loca as they take the lead a few strides ahead. When did my future become so entangled with Ava's? When did my level of comfort and fortitude become dependent on her presence? Of all the sobering thoughts I've had today, continuing on without Ava is the most looming. Ava pulls Loca to a stop in front of a white fence. Rooster and I halt beside them, but I don't see a lot number. Is this it? I glance behind us for Lucy, who leisurely follows behind us. I just had this moment of clarity, she says. Her eyes meet mine. I'm about to see my uncle who I haven't seen since the night of the accident. And you're about to see the man who ruined your life, she adds more quietly. Don't worry about me, Ava. I'm more worried about what happens when I leave you here, that this is somewhere you should even be right now. I can't help the sharpness in my voice, because all of this feels wrong. Ava stares at me, her eyes shifting from my eyes to my hat and then back to the white fence, but she says nothing more. What can she say? We've come all this way to bring her here. Neither of us knows what will happen next. Ava worries her bottom lip like she's having second thoughts, then nudges Loka down the dirt drive. Instead of overthinking Ava's hesitation, I unholster my pistol, resting it against my thigh as I keep pace beside her. I don't think Julio would go out of his way to hurt Ava, but I don't trust the son of a bitch either. I heard he was on the straight and narrow since being released from prison, but that means nothing to me. Not when the world is falling to shit and Julio has a track record of selfish tendencies and zero coping skills, which left Ava an orphan. Eventually a house comes into view through an apple orchard. Its chipped white paint has seen better days, and a rusted Chevy pickup is parked under a dilapidated carport built off to the side. The only thing that makes the place look lived in are the fresh tire tracks in the gravel and a couple of cushioned chairs on the porch. As we ride closer, I note the large, raised planter beds and vegetable gardens that run along the right side of the house, and a dozen or so apple trees stretch beyond them. Ava looks skeptical as she brings Loka to a stop in front of the porch. Her eyes lock with mine for only a second before she dismounts and lands on her feet with a thud. The weight of her backpack makes her teeter. I dismount. "You want me to go in with you?" I help her shrug off her pack, and the whole time a part of me is screaming that I shouldn't let her out of my sight. The other part of me is wound so tight I'm afraid to go inside for my own well-being. "No, I'll be fine." Ava hands me Loka's reins. "Julio told me to come. He's probably been waiting for me." She nods toward a rolled-up hose at the corner of the house. "You should water the horses. I'll be out in a minute." I nod, grateful to postpone my meeting with Julio for as long as I can, and holster my gun. Lucy sniffs around the old truck, finding more shade out of the heat, and I peel my backpack off, giving my sweaty back some air. Clothes, water, a bedroll, and first aid kit. All of it is crammed in there, filling the Osprey bag to near bursting. "Here goes," Ava mutters, and clearing her throat, she readjusts her hat. "Julio?" Ava steps onto the porch and peers through the screen door. "It's Ava." As she opens the screen and steps inside, I lead the horses to the hose by the garden. I can't help the way my heart pounds, how dry my throat is, or the way my neck is so tight it aches to move it. "No." I tug Rooster's reins away from the vegetables growing over the side of the garden bed. "That's not for you." I angle him toward the hose instead, occupying him with the promise of water. It hasn't smelled like sulfur since Sutton County, so I assume it's drinkable, in small amounts at least. There's an upturned water bucket with shears on it that I flip over to fill. The horses nip at each other, battling for the water bucket, and I take their reins again. "Easy," I soothe, lifting the hose to Loka's mouth while Rooster slurps from the bucket. Her ears perk up, and she lips at the cool spray. I'm half tempted to run the water over my head to cool myself off when Rooster's head jolts from the bucket, his eyes wide and nervous, and the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I feel the press of metal against my neck, and my heart stops beating. "I don't want any trouble," a familiar, gravelly voice says. It's low with warning, but there's a tinge of fear, too. "No? Then maybe you should remove the barrel of your gun from my neck," I grit out. My fingers itch to reach for my pistol, but Julio is too close to risk it. "Leave my property," he demands, "or I will shoot you, just like your friend." My blood runs cold, and every ounce of bravado I have drains away. "What? Come on now, move." The barrel presses harder into my flesh, but all I see is red. "Or what?" I seethe. "You'll kill me like you killed my mother?" For some ungodly reason, I turn around to face him. Julio's brow is etched with deep lines, his skin weather-worn, and his mouth agape as he stumbles back. His mustache trembles with his lip. "Knox Bennett?" He looks horrified to see me. His tanned skin pales, and his brown eyes are wrong. "Julio," I grind out. I mean to knock the gun from his hand, but there's something about his shock, his awe in seeing me, that gives me pause. His gaze shifts over my face in utter confusion. "Where the hell is Ava?" He stumbles back. "Ava?" Julio's eyes flare with apprehension. "She went into the house. We thought you were in there." Fear grips hold of me as I imagine Ava inside with someone who is not Julio, someone dangerous enough to warrant my being held at gunpoint. "Ava!" I barely hear her name as it leaves my lips, drowned out by the sound of her scream. Julio lunges for the front door, tripping over himself. I bypass him and run inside.
25. Ava. Knox shouts my name, but he's only a flash in my periphery as I run down the steps to the 2 dead bodies in the backyard, trembling as I examine their crumpled forms. Not Julio. Instead, it's 2 30-something men. One has a gun wound in the chest, and the other, whose head is contorted, has blood staining his back. I exhale a whimpered sigh of relief. "Ava!" Knox barrels out the back door and down the steps. Frantically, I scan the backyard for another body. "Where's Julio?" I only see a garden shed with the door open, potting soil upturned and spilling onto the ground. An old tractor, overgrown with weeds. "I thought it was him," I squeak. "But Julio is—" Knox spins around. "He was right behind me." There's a shuffle, and when Julio steps out of the house, I nearly choke with relief. "Oh, thank God." I hurry over as he stumbles a little, gripping the porch post to steady himself.
I thought I'd missed one.
He stares into my eyes.
When you screamed.
The look on his face is a mix of elation, confusion, and sadness. Then I realize he's gripping his side, soaked in crimson. "You've been shot?" Julio's legs give out, and he nearly falls down the steps.
I told them to take what they needed. I didn't want trouble.
He sputters, grimacing in pain. Knox is instantly at my side. "We need to get you out of this heat," I say. Knox and I lift Julio, bracing his weight between us as we help him up the steps and through the back door. Suddenly, every second I'd spent looking through the small house, assessing this new life he made for himself, feels like wasted, precious time, because the manic energy coursing through me tells me we don't have much of it left.
Over here.
Knox leads us to the couch, and he helps me ease Julio down as gently as we can. Blood covers the side of his button-up shirt and spreads down his leg. My heart is racing so fast, I pray I don't have a panic attack right here and now, while Julio is near death in front of me. He can't die. The words loop through my head, but the way Julio looks at me, I think I've said it out loud. "We need to stop the bleed."
You came.
Julio breathes. He gulps a breath. His brown eyes are unfocused and watery with pain and sadness. Tears glide down the deep lines of his face, and the gurgle of what I know are final breaths lodge in the back of his throat.
I'm so sorry.
"No, none of that," I tell him, and Knox appears with a handful of towels. Julio cringes as I press them to his wound. "If we'd gotten here sooner," I rasp. My voice doesn't sound like my own. It's desperate and frantic and almost hysterical. I want to scream at him to stay alive because, estranged or not, I need him. We're all we've got, and now he's leaving me too.
There are so many regrets,
he croaks.
So many things to say.
All that matters is I'm here now. We'll get you fixed up. We'll figure everything else out later. The words pour from my lips. They're defiant and determined, even if my heart is breaking on the inside.
I...
Julio winces.
I see your mother in my dreams.
Instead of looking at me, Julio slowly turns his head to Knox. Knox's nostrils flare, and his eyes, already glistening with emotion, harden momentarily before they fill with tears.
She asks me if you are okay, and I can never answer her.
He struggles to swallow.
I have only ever been able to ask for her forgiveness.
Silent tears streak Knox's cheeks, and I wipe my nose on my arm and stifle a sob.
Now,
Julio rasps.
if I meet her again, I can give her peace.
Knox's chin trembles as he stares at the man who has tainted every part of his life. But he doesn't look at him with rage or indifference. He looks at Julio with sorrow. Squeezing his eyes shut, Julio exhales a ragged breath. He swallows convulsively, and I grip his hand tighter.
It's as it should be now.
Julio! His name is a plea. And when he opens his eyes, his distant gaze meeting mine, Julio lifts his trembling hand and cups my face.
You look just like Maria. She would have been 45 this month.
His palm is rough from hard work, and the regret in his eyes cuts me to the core. I could have come sooner. I could have come months ago. I could have visited, or called at least. Julio?
I'm so sorry, mija.
Don't, I tell him, but Julio chokes on whatever he is going to say next. I grip his shoulder. No, you can't do this to me. Julio suffocates on his final words, and his eyes roll back into his head. Stay awake, goddammit! I shake him vehemently. Julio, look at me! I don't know how many times I say his name, or for how long I shake him, and I don't know if my cries are born of anger or sadness, but he is gone, and death has claimed the last of my family. More than that, I never gave Julio a proper second chance.
Ava.
Knox's voice is faint, and my hands fall into my lap. I stare at the blood staining my nail beds and fingers. I have been angry and filled with grief more times than I can count, but the regret I feel is toxic, corrosive, and all-consuming. Knox lifts me to my feet.
Did you hear me?
He squeezes my shoulders, and I blink at him.
Ava, please say something.
I clear my throat, forcing my tongue to work. I'm fine. Knox shakes his head.
No, you're not. And you don't have to be. But you were muttering to yourself.
I stare at the blood staining Knox's shirt and hands.
Ava?
When he whispers my name, I force myself to meet his gaze. Looking into Knox's eyes is almost worse than numbness because I see his fear. It's wild and alive like my own, and the fissures riddling their way through me deepen.
Ava,
he says more firmly this time. His thumbs rub my shoulders as he grips me harder, willing me to say something, to be strong.
Ava,
I'm here. Knox says it like he's answering a question I don't remember asking, and I feel the warm press of his clammy hand against my face.
Julio's not all you have left.
His words stir something inside me. A shred of hope? A modicum of relief? I stare at Knox, really look into his hazel eyes, and I believe him. I have Knox, and Knox has me. I nod, and somewhere deep down, I find a fraying thread of resolve and grab hold of it. Okay, I whisper. I try and fail to swallow the lump in my throat. I'm okay. I say it for myself more than for Knox, and repeat the words over and over until I start to believe them. As my focus shifts, I glance around the house, everywhere but where Julio lies on the couch. We should stay here tonight. Resolve anchors deeper with every word. Rooster's sorrel tail flicks outside the window, and Lucy sits on the porch, panting as she watches us. You should tie the horses up, get them something to eat.
Ava.
Knox strokes my shoulders.
You should take a minute.
I don't want a minute, I bite out. Sorry, I rub my forehead, willing the thickness in my brain to go away. I need to be alone. Knox straightens, and I realize he is only inches from me. Taking a step back, he pulls his ball cap off his head.
I'll take care of the horses,
He says, running his hand through his sweaty hair.
Let me know if you need anything.
I nod, but I don't trust myself to meet Knox's gaze again as he reluctantly turns for the door. He is all I have left, and it's only a matter of time before something happens to him too.
26. Knox. There's a tinge of orange in the evening sky as the last rays of sun sink behind the apple orchard. After digging a hole under one of them to bury Julio, Ava and I give each other some space. She went inside to wash the blood from her body, and I found menial tasks to keep my hands and mind busy. Even if I'm so exhausted, I feel empty. I pluck a few ripened cherry tomatoes from the vine and drop them in a bowl. I resented Julio and was apprehensive about coming here, but I didn't want him to die. I didn't want to witness Ava go through that and watch her break, and I definitely didn't expect to hear him utter a word about my mother, and it nearly ripped me in two. But it's the mixture of guilt and relief I feel now that Ava and I will remain in this together that makes me uneasy around her now. After what happened this afternoon, it's Ava and me against the world again. My gut sours every time I picture her crumpled face, her red-rimmed, hollow eyes, and I have to relive the sounds of her shattering to pieces. So I'll refocus on the ripened tomatoes to put in our canned chili from Julio's pantry. He's got enough non-perishable food to last us a couple of weeks if we need to take it with us. Lucy ambles over. She must sense the mood that's settled over Ava and me, because she hasn't left my side. She licks the back of my hand, and with a dramatic sigh, Lucy finds shade to stretch out in, and I continue picking. Add a jalapeno to the bowl and a bell pepper, then head into the house, desperate for my turn in the shower. I don't question how the water is still running in Sweetwater, though I know it won't last, not without a generator. I haven't even looked for one, but we won't be here long enough for it to matter. Ava and I haven't talked about leaving, but I can't imagine she'd want to stay here, not after today. I consider my truck and trailer a few miles down the road. While I don't like the idea of backtracking, many of our things were left behind. More water and food, camping gear, ammo, fuel. Everything too big or heavy to carry. Now that we have Julio's truck, our prospects have once again changed. Stepping into the kitchen, I set the produce bucket on the counter and fill a glass with water, chugging it down. I don't know if we'll come across running, drinkable water again, and I take every advantage to enjoy it while it lasts. Lucy paws at the screen door, my ever-present shadow, and when I open it, she comes in without ceremony and plops down on the cool tile floor in the kitchen, right at my feet. "Really?" I mutter. She stretches out in answer and exhales another deep sigh. "I'll move around you, no worries." I'm about to search for a can opener and heat up the chili when I realize the water isn't running anymore in the bathroom, and my attention shifts entirely. I head for the bedroom where our bags are stashed. "Is the shower free?" I say loud enough so Ava can hear me in the bathroom. When I push the bedroom door fully open, she's standing by the queen-sized bed, her hair long and wet down her bare back, and nothing but a pair of boy shorts. "Shit." I take a step back. "Sorry." "Actually," Ava hedges, "can you help me with something?" She clutches a clean t-shirt to her chest. She's washed in the setting sunlight that pours through the window, illuminating the water drops on her back, still dripping from the ends of her hair. Yeah." I swallow thickly. "Sure." "I have a cut on my back I can't really reach," she mutters. Her fingers trace the edge of the abrasion she can't see. "I figured I should put some Neosporin on it before I'm covered in dust and sweat again." She looks at me over her shoulder. "Do you mind?" "Yeah." I shake my head. No, I don't mind. I step closer and take the tube from her. Ava gathers her hair over her shoulder with the one hand and presses the shirt closer to her chest with the other. The air stirs, and Ava's scent fills my nose. I have no idea what she smells like, but it's the most comforting smell I hadn't realized I'd missed. I clear my throat. Do you know what cut you? I uncap the ointment, realizing my hands are dirty. Wait, hold up a sec. Tossing the tube on the bed, I hurry to the bathroom, opening the closed door now that I know she's not in there, and wash my hands. Ava's neon orange sports bra hangs from the shower head, dripping into the tub, along with her black boy shorts. Quickly, I dry my hands, open the squeaky door, and head back to the bedroom. I thought you were still in the bathroom. I rub my hands together so they aren't cold when I touch her. Yeah, it won't stay open. Do you feel better at least? I squirt Neosporin on my fingertip, and the instant I brush her back, chills ripple over Ava's skin. I can't help noticing the way they spread over every inch of her, the light hairs illuminated in the sunlight, a birthmark on her right shoulder blade, an old scar on the other side of her lower back that I have to stop myself from touching. What's the scar from? I murmur, reluctantly lifting my hand away. Her voice is hoarse. One of my episodes. It was the first time it happened at the supply store. I knew it was coming. I sat down even. But when I lost consciousness, I slipped off the chair and cut my back on a rake prong. I stare at her profile. Jesus, Ava. She huffs a laugh. Yeah, it wasn't exactly fun. Sighing, I exhale my frustration on her behalf. For as long as you've been dealing with this, I guess I should be surprised you don't have more scars. Resting my other hand on her shoulder, I tilt her face toward me. And this? I brush her loose hair away from her forehead with the backs of my fingers. We might as well doctor it up, too. Ava's mouth parts slightly. Thanks. The word is hushed, filled with exhaustion and gratitude, and gently I rub what's left of the ointment on my finger over the small red cut on her hairline. Her body warmth at this proximity is intoxicating. What about you? The amber flecks in her irises are bright like liquid gold. What about me? After you shower, we'll get those scrapes on your jaw and forearms cleaned up. I'll be fine. A soft sound, not quite a laugh, escapes her. Nope, that's not how it works. You don't get to fuss over me and neglect your own bumps and bruises. Her eyebrow arches, daring me to argue with her. I smile in defeat. Have it your way. I hold my palms out, the tube of ointment between my fingers. The corner of Ava's mouth lifts in victory, and I have a sudden need to kiss her. Instead, I take a step back. I'll get a bandage for your back. I open the first aid pack on the bed and pick one from the box, indifferent to the size. Ava turns her back to me again, and I carefully cover her wound. Not because I'm worried I'll hurt her, but because I'm scared of what I might do if I touch her skin again. Done. In 2 strides, I'm at my pack, pulling out clean clothes before I rush for the door. There's a can of chili on the counter if you're hungry. I hear Ava's thank you from the other room as I close myself inside the bathroom, exceedingly grateful for the distance and the privacy.
27. Ava. Julio's room is small and his bed is comfortable, almost too comfortable, but still, I can't sleep, even if I'm desperate for it. I stare up at the squeaking ceiling fan, thankful Sweetwater still has electricity. The night is hot and humid, but that's summer in Texas. One of the horses sneezes outside the window, and the crickets bask in their night songs. It's soothing, and yet... Since waking to wildfires, our accident on the bridge, and arriving at Julio's, wave after wave of what next floods my mind each time I close my eyes. It leaves my heart pounding, and my head filled with dread and doubt and all the troubling emotions in between. The fact that smoke lingers in the air doesn't help, even if I barely notice it anymore. I look at Knox lying to my right, his bare back facing me. His breathing is even, but something tells me he's still awake. A bedless spare room and the couch neither of us have touched since arriving left one option: bunkmates. Knox? A heartbeat passes.
Yeah?
Do you really think we can make it to Ransom tomorrow, even with the ground splitting, like that lady said? I dare to hope that by tomorrow night we might be at his uncle's place. Knox rolls onto his back and stares up at the ceiling, clasping his hands on his stomach like me.
I don't know. Theoretically, it's only a day of driving, but the way things are, it's hard to say.
Yeah, I breathe. I know. I stare at his profile, watching the way his chest rises and falls. The biggest unknown neither of us state out loud is whether his aunt and uncle, or even their farm for that matter, are still there. We've heard nothing about the situation in Kansas.
Anything could happen between here and Ransom,
Knox mutters, and his words only solidify the tension in my shoulders.
There's no point dwelling on it.
It's true. Anything could happen in 500 miles. But I feel so much solace in Knox's presence. I feel like we'll get through it, whatever it is, no matter what. Your uncle will be relieved to see you. A few more moments pass.
Yeah,
he whispers. You seem skeptical. Knox lets out a hefty sigh, running his hand over his face.
I want to hope he'll be there and everything will be okay, that we'll get to the ranch in one piece and finally be able to breathe, but
it feels dangerous to hope. When Knox looks at me, his eyes are dark and shimmery in the moonlight streaming through the window.
Yeah,
he admits.
It does.
I take a deep breath, letting his words sink in, and a thought gives me pause. Do you think... I turn on my side to face him fully. Do you think they will mind when you show up with another mouth to feed?
No,
Knox says it effortlessly.
Mason and Beth will welcome you with open arms. My uncle is nothing like my father.
A pregnant silence fills the room, as Mitch's fate, unknown as it may be, weighs on us.
But we will get there,
Knox says when I'm silent for too long, and I realize he's staring at me.
Eventually.
I offer him a tired smile. I know we will. I'm not sure why, but I rest my hand on Knox's. I don't know how I expect him to react, but he laces his fingers with mine like it's second nature. Is it terrible that I'm relieved I'm going to Ransom with you? I didn't want it to be on these terms, of course, but still, I'm relieved. Knox stares at me for so long I start to worry.
No,
he finally answers.
Because I'm glad too.
His thumb brushes mine.
I don't know how to do this without you.
His words aren't only a confession, but raw, filled with emotion, and comforting in a way that makes it hurt to breathe. The visage of him blurs a little as my eyes sting with the thread of tears. Me either, I whisper. We share a drawn-out moment of silent understanding, Knox searching my expression for whatever he needs to find, and me willing him to say whatever it is I can't decipher in his gaze.
I'll do everything I can to get us there safely,
he promises. I have to swallow the lump in my throat to answer. So will I. Knox reaches for my face and brushes a loose strand of hair out of my eyes.
Try to get some sleep,
he whispers.
We should get on the road early if we're going to make it before nightfall.
What Knox doesn't mention is that bringing me to Sweetwater took him off course, so our journey is longer now, and we have a lot of ground to cover. I exhale that burden, knowing there is nothing I can do about it now. Night. Swallowing, Knox drops his hand, and this time, when I close my eyes, sleep is unavoidable. I feel like the empty parts of me have been soothed just a little, but as levity fills me and the cricket songs fade away, Knox whispers my name.
Yeah?
I whisper back.
What's that scent you wear?
His question is as sobering as it is surprising, and I open my eyes to look at his shadowed features. You mean the sunblock? If I'm not mistaken, he smiles in the darkness.
Yeah, I guess.
That and your shampoo, I think. I like it. My stomach does a somersault, and I can't help a grin of my own. Good, I whisper, because you're sort of stuck with me. We sleep until the earth starts shaking and crashing objects rattle through the house. Lucy skitters out of the room, and as groggy as I am, I know the drill. In a heartbeat, I've assessed the rocking ceiling fan, the boxes crashing on the other side of the closet door, and our bed rolling closer to the television, mounted across the room that could tear from the wall in a single instant. Knox and I scurry off the mattress for the doorframe. I expect the quake to cease, but the entire house protests and the roar of the moving ground is deafening. My toes grip the floor as I brace myself for what I worry won't end when the world goes eerily still again. Body thrumming with adrenaline, I meet Knox's gaze. His chest is heaving to match mine, and only as he lets go of my hand do I realize he was holding it at all. We stare at one another, catching our breaths. As exhausted as we are, there will be no sleeping tonight, not after that. Knox scrubs his hand over his face with a groan.
Ugh, this state is going to crumble out from under us before we can be rid of it,
he mutters. No, it won't, I promise him. Knox looks at me, because we won't be here much longer.
28. Knox. The morning is strangely cold, and smoke is thicker in the air today, enough that we drive in Julio's truck with the windows up and our N95 masks on for what few miles stretch between the house and the horse trailer. The sun rises somewhere beyond the clouds, turning the dark sky to murky gray. It might be ominous if it wasn't so expected, but the weather is the least of my concerns. The instant my F-250 comes into view on the bridge, my stomach drops. The passenger door is open. Shit! I hit the steering wheel, making Ava jump. Her attention snaps to me, eyes wide, but all I can do is stare at the contents from the cab of my truck littering the ground. I jerk the column shifter into park, and the Chevy lurches to a halt. "How much do you want to bet?" I say, pulling off my mask. I toss it onto the dash. That it's all gone. It isn't a question, and I don't wait for Ava to answer as I shut the engine off and push the heavy door open. "At least the trailer is still here," Ava says, thoughtful as she climbs out, eyeing what's left of our supplies. I'm too busy cursing myself to find the silver lining. The glove box and center console are open, and the interior is a mess. The bottled waters and extra dog food in the back seat are gone. The ammo we couldn't carry that was stashed under the seat, gone. After yesterday, I'm more convinced than ever that we'll need it. Fuck! I hit the fender with my hand in a sudden rage. Why can't we catch a fucking break? Tearing my ball cap from my head, I rake my fingers through my hair. I should have come back yesterday. I should have... It's not like we were sitting around all day yesterday, Knox, or that we were thinking very clearly. We were in a car accident. We didn't think... Exactly. We didn't think. And I knew better than to leave it all out like this. Now all of our shit is gone. Oh, because you're a pro at this stuff? Give yourself a break, Knox. It's common sense, I shout. Of course someone would come along and take our shit. Hell, I would too if some dumbass left it out like this. Ava reaches for me. Don't. I hate the way she flinches at my tone, and it takes a few deep breaths before I can meet her gaze again. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you, but I should have known better. Chewing the inside of her cheek, Ava stares at the truck and trailer. Maybe, she concedes, but this changes nothing. Not really. We have the Chevy, and now we have the trailer. We can still get to Ransom with the horses. Not on less than a full tank, I remind her, and definitely not pulling a full horse trailer. Ava throws her arms up. Then we'll go as far as we can in the truck and ride the rest of the way, she says, increasingly exasperated with me. There are worse things than our stuff getting stolen. You know this. I meet her gaze again. It's dark, narrowed, and fixed on me. My shoulders slump. I know Ava is right, but I'm growing far too familiar with the feeling of failure and defeat, and it's more than my ego insanity can handle. It could have been avoided, that's all. Like reaching for a wounded creature, Ava rests her hand on my bicep. Her fingers are cool and warm all at once, and her eyes search mine. "Lesson learned," she says softly. "It's a shitty lesson, I'll give you that, but we'll be fine. I promise." Her thumb strokes my skin, just below the hem of my sleeve, and it might be the most soothing thing I've felt in years. I can't help the way my eyes drift to her lips, and then the column of her throat as she swallows. For someone who is scared to hope, I say, my voice more husky than I expect, "You sound pretty confident." Last night she was restless with doubt, and now she's the one reassuring me. Ava shrugs. "Toxic positivity, remember?" There's a hint of a smile in her voice, and I believe it this time. She steps closer, her eyes holding a fierce, almost protective sort of certainty. "We have everything we need at the house, and now the horse trailer. We'll be fine." Ava's brow lifts with a silent dare to tell her she's wrong, but I won't argue with her. Instead, I lean in and press my lips to hers. It shocks us both, I think, but Ava doesn't push me away. As her mouth forms to mine, all the burdens of doubt dissolve, relief flooding in its place. It's a slow kiss, an exploratory one that feels like a lifetime coming. Her lips brush mine, and as I get a brief taste of her tongue, something tickles my cheek. I pull away and Ava grips my arm like her knees might give out. When we open our eyes, neither of us says a word. Her cheeks are pink, her lips damp. Her eyes gleam with wonder and, dare I hope, lust. I want to kiss her again, to feed this sudden hunger I have in her presence. But as a gray flake lands in Ava's hair and another one on the hand still gripping my arm, we stare dumbly at it. "Ash," she breathes. We peer up at the sky in this strangely quiet morning, and suddenly, whatever reverie we found in that single moment between us vanishes. We shouldn't be on the open road, and we definitely shouldn't be breathing this air. "We need to go," I murmur, and begrudgingly I take a step back. "Let's get the trailer hitched and get the hell out of here."
29. Ava. We are on the road for an hour or so, crammed in the Chevy. With the uneven cracked pavement and the smoke hovering around us like mist, it's been slow going, bumpy, and the cab is taut with silence. Without a back seat, Lucy is camped in the truck bed with the provisions we brought from Julio's. We already had jerky, a few MREs, and protein bars in our packs, and we picked Julio's pantry and garden clean. The more I think of him, the thicker the lump in my throat forms. As much as I wish things were different, what affects me most is how numb I feel about his death now, and the guilt that quickly follows. I peer through the passenger window, watching the ash stir along the shoulder as we pass. It blankets the world like freshly fallen snow in a never-ending desert and mutes everything much the same. With the return of smoke comes the strange orange haze that breaks through the cloud cover, and everything feels unnatural, down to the unexpected cold. I'd put long sleeves on when we returned to Julio's with the trailer, and despite the late morning, it hasn't warmed yet. What would Maeve say about all this? Where would we be right now if she was alive? I consider how much harder it would have been had she lived, and another wave of guilt hits me like a slap to the face. It was supposed to be this way. That's what Maeve would have said. She wouldn't have wanted to live in this world, and more than that, she wouldn't have wanted to make it harder on me. In fact, I can practically see Maeve and Mitch dying on the proverbial hill together, stubborn as they both are. As stubborn as they both were. Knox reaches into the bag of apples by my feet. We haven't talked about the kiss, nor are we likely to, and I'm okay with that. Whatever Knox and I are at the moment is a product of anomalies, so why would kissing him feel any different? Nothing is normal, and finding comfort and affection in Knox Bennett isn't as surprising as it would have been a week ago. And I've had far too many surprises to overthink it. Instead, I busy my mind with pragmatic thoughts, like how long our food will last us without rationing it. Even if it's theoretically only a day of driving, it will take us longer than that to get to Kansas at the rate the road conditions are worsening. On top of what was in our backpacks, we grabbed the 4 jars of homemade tomato sauce Julio had made, the noodle boxes, a pot, as well as every canteen and bottle we could find, and filled them with well water. If we don't find another stove, we have apples for days, and can eat the sauce alone if needed. Our goal remains, stay away from people to limit risk and potential danger. And I don't even allow myself to consider there could be nothing for us in Kansas, that Knox's aunt and uncle are gone. As my mind shifts back to meal planning, the world shakes. I hear it more than feel it quaking beneath us as we continue driving. Knox's hands tighten around the steering wheel, but we don't stop. Lucy's head pops up in the back, but otherwise, she barely seems to care. The earthquake is over as quickly as it started, and Knox and I exchange a look of apprehension. The earth has been grumbling more frequently, and even if we're growing used to them, the tremors linger like omens of something yet to come. Knox maneuvers off the road and onto the shoulder, giving a large hole in the asphalt a wide berth as we continue down the frontage route. "Do you think we'd have better luck on the freeway?" Knox glances at the side mirror. "Maybe. We'll check it out at the next junction, see if it's cleared up at all. I figure the farther away we get from the San Antonio area, from where everyone was fleeing, the luckier we might be." He eyes the next turnoff, like he might consider taking it, but continues straight. Turning in my seat, I check the sign before it disappears in the smoke. Amarillo, 20 miles northeast. If it weren't in the opposite direction, I might propose a stop in Amarillo to see if we can find anything out about the fires that have flared up again, and to check the area for more fuel. But the fuel we'd waste heading that direction could present more complications than we can afford, especially if there's nothing for us there. So I stare into the smoky gloom. A few 100 feet in front of us is all that's visible. I can tell Knox is driving more carefully than last time, taking special care around every turn and avoiding every pothole he can manage. Licking his lips, he swallows a bite of apple. "These have to be new fires. It doesn't make sense otherwise." "Agreed. I'll check the radio for a working station. Maybe Ava." Knox's tone is so sober, my hand stills. Slowly, reluctantly, I look at him. He stares beyond the windshield, slowing the truck a little. It takes me a few heartbeats to realize what I'm looking at through the smoke. The truck rolls to a stop, and both of us stare at a tear in the desert floor, barely visible, save for the black smoke rising from it. I don't know how long my mouth is gaping before I ask, "Is that what I think it is?" "There's only one way to find out." Shutting down the engine, Knox grabs his N95 mask from the dash and climbs out. Lucy jumps out of the truck bed after him. I follow, glancing at the horses in the trailer, and I meet Loka's gaze through one of the openings before I catch up with Knox, a few paces ahead. Intermittent ash still falls from the sky, muffling our footsteps as we walk closer, each step more cautious than the last. The coolness in the air is chased instantly away by the heat emanating from the rift in the ground, and hardening lava spills onto the road. Like Lucy, I find my head tilting in odd curiosity. "Stay," Knox commands. Lucy and I halt and look at him. He's talking to her, of course, and bracing myself, I continue closer. Since Gertie, dozens of extinct volcanoes around the world have been waking up, and new ones emerge with every shift in the earth. I'd watch the news footage of an eruption every morning while eating my cereal, or a volcanologist rappelling into the bowels of the earth to study Mother Nature's advancing stages of unrest after the asteroid collision. And every week, a new theory would emerge from an award-winning scientist, or someone would win an honorific for their invention or dedication to understanding the shifting landscape. It was only a matter of time before we'd start to see the physical effects above ground. Living in a state surrounded and inhabited by waking volcanoes, we learned a lot about them. Fire and earthquake drills and evacuation routes were ingrained in us. None of it prepared any of us for sinkholes swallowing half the state, and none of it quite prepared me for this. This is what the woman meant about the ground splitting, I realize aloud. We stop when a strong wave of heat presses against us, and I gape at the lava trail, 2 meters wide. The way the lava carves through the ground right in front of me is damn near mesmerizing. Breaking glass, I whisper. What? I never knew lava sounded like breaking glass as it moves. The flow is so slow it's almost imperceptible beneath the hardening surface, and the heat, oppressive as it is, comes and goes with the slightest shift in the air. It's there 1 minute and gone the next, making chills prickle over my skin. These are causing all the quakes, Knox murmurs, and I look at him. Do you think they're responsible for the fires too? He nods ever so slightly, as his gaze follows the molten river until it disappears in the haze. New Mexico is riddled with volcanoes, and that's only 100 miles from here. Sinkholes or erupting volcanoes, I don't know which is worse. My brow beads with sweat, and not because of the lava inching its way through North Texas. The unpleasant and persistent question, what next, forms on the tip of my tongue. We have to turn around. Knox looks at me. We have to get to Amarillo and find out what's going on. His jaw flexes as if he's trying to talk himself out of it, and he glances back at the truck and trailer. If this gets worse north of here, then leaving Texas... He shakes his head. He doesn't need to continue. I already know that if we're stuck here, that's a whole new wave of problems, and the day has just begun.
30. Knox. Holy shit, Ava breathes. Her voice is muffled by her mask, but I feel the same hair-raising apprehension as I take in the wasteland surrounding us. Amarillo is a charred ruin. I eye the chipping Gertie got us graffiti on a billboard, then the train on the railroad tracks, abandoned and covered in ash alongside the interstate. It, too, is covered in spray paint, psalms about the rapture and reunification in the dying world. Reluctantly, I drive deeper into the city, hopeful that it's not entirely gone. Motels, gas stations, business and apartment complexes, they still smolder, as if it's only been a day or two since the fire came through, spreading toward the New Mexico border. Metal shipping containers and lampposts dusted with soot are all that seem intact, and I slow the Chevy to a stop in the middle of the road. When I look at Ava, she peels her eyes from our more than lacking prospects. We could turn around, I tell her. We could keep heading north, drive until we can't anymore. We have a quarter tank left. Then we continue on horseback. Or, she hedges, we take a chance here. There have to be supplies somewhere. She glances at our reserves in the back of the truck, worrying her bottom lip. I can't help but stare at the way she tugs it between her teeth. It's a risk, she admits. Her lip is slightly swollen and red from biting it so much. But we have no idea what we're up against if we continue north. It's already worse than we thought. Maybe this is our chance to find out. She peers around, uncertain. We're already here, she says more quietly, and I think she's trying to convince herself as much as she's trying to convince me. Besides, you have your shotgun and pistol, so we're not helpless. When Ava looks at me, I see it in her eyes, a desperation of sorts. Fine, but we don't stop if it's sketchy. Ava snorts a laugh. If it doesn't look sketchy at this point, it is sketchy. I huff with the shake of my head. That is disturbingly accurate. With a combined sigh, we brace ourselves and continue down the interstate. Amarillo seems sprawling, a long stretch of road that looks like it takes us straight through the city. We're not going downtown, I tell her. We stay out in the open. At this point, especially in a place this ravaged, anyone remaining will be desperate, and that itself is enough to make me turn around, wasted fuel or not. Ava nods, her attention fixed on the ominous stretch of road out the window. I need to let the horses out soon, but not here where there are too many places for lurkers to hide. With my attention split between what I can see ahead and the baleful scene around us, I keep my eyes open for movement in the haze. We pass a few silos and houses, a heavy equipment yard and a mechanic shop, and as buildings untouched by fire emerge, a mixture of hope and fear swells in my chest. Hope that there are people here, and fear we will meet them. Nux. Ava taps my shoulder and points out her window as a fire station appears a few 100 feet ahead. Its windows are dusted with ash, and the garage is open and empty, devoid of engines. The building, though, is intact. "We have to check it, right?" she says. "I mean, they will know what's going on more than anyone, and if we can even continue north." Ava looks at me, expectant, and she's right. If we're going to find any supplies or information, it doesn't get much better than a firehouse. Even if they evacuate it, it's worth scoping out. I agree. I glance in my side mirror, ensuring no one has crept up behind us, and scout my route options. A median and frontage road separates us from the firehouse. "There's a turnoff up there," Ava says, squinting. I nod, and in spite of the familiar tension coiling throughout every inch of my body, the charge in the air buzzes with anticipation instead of hopelessness. We make our way toward the turnoff, and I eye the businesses and buildings as I take the exit. Most of the buildings in this area appear vacant, with very few vehicles left in parking lots and driveways. As we approach the firehouse, however, a knot forms in my stomach. If I park too far away, we'll be hard-pressed to get back to the truck and horses if something happens. If I drive into the lot, I'll undoubtedly be heard and seen by anyone still inside. Gritting my teeth, I decide closer is the lesser of two evils, because I'm leaving Ava with the truck, and I park just shy of the driveway on the side of the road. We have no idea who we'll find inside, or if we'll be greeted with resistance, but there's no going back now. The truck brakes grind slightly as we come to a complete stop, and I lean toward the window to see up the flagpole. The American flag is wilted without a breeze, and at half-mast, and I wonder how long ago it was lowered. The firehouse itself is boxy, but the building facade appears relatively new, aside from the ash and soot that coats it. That could be a good thing, or bad. If the station was built within the last decade, it'll be retrofitted with government-mandated amenities and equipment in preparation for a cataclysmic event and state of emergency. It would have stockpiles of food inside, oxygen tanks and masks, excess fuel, solar-powered generators, radios, an underground bunker, thousands of gallons of water stores, fireproof gear. It's a safe haven built to protect the people who would have to save humanity in the end. Which also means if people were smart, they would flock here for safety, or ransack it and take everything worth saving. The 3 open bay doors of the empty garage tell much of a story. No fire engines means the place is likely abandoned. I shut off the truck and look at Ava. Her chest is heaving, her eyes wide with fear. "I'll go in first. I don't want the truck unattended until we know what we're dealing with." She nods, if a bit reluctant, and we both get out of the truck. "Keep the shotgun with you the entire time," I tell her. "Use it if you have to. Honk the horn if you need to get my attention." I nod toward the glass doors at the entrance. "I'll be as quick as I can. I can only hope that if someone's in there and they see me coming, they ask before they shoot."
Well, that's a wrap on part 1 of your 2-part audiobook of Skies of Fire. I hope you're enjoying Nox and Ava's story. It's emotional, it's intense, but I loved absolutely every minute of writing it, and I hope that you've enjoyed it this far as well. Be sure to listen to part 2. If it's not already out, it will be very soon, and I will be sure to link in the description below. If you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the comments. And be sure to like and subscribe so that you know when A, part 2 comes out, or my other audiobooks, as I'm able to publish them here on YouTube. You can find all the information about me, my other audiobooks, and my other series in the description below. And for now, be sure to like and subscribe. I will see you on part 2 of Skies of Fire. Until then, happy reading and listening adventures.